Chapter 1977. Lend it to me? How do you want to borrow it? Gong Sun Liang raised an eyebrow in confusion when he heard that Li Junxian could lend him his internal energy. This old man is not a martial artist and has never learned how to circulate internal energy. My 8 meridians have not been opened. Even if you transfer your internal energy to this old man will not be able to use it, much less use it. Iron Egg also looked in confusion at Li Junxian. He had subconsciously believed that Li Junxian's method of borrowing internal energy was the guiding internal energy that Gong Sun Liang had spoken of. This method had a certain degree of feasibility, because when Sun Simiao had treated Li Gang, Li Zixuan had used this method. However, after listening to Gong Sun Liang's analysis, Bruiser began to feel that this method wasn't reliable. This was because Gong Sun Liang was different from Sun Simiao. He had never practiced any qi cultivation techniques. He was just an ordinary person. His meridians couldn't withstand the true qi of an internal martial artist. Li Junxian knew that the situation was urgent. After all, Dugu Xian's life was still in danger, so he did not keep Gong Sun Liang in suspense. What I mean is, Sir Gong Sun Liang, you seal his acupoints while I use my internal energy to control the needles. Although I am not a doctor and have never learned any acupuncture techniques, I know the various acupoints of the human body like the back of my hand. Sir Gong Sun Liang can choose a relatively simple acupuncture technique and then tell me when to insert the needles into which acupoints on Brother Dugu's body. I will do as you say, and after the acupuncture, I will control the needles and channel internal energy into Brother Dugu's various acupoints to force out the poison. I am confident that with my control over internal energy, there will be no problem with this step. The key is still the acupuncture. Gong Sun Liang couldn't help but blow his beard and glare. Ha! Sir's tone is truly arrogant. You think that as long as you know the right acupoints, you can perform acupuncture? Truly arrogant and ignorant. It must be understood that when a doctor performs acupuncture, the position, angle, and strength of each needle, as well as the twisting, tracing, flicking, scraping, shaking, and shaking are all extremely important. Without tens of thousands of times of practice, it is very easy to make mistakes while performing acupuncture, and this isn't even considering that Sir has never performed acupuncture before. For a doctor, a small mistake can cost the patient their life. Therefore, this old man doesn't agree with your method. The old man's words were not at all polite. After all, Li Junxian was the commander of 100 cavalry. Not only did no one in Chang'an dare to offend him, even the provincial governors of other provinces did not dare to speak rudely to him. But this Gong Sun Liang was not even willing to give him any face, leaving him with cuts and bruises all over. And this was under the condition that Gong Sun Liang had no idea who Li Junxian was. Of course, even if he had known Li Junxian's identity beforehand, he would not have shown any mercy. After all, the method Li Junxian had proposed just so happened to be within his field of expertise. He would not allow anyone to touch his bottom line in his field of expertise. The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. Dugu Feiying gave Li Junxian an apologetic glance. After all, he was the one who had invited Gong Sun Liang, and Li Junxian had good intentions. There was no reason for him to suffer Gong Sun Liang's rebuke. Li Junxian did not notice Dugu Feiying's apologetic gaze. He stared at Gong Sun Liang and sternly said, he looked straight at Liang Liang and sternly said, when using needles, a doctor truly should be extremely careful and not make the slightest mistake. I fully agree with this. But in Brother Dugu's current situation, only by using needles to force out the poison can we save his life, and there is no time to lose. I presume that Sir Gong Sun agrees with this. Gong Sun Liang expressionlessly nodded, clearly agreeing with Li Junxian's view. Seeing this, Li Junxian continued, but the problem lies in the fact that Taiyuan City does not have a doctor who understands acupuncture and also has the energy of the inner sect. What this general said just now was merely a temporary measure. Although it is somewhat risky, I will do my best to follow Sir Gongsuan's instructions and use every needle. Moreover, there is no better method. If we leave Brother Dugu alone, he's doomed. Dugu Feiying couldn't help but deeply frown. Just as Li Junxian had said, there was no better method than this. If they didn't make a decision soon, Dugu Xian's last hope of saving him would be snuffed out. Gong Sun Liang scowled. Humph. Sophistry. Great general's suffering today is fate. This old man's needles are only used to save people, not to kill. Then will Sir Gongsun just watch his brother Dugu is poisoned to death? At this point, Li Junxian stopped being polite and harshly said, Sir Gongsun has practiced medicine and saved countless lives over the years, earning the reverence of all the people of Taiyuan City. This general can understand why Sir Gongsun is unwilling to bear the stain of treating people to death. This general can understand, but this general cannot just watch as brother Dugu dies. Today, as long as brother Fei Ying nods his head and is willing to accept this general's treatment method, this general is willing to do everything in his power. If an accident occurs, this general will bear the crime of treating someone to death. When the time comes, if brother Fei Ying wants to kill me or torture me, I, Li Junxian, will do as you please. Hearing this, Gong Sun Liang's face flushed red and he flew into a rage. This was because Li Zishuan's words had indeed hit the nail on the head. As a doctor, and the most respected doctor in Source Peak City at that, he did not want a case of someone dying from his treatment. This would not only ruin the reputation of the Rejuvenation Hall, but it would also ruin his, Gong Sun Liang's, reputation. Gong Sun Liang pointed at Li Junxian and was about to curse him when Dugu Fei Ying hastily said, General Li's words are too serious. We are both clear about my brother's current situation. The situation is critical and urgent. Although General Li's method is not the best method, it is indeed the best and only method at the moment. I am willing to make this decision for my brother. I hope that General Li and Mr. Gongsun can abandon the prejudice in terms of the rescue method and cooperate with each other to make full use of our strengths. Fei Ying is not an unreasonable person. Whether or not my brother is cured, the two of you will not need to bear any responsibility. On the contrary, the entire Dugu clan will be grateful to the two of you for saving him. I beg of you. Dugu Fei Ying solemnly clasped his fist at Li Junxian and Gong Sun Liang. He knew that these two had their own difficulties and positions, and he also knew that Dugu Xian's condition could not be delayed any longer. He had to treat him as soon as possible. These two people were the ones in Taiyuan City most likely to save his big brother. If Dugu Xian did not survive in the end, he would not hold a grudge against them. After all, Gong Sun Liang had just saved Dugu Xian's life this morning, and Li Junxian had ordered the soldiers to release Xian Ye's group a little more than an hour ago. This was tantamount to helping him take the blame. Thus, these two had already done him a favor, and if they were willing to work together to save Dugu Xian, it would be yet another great favor. How could Dugu Fei Ying repay kindness with enmity? Sensing the sincerity in Dugu Fei Ying's words, Gong Sun Liang calmed down and gave Dugu Fei Ying a profound glance. Young general, are you sure? Dugu Fei Ying firmly nodded. I'm sure. I ask that Sir Gong Sun Liang act once more. Gong Sun Liang couldn't help but take in a deep breath. As if he had made an important decision, he nodded. Okay. Since that's the case, this old man will join hands with this junior. The juniors nowadays dare to charge, to act, and to take responsibility. Very good. He was naturally speaking of Li Junxian. Li Junxian's words just now had left Gong Sun Liang rather shaken once he had calmed down. Sir Gong Sun Liang is wise and righteous. I ask that Sir Gong Sun Liang not be stingy with his instruction during the acupuncture treatment. Li Junxian clasped his fist. Gong Sun Liang nodded in agreement, and then he turned to the young boy next to him and said, Xiao Bao. Take out the needles. Yes. Master. Chapter 1978. This old man will be using the Tai 5 Elements Acupuncture Technique's Yang Restoration Acupuncture Technique. This acupuncture technique is rather complicated and difficult to learn, but it is the most suitable for the great general's condition. If someone with profound internal energy performs the acupuncture, not only will it have miraculous effects on treating and expelling the poison, it will also heal a portion of the internal injuries, killing two birds with one stone. While Xiao Bao was taking out needles from his medicine box, Gong Sun Liang sternly explained the situation to Li Junxian. Li Junxian couldn't help but frown. It wasn't that he wasn't confident in himself, but that he had never touched acupuncture before. From what Gong Sun Liang had said, it was clear that the Tai 5 elements needle returning to yang acupuncture method was not some elementary acupuncture technique. For a beginner in acupuncture like him, it was rather unfriendly. If he were to stab incorrectly or use the wrong method, wouldn't he be harming Dugu Xian's life? Tai 5 elements acupuncture technique? This acupuncture technique should be very difficult, right? Generally has never used acupuncture on anyone before. Sir Gongsun, can you switch to a simpler acupuncture technique? Iron Egg couldn't help but ask. Humph. This old man already said that this is the best acupuncture technique for the great general's condition. How can I switch it out just because I want to? This is the path that General Li chose himself. You haven't even started, yet you want to shrink back. If you want to shrink back, there's still time. Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted, and then he glanced at Li Junxian. Dugu Feiying had a troubled look on his face. He was worried about his big brother's safety, but he was also conflicted about who he should speak up for. But after some hesitation, he said nothing. Since he had chosen to trust Li Junxian, there was nothing else he could say. After all, Li Junxian had chosen to perform acupuncture on Dugu Xian, taking an enormous risk. There was no need for Li Junxian to take this risk. Use this acupuncture technique. After a few moments of hesitation, Li Junxian firmly said, since Sir Gongsun believes that this acupuncture technique is the most suitable, then this acupuncture technique will be used. This junior will not shrink back. Shrinking back at this time would be giving up on treatment and allowing Brother Dugu to die from the poison. This junior cannot do this. But this junior truly has never touched this acupuncture technique before. In a little while, I hope that Sir Gongsun can instruct me. Good. What a loyal and righteous junior. Gong Sunliang couldn't help but look at Li Junxian with a hint of praise in his eyes. At this time, the boy took out the needles and handed them to Li Junxian. Li Junxian naturally took them, but Gong Sunliang turned to the boy and said, Xiao Bao, take out another set of needles. Your master wants to use them. Ah. Master, aren't you? Oh, okay, wait a moment, master. When Xiao Bao heard this, he was puzzled at first, but when he met Gong Sunliang's eyes, he quickly corrected himself. Gong Sunliang nodded, then turned to Dugu Feiying, who had the same confused expression, and said, Little General, quickly send someone to the kitchen to get a large piece of pork for this old man. This old man will need it later. Ah. Pork? Hearing this, Dugu Feiying couldn't help but be stunned. However, he quickly regained his senses and hurriedly nodded. Good, good, good. I'll go to the kitchen and get it for you. Saying so, Dugu Feiying directly used his light movement skill and left the room. He was actually going to personally fetch the pork for Gong Sunliang. Everyone in the room was confused, except for Gong Sunliang and Li Junxian. Gong Sunliang had a confident look on his face while Li Junxian had a pensive look on his face. Many thanks. After a few moments, Li Junxian's eyes flashed as he seemed to understand something. He clasped his fist at Gong Sunliang in gratitude. Gong Sunliang silently smiled. As he spoke, the door was pushed open from the outside. Following that, everyone saw a blurry figure rush in from outside. After the figure stood still, everyone focused their eyes and realized that it was actually Dugu Feiying who had just gone to the kitchen to get the pork. How could he be so fast? Everyone couldn't help but be alarmed. Iron Egg even suspected that Dugu Feiying hadn't gone down the stairs at all. Instead, he had jumped down the stairs, taken the pork from the kitchen, and then used lightness arts to fly back up. Otherwise, he couldn't have been so fast. This was enough to show just how anxious Dugu Feiying was to save Dugu Xian. Sir Gong Sun, do you think this piece of pork will do? Dugu Feiying asked Gong Sunliang as he held up a piece of pork butt. Of course, it still had the skin on it. It's fine. Gong Sunliang's lips twitched, and then he nodded and pointed at a square table. Place it on the table. Okay. Dugu Feiying obediently placed the pork on the table. At this time, Xiaobao handed over a second set of silver needles to Gong Sunliang. Gong Sunliang took them and walked over to the table. He glanced at Li Junxian and sternly said, "Since everything is ready, there's no time to lose. Let's begin." Okay. Dugu Xian nodded and took the silver needles to Dugu Xian's bed. Everyone was still confused. They still didn't understand why Gong Sunliang had insisted that Dugu Feiying bring over a piece of pork. But this question didn't last for long, as Gong Sunliang quickly gave them the answer. Since you are already familiar with the acupuncture points of the human body, this old man is not worried that you will stab the wrong place. The greatest difficulty for you will still be the acupuncture technique. This old man will now tell you the names of the acupuncture points you need to stab into in the Huanyang acupuncture technique. This old man will demonstrate the technique, angle, and strength of each acupuncture point to you on this piece of pork. You can copy it like a cat drawing a tiger. With your comprehension ability, there shouldn't be any major mistakes. As for how much energy you need to pour into each acupuncture point, you should know better than this old man, so there's no need for this old man to remind you. With this method, you should be able to minimize the risk. Do you understand? After hearing Gong Sunliang's explanation, everyone was enlightened and couldn't help but sigh in praise of Gong Sunliang's thoughtfulness. To be more precise, he had fully utilized Li Junxian's strengths and then used his personal teachings to make up for Li Junxian's greatest weakness. In this way, the risk was truly minimized. I understand. Let's begin. Li Junxian nodded and opened the cloth bag containing the silver needles. Xiaobao hastily removed Dugu Xian's blanket and took off his clothes, immediately revealing the terrifying wounds on his body. And this was after the military doctor had stopped the bleeding before Gong Sunliang's group arrived. Otherwise, these wounds would have dried up all the blood on Dugu Xian's body. Gong Sunliang took out a silver needle 1 inch long from the cloth bag and began to use the pork on the table as an acupuncture experiment. For the first needle, take a needle 1 inch long and stab it into the Tianta acupuncture point with one hand. When you feel some obstruction under the skin, immediately stop. After that, scrape the needle. Place your index finger against the end of the needle and use your thumbnail to scrape the needle from bottom to top. Pour in energy to unblock the Tianta acupuncture point. Li Junxian listened and watched with rapt attention. After Gong Sunliang finished his explanation, he took in a deep breath and began to lift the needle, stab it in, and scrape the needle. He seemed to be doing the exact same thing as Gong Sunliang. This level of imitation was simply breathtaking. Gong Sunliang's eyes brightened. With Li Junxian's outstanding perception, if he could maintain this state, the chances of success would be much higher. They might even be able to save Dugu Xian today. Chapter 1979. Big Brother. You have to wake up. As Li Junxian raised the silver needle and prepared to stab it into Dugu Xian's body, Dugu Feiying's heart leaped into his throat. Whether or not Dugu Xian could be brought back to life depended on this last needle. At the same time, Dugu Feiying couldn't help but pray that Li Junxian would make a mistake with this last needle. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Li Junxian focused his mind and stabbed the silver needle into Dugu Xian's tai point. Then, he lifted the needle and rubbed the handle, performing a series of acupuncture techniques in a single breath. He was no longer as unfamiliar as he had been at the start. He was like a veteran doctor who had practiced medicine for many years. What came next was the most crucial step. Li Junxian took in a deep breath and gathered all the remaining energy in his body into his right arm. At this moment, Li Junxian's right arm was like a vast and turbulent river. His right palm was like a dam on the river, and on the dam were many sluice gates that controlled the flow of the river. What Li Junxian needed to do now was to control these 18 sluice gates and use the 18 needles to precisely irrigate the 18 acupuncture points on Dugu Xian's body. This was no simple task, as the 18 acupuncture points all required different amounts of true energy. Li Junxian had to divert a portion of his energy according to the amount of true energy required by each acupuncture point. If he wasn't a grandmaster, he would have never been able to control his true energy so precisely. With a buzzing sound, the 18 silver needles on Dugu Xian's body began to vibrate at different frequencies. It was as if 18 dancers were dancing on Dugu Xian's body. Not only did they have different postures, but they also had different postures. They began to dance gracefully on Dugu Xian's body. Humph. After 10 some seconds, Li Junxian began to feel that his energy was running out. He groaned as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Due to gravity, these beads of sweat rolled down his face and dripped to the ground. But Li Junxian had no time to worry about such things. He was completely focused on controlling his true energy and had no time to worry about anything else. In 10 some seconds, Li Junxian had run out of true energy, and so had his psychic energy. After all, he did not have the transcendent psychic energy of Li Zixuan. Multitasking and pouring 18 streams of true energy into the needles was extremely taxing on his mind and psychic energy. Dugu Feiying, Iron Egg, and the others were also worried. They could naturally see that Li Junxian was struggling, but they could only worry. If they recklessly interfered, not only would they interrupt the treatment, they would also cause Li Junxian and Dugu Xian to suffer a backlash of true energy. Humph. Li Junxian gathered what little energy he had left in his body and poured it into the needles. Suddenly, he tasted something sweet in his throat and almost vomited blood. Fortunately, he swallowed the blood back down, or else he really would have been discouraged. Li Junxian grunted and decided to make a desperate bet. He poured all the remaining energy in his body into the 18 acupuncture points. If he could force out the poison in Dugu Xian's body, that would be for the best. If he couldn't force it out, then Dugu Xian would be powerless to reverse the situation. Generally, how are you? Whoosh. After pouring all the energy in his body into the 18 meridians, Li Junxian put down his right arm, his body swaying as he staggered backward. Dugu Feiying swiftly rushed forward to support Li Junxian. But at this moment, the unconscious Dugu Xian suddenly sat up, vomited black blood, and then fell back to sleep. I'm fine. Li Junxian waved at Dugu Feiying, and then he turned in surprise to Dugu Xian. Dugu Feiying had naturally noticed what was going on, and his eyes were wide with both anxiety and anticipation. Gong Sunliang walked up to the bed and took Dugu Xian's pulse. After a few moments, he nodded and stroked his beard. The poison in Great General's body has been purged, and his life is not in danger. But his injuries are too severe, so he has yet to wake up. As long as he rests for a few days, he will definitely slowly recover. My big brother is really fine? That's wonderful. Chapter 1980. Brother Feiying, there's no need to be so courteous. We all serve the imperial court, and in this situation, it is only right that we help each other. Moreover, I have always admired your brother's conduct, and now that Brother Dugu is in danger while protecting King Wei, how can I just stand by and watch? Li Junxian reached out to support Dugu Feiying, his voice somewhat weak as he spoke. These words were not out of courtesy. Although Dugu Feiying and Dugu Xian came from great clans, they did not have the stubbornness and arrogance that clansmen often had. On the contrary, they were rather chivalrous, and in the Tang dynasty, the wanderers had flourished for a time. As an official of the court, Li Junxian had a good impression of the two brothers, or at least not a bad one. Moreover, the cavalry and the imperial army had often carried out missions together, so Li Junxian and Dugu Xian could be considered old acquaintances. He. This old man isn't as foolish as you. Gong Sunliang pointed at Li Junxian and chuckled, then he turned to Dugu Feiying and solemnly said, this old man only charges a fee for treating patients, not favors. Owing favors is troublesome, and money is far more practical. This old man treated the great general's poison this morning because I owed the head of the Wang clan a favor, so I won't ask young general for a fee. But tonight, even if this old man doesn't take all of the credit for the great general's safety, I should at least take half of the credit, right? As for the fee, this old man will give it to you at half price. Everyone was rather surprised by these words. No one had expected Gong Sun Liang to refuse Dugu Feiying's favor and instead ask for money. Sometimes, favors weren't as practical as money, but that depended on the situation. How could the favor of the Dugu clan be measured in money? Although the Dugu clan was no longer as prosperous as it had been in the Sui dynasty, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Not only were many of its members in the court, the Dugu clan still maintained a subtle relationship with the imperial household. No one dared to underestimate it. Thus, Dugu Feiying's promise and the Dugu clan's favor could not be bought with money. Hearing this, Dugu Feiying was also stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. His expression was normal as he politely cupped his fists and said, "Then how much does Mr. Gongsun think is appropriate?" Gong Sun Liang raised 3 fingers and said, 3,000 strings. After that, as if he was afraid that Dugu Feiying would think that his price was too expensive, Gong Sun Liang hurriedly explained, "Young general, please don't think it's too expensive. In order to treat the general, this old man has done everything he can. Moreover, the general's life should not be worth less than 3,000 strings of coins, right? Mr. Gongsun, there's no need to say more. My Dugu family can still afford a mere 3,000 strings of cash. I didn't bring so much cash with me when I escorted the academy's teachers and students to the north this time. But Mr. Gongsun, you don't have to worry. Once the crisis in Taiyuan City is resolved, I will immediately send a letter to my clan and ask them to send the medical fee of 5,000 to Rejuvenation Hall." Dugu Feiying interrupted Gong Sun Liang and said sternly, "Good. This old man naturally believes in the young general's trustworthiness. This old man will begin the treatment for the great general." Hearing that Dugu Feiying had increased the treatment fee to 5,000 strings of cash, Gong Sun Liang smiled so widely that his eyes narrowed into slits. After saying this, the old man bent down and began to treat Dugu Xian. After all, in Li Juanxian's current condition, he definitely didn't have the strength to continue treating Dugu Xian. Creak. At this moment, the door was pushed open from the outside, and an imperial army soldier walked in and cupped his fist to Dugu Feiying. "Reporting to General Feiying, Zhao Eru and Master Han have returned." "Oh? Did they capture Wang Kuei?" Dugu Feiying's eyes brightened as he asked. On the way back, he had already heard from the imperial army soldier guarding the post house that Zhao Eru and Han Li had led people to a mysterious courtyard in the southern part of the city to capture Wang Kuei. The imperial army soldier replied, reporting to General Feiying, "Only Master Han and Zhao Eru returned with a small group of people. I heard that the rest are still behind." "Good. Come with this general to take a look." Dugu Feiying nodded and prepared to leave. Iron Egg hurriedly said, "General Feiying, I'll go as well." He was naturally concerned about Han Tianhu's safety and wanted to see if the latter was injured. Dugu Feiying understood Bruiser's feelings. He nodded and didn't say anything. The two of them left the room one after the other. "Father. You're injured?" A few moments later, the two were on their way to the front courtyard of the post house when they happened to run into Han Li, Zhao Eru, and the others. Seeing Han Li's blood-stained clothes, Iron Egg immediately panicked and rushed to Han Li's side as quickly as he could. "Your father is fine. This is someone else's blood." Seeing that his son was fine, Han Li was slightly relieved. He patted Iron Egg's head and turned to Dugu Feiying, who was about to reach him, and asked, "General Feiying, you're back? When this old man came over, I saw signs of a fight in the post house. Did something happen? By the way, where is His Highness?" At this point, Han Li realized that Li Tai was not among the people who came, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. This was because he had instructed Iron Egg to stay close to Li Tai and protect him. Now that Iron Egg had come out and Li Tai was not around, it meant that something had happened to Li Tai. Could it be that his previous guess was right? His Highness. His Highness was captured by the Turkic spies. Dugu Feiying's face darkened, and the good mood he had gained from Dugu Xian's safety instantly disappeared without a trace. He said in a low voice, "What? His Highness was captured?" Hearing this, even though Han Li was prepared, he could not help but be shocked. Dugu Feiying gritted his teeth and said, "Previously, when we left the post house, the Turkic spies took advantage of the fact that the post house was defenseless to launch a night attack and kidnap His Highness. My big brother was also severely injured because of this. By the way, Master Han, why are only the few of you back? Where are the others? Also, did you catch that old man Wang Kuei on this trip?" Strictly speaking, Li Tai's kidnapping and Dugu Xian's serious injury had something to do with Wang Kuei, so Dugu Feiying had a reason to hate Wang Kuei to the core. The others are still behind. Han Li still had not recovered from the shock, but after hearing Dugu Feiying's question, he still replied, "We didn't catch Wang Kuei, but we caught his son, Wang Hong. When we defeated Wang Kuei's assassins and learned that Zhao Diyan did not send anyone to inform us in advance, this old man felt that something was wrong and hurried back with a group of light cavalry. But I didn't expect to be one step too late." Chapter 1981. This is all my fault. I should have sent someone else to the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province barracks while I remained at the relay station. This way, the thieves wouldn't have had a chance. Dugu Feiying said in shame. After a few moments of silence, Han Lijing comforted, "Since it's already happened, there's no point in blaming yourself. Our first priority is to save His Highness. You said that the great general was heavily injured. Would it be convenient for this old man to visit him?" "Of course. Big brother is in his room. I'll take you there," Dugu Feiying hurriedly said. Commander of the 100 Cavalry, General Li, is also there. He and physician Gong Sun work together to save Big Brother. "Oh. Commander of the 100 Cavalry? Has the 100 Cavalry been in Taiyuan City this entire time?" Han Lijing was rather surprised. Li Junxian and the others had secretly entered the city and were hiding there. Very few people knew about them, and Han Lijing had only entered the city this afternoon, so he naturally didn't know. As the two of them spoke, they were about to make their way to Yiqing Pavilion when they heard a clamor in the front yard of the relay station. An Imperial Army soldier rushed over. Reporting to General Feiying, Provincial Governor Wang and the head of the Wang clan have arrived. Provincial Governor Wang and the head of the Wang clan have arrived? Dugu Feiying and Han Lijing glanced at each other and said, "They must have come because of King Wei. Let's go. Let's go and see." Han Lijing nodded and the two of them made their way to the front yard. Iron Egg hesitated for a few moments before following. In truth, he had been blaming himself this entire time, and when he saw Han Lijing, he felt an indescribable sense of guilt and self-reproach. After all, protecting Li Tai was the mission his father had given him, and now that Li Tai had been taken away, he was safe and sound, and he felt that he had once more disappointed his father. "Provincial Governor Wang, Wang clan head, why have you come? Please come in." Wang Liaoyuan and Wang Yu happened to be walking in through the gates of the relay station. Dugu Feiying and Han Lijing hurriedly went up to welcome them, clasping their fists and greeting them. We're here too. This should be the father-in-law of the Marquis of Yong and Brother Han, right?" Wang Yu responded. Just as he was about to explain the purpose of his visit, he noticed Han Lijing standing beside Dugu Feiying. His heart skipped a beat as he recalled the information he had received earlier and asked. Although he had met Li Zishuan when he went to Chang'an, he had never met Li Zishuan's father-in-law. Naturally, he didn't know Han Lijing. "That's me. Thank you for your concern, Wang family head." Han Lijing cupped his fists and said politely. He knew the identity of the person in front of him. Of course, he also knew that his son-in-law had a good relationship with the Wang family. "Haha. Brother Han is too polite." Wang Yu nodded. He also knew that now was not the time to reminisce, so he said, "Come, let's go in and discuss how to rescue His Highness." Yes. Everyone knew that the most important thing now was to save Li Tai, so they didn't say much and followed Dugu Feiying to the front hall. "Feiying, how are your big brother's injuries?" Before they had even taken a seat, Wang Liaoyuan couldn't help but ask. He had originally wanted to ask where Li Junxian was and how the mission was going, but he had already received news that Dugu Xian was also injured. As the chief official of Taiyuan City, if he didn't ask now, he would appear far too unreasonable. Chapter 1982. These were the two Wang clan shadow guards that Li Junxian had sent to follow Xian Ye's group after Li Tai had fled with Xian Ye's group. He had not sent the 100 horsemen because the 100 horsemen were already very few in number. Moreover, Li Junxian had been escorting Zhao Dian to the provincial governor's residence with Fang Gongteng, so he naturally didn't want to split up his remaining strength. Moreover, Xian Ye's group had so many people that investigating where they were staying would be a piece of cake for the Wang clan shadow guards. What? These fellows still dared to stay at Tongfu Inn? Li Junxian couldn't help but blurt out in alarm after hearing the Wang clan shadow guards report. Xian Yi and the others clearly knew that the 100 cavalry had captured Zhao Dian at Tongfu Inn, and that they were likely to be followed on their way back, but they still dared to choose Tongfu Inn as their lodging place. They really didn't know if they should be praised for their courage, or if these people didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yes. We saw it with our own eyes. The Wang clan shadow guard clasped his fist and said, because we were worried that they would change their location, this subordinate came back to report. Zhao De is still keeping an eye on them near the inn. If they do anything strange, he will immediately report back to General Li. Li Junxian nodded in satisfaction. Good. The two of you have done very well. You're dismissed. The Wang clan shadow guard breathed a sigh of relief and hastily clasped his fist. Yes. This subordinate will withdraw. As a shadow guard of the Wang clan, although Wang Yu had never said a single word to him, when he heard the words "very good" from Li Junxian's mouth, he knew that he had completed his mission. He might even be rewarded when he returned to the clan. After all, anyone with a bit of intelligence could see the Wang clan's current situation. Tongfu Inn. It seems like these Turkic spies are determined to eat us. This old man suspects that they sensed that we were following them on their way back, but they still chose to stay at Tongfu Inn. They are certain that we don't dare to risk His Highness King of Wei's life, so we won't dare to do anything to them. Wang Yu frowned as he spoke. These two Wang clan shadow guards were the two Wang clan shadow guards that Li Junxian had sent after Xian Ye's group had fled with Li Tai. He had not sent the 100 cavalry because they were already very few in number. Moreover, Li Junxian and Fang Gongting had been escorting Zhao Dian to the provincial governor's residence, so Li Junxian naturally did not want to split up his remaining forces. Moreover, Xian Ye's group had many people, and investigating their base would be a piece of cake for the Wang clan's shadow guards. What? These fellows dared to stay at Tongfu Inn? Li Junxian couldn't help but be alarmed. Li Junxian couldn't help but ask. Xian Yi and the others clearly knew that the 100 cavalry had captured Zhao Dian at Tongfu Inn, and that they were likely to be followed on their way back, but they still dared to choose Tongfu Inn as their lodging place. They really didn't know if they should be praised for their courage, or if these people didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. We saw it with our own eyes. That Wang family shadow guard cupped his fists and said, because I was worried that those people would change their lodgings, I came back alone to report. Zhao De is still keeping an eye on them near the inn. If they make any strange movements, he will immediately return to report to General Li. Li Junxian nodded in satisfaction. Good. The two of you have done very well. You're dismissed. The Wang clan shadow guard sighed in relief and hurriedly clasped his fist. Yes. This subordinate will withdraw. As a shadow guard of the Wang clan, although Wang Yu had never said a single word to him, when he heard the words "very good" from Li Junxian's mouth, he knew that he had completed his mission. He might even receive a reward when he returned to the clan. After all, anyone with a bit of intelligence could see the Wang clan's current situation. Tongfu Inn. It seems like these Turkic spies are determined to eat us. This old man suspects that they sensed our people following them on their way back, but they still chose to stay at Tongfu Inn. They are certain that we don't dare to risk His Highness King of Wei's life, so we won't dare to do anything to them. Wang Yu frowned as he spoke. Chapter 1983. In the main hall of the relay station, as Li Zishuan spoke, Iron Egg took notes on paper. He did not have Li Zishuan's monstrous psychic energy, which allowed him to translate Li Juanxian's words into code while listening, so he could only obediently take notes. Although he also cultivated the Taishian Sutra, he was far from Li Zixuan's level. Moreover, Li Zixuan had transmigrated his soul, so his psychic energy was far superior to ordinary people's. Coupled with the buff provided by the Taishian Sutra, Li Zixuan's psychic energy was unparalleled. Wang Liaoyuan and Wang Yu were both rather worried as they listened to Li Juanxian's report. One of them was worried that Li Er would be punished for dereliction of duty after reading this telegram, and the other was worried that Li Er would punish the entire Wang clan for Wang Kuei's actions, causing the Wang clan to be exterminated. Of course, Wang Yu still had a sliver of hope. He hoped that Li Junxian would highlight the contributions the Wang clan had made in capturing Zhao Diyan in the telegram he sent to the imperial court. This way, he could make up for his mistakes in front of Li Er. But even after Li Junxian finished reading the contents of the telegram, Wang Yu's hopes were still not fulfilled. Although Li Junxian had mentioned in the telegram that Wang Qingguo and the other hidden guards of the Wang clan had assisted him in capturing Zhao Diyan, he had only stated the facts as they were and had not emphasized them. This left Wang Yu a little disappointed. But overall, it was better than nothing. Okay. That's all for now. I'll have to trouble Brother Iron Egg to send this news back to Cheng, and as quickly as possible. 7 minutes later, Li Junxian was finally done. He had explained everything that had happened tonight in the most concise terms possible. He also knew that the telegram was rather large, and it was rather difficult for Iron Egg to translate it all into code. But as the commander of 100 cavalry, he was naturally 100% loyal to Li Er. Tonight's events were far too important, and he had to let Li Er know the whole story. Only then would Li Er be able to make the most correct decisions. You're too kind, General Li. This is what I should do. The thought of Li Tai being kidnapped made Iron Egg's heart ache, but his face remained calm as he hurriedly raised his head. Li Juanxian's eyes were as bright as torches. Although Iron Egg had concealed the pain in his eyes very well, how could it escape Li Juanxian's eyes? He sighed, patted Bruiser's shoulder heavily, and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Brother Iron Egg, I've heard about the matter between you and His Highness from Mr. Ink Chui. You've already done your best, and this is also His Highness's choice, you can't be blamed. Don't worry, I will definitely save His Highness." Iron Egg froze. He turned to Li Junxian and firmly said, "General Li, when you save Qingke, please take me with you." All right. After staring at Iron Egg for a moment, Li Junxian finally agreed to Iron Egg's request. Iron Egg turned around and began to translate Li Juanxian's instructions into code so that he could send it back to Chang'an. At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps outside, and a few moments later, an armored soldier walked in. This was none other than Zhao Eru, who had led the army to the secret estate in the southern part of the city to capture Wang Kuei. Reporting to General Fei Ying, Provincial Governor Wang clan head, you're also here? Zhao Eru quickly walked in and was just about to report to Dugu Feiying when he realized that Wang Liaoyuan and Wang Yu were also present. Besides these two, there was another person in the room that he had never seen before, Li Junxian. When he saw that Li Junxian was seated at the head of the table, he guessed that his status was extraordinary, so he didn't dare to ask. But now, he wasn't sure if he should continue reporting to Dugu Feiying. If you have something to say, just say it. Dugu Feiying could see the worry in Zhao Eru's eyes and asked, I heard from Lord Han that while you weren't able to capture Wang Kuei, you managed to capture his son, Wang Hong. Where is he? Did you bring him back? We brought him back. We brought him back. Zhao Eru hurriedly said. This subordinate was just about to ask General how to settle Wang Hong down. I originally wanted to put him in prison, but this fellow thinks that the prison is too dirty and refuses to go in. General, what do you think? Zhao Eru awkwardly scratched his head. After all, Wang Hong was a member of the Wang clan, and Wang clan head Wang Yu was still present. There were some things that he couldn't say too harshly. Moreover, the masterminds behind the collusion with the Turkic spies were Wang Kuei and Wang Xinyuan. No one knew how much Wang Hong had participated. Dugu Feiying said nothing, only turned to Wang Yu. Wang Yu's face darkened as he angrily said. My clan is unfortunate. We've made a fool of ourselves. I'll have to trouble General Fei Ying to bring him in. This old man is here today, so I can ask him just how the second elder colluded with the Turkic spies. Chapter 1984. A telegram from Taiyuan? In a room on the third floor of the Imperial Astronomer, the other eunuch was shocked when he learned that the telegram had been sent from Taiyuan. He had a bad premonition because the only people in Taiyuan City who could send telegrams to Cheng and were Li Tai's group, and it was late at night. For Li Tai to send a telegram at this time could only mean that something had happened in Taiyuan City, and it was an extremely urgent matter that could not be delayed for even a moment. Hurry. Record the code. The eunuch hurriedly said to his companion. I know. Hurry and get the codebook. I'll record the message and translate it while receiving the telegram. Once I'm done, I'll present it directly to His Majesty. The two eunuchs quickly got to work. From the clear division of labor and tacit cooperation between them, it was clear that they had encountered many similar situations. Gulp. It's over, it's over. His Highness. His Highness has been captured by Turkic spies. Because the content of the telegram was rather long, in order to save time, one of the two eunuchs was responsible for recording the code, and the other was responsible for real-time translation against the codebook. After translating the first few lines of the code, the eunuch's face suddenly turned pale. He swallowed twice and said with a trembling voice. What did you say? His Highness has been captured? You should focus on recording the code first. The other eunuch also reacted. He knew that his companion could not be distracted at this time, so he hurriedly kept quiet, not daring to disturb him. The two eunuchs worked together, and soon, the telegram sent by Iron Egg was not only recorded, but also completely translated. As they looked at the long message in their hands, the two eunuchs trembled in fear. They felt like the paper in their hands weighed 10,000 jin. The two of them glanced at each other and thought at the same time, Taiyuan City is about to change. You go. After a moment of silence, the two spoke almost at the same time. Obviously, they all understood that the next job of sending the telegram would definitely be a tough one. Not to mention that Li Er should be asleep now. Even if he wasn't asleep, after Li Er saw the contents of this telegram, he would definitely be furious. At that time, whether the person who sent the telegram would be implicated or not, only God knew. Therefore, neither of the two eunuchs were willing to send the telegram. Qing Feng, go quickly. His Highness is in a critical situation right now. Don't delay the important matter. The eunuch who was in charge of recording the code couldn't help but ask. But I was the one who delivered it last time. Logically speaking, it should be your turn this time, right? How can you be so calculative at a time like this? I have to stay here and guard the telegraph machine. If there's another telegram from Taiyuan, I have to write it down first. I can remember it too. But you're not as skilled as I am. If there's a mistake, can you bear the responsibility? All right then. After a short confrontation between the two, the eunuch who was responsible for translating the code took the message and ran out in a hurry. He ran towards the backyard of the harem. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. General Li has sent an urgent message. In the west court of the Imperial Palace, Lijing Palace, Empress Jiangxuan's bedroom. Zhao Song held the telegram sent by the eunuch in his hand. He leaned slightly against the door and carefully called out to Li Er, who was already asleep inside. Disturbing Li Er's sleep in the middle of the night was something that even Zhao Song wasn't willing to do. But since he had encountered it, he had to intervene. Especially after seeing the contents of the telegram, he couldn't sit idly by. Otherwise, if the eunuch were to call out recklessly here, something big might happen. He had only said that General Li has sent an urgent message. There was a great deal of attention to this. He didn't specify which General Li it was, and he didn't directly say that something had happened to Li Tai. Otherwise, Empress Jiangxun, who was already in poor health, might be mentally affected and faint. At that time, Who could say what kind of crazy things Li Er would do after suffering the double blow of his son being kidnapped and his wife fainting from shock? This was also the main reason why Zhao Song wanted to personally help the eunuch deliver the message. As Li Er's subordinate, Zhao Song knew what Li Er cared about. It could be said that Empress Zhang Sun was the most important person in Li Er's heart. What urgent message? In the bedroom, it was quiet for a while before Li Er's voice was heard. Your Majesty, this. Zhao Song purposely paused for a while. Li Er, who was in the room, instantly woke up and returned to his senses. He coughed lightly and said, "Wait a moment, I will come out immediately. Don't disturb the Empress' rest." After saying that, there was a rustling sound in the room. Zhao Song's hearing was amazing. Even if he didn't intend to eavesdrop on the movements in the room, he could still vaguely hear whispers such as, "Don't worry," and, "Go, come back." Empress Zhang Sun must have been awakened by the commotion just now, and Li Er was comforting her to sleep. After a while, the door opened. Li Er, wearing a silk shirt and a white cloak, walked out alone. "Tell me, what happened?" Li Er asked softly as he led Zhao Song forward. In fact, Li Er already had a bad premonition in his heart. He could feel this from Zhao Song's stammering earlier. "Your Majesty, something happened in Taiyuan. General Li sent an urgent message saying that a group of Turkic spies attacked the post house tonight. The Imperial Army suffered heavy losses, and His Highness King Wei was kidnapped." Zhao Song looked around vigilantly, then whispered to Li Er. You said that Qin Ke was kidnapped?" Hearing this, Li Er raised his eyebrows, and a dazzling light shot out from his tiger-like eyes. At the same time, he stood still, and his muscles tensed. He was like a lion about to go berserk, ready to rush out and tear his enemies and prey into pieces at any time. "Your Majesty, please calm down. This is a telegram from Commander Li from Taiyuan. It records in detail what happened before and after Her Highness was kidnapped. Your Majesty, please take a look." Zhao Song trembled. From Li Er's plain words, he could feel the endless anger in Li Er's chest. He held the telegram in his hand in his palm and handed it to Li Er. Chapter 1985. Zhao Dian, Wang Kuei. Outside Empress Jiangxuan's palace, after Li Er finished reading the telegram, the anger on his face could no longer be concealed. He tightly grasped the telegram in his hand and said word by word, "If anything happens to Qin Ke, I want their entire clan to be buried with her." In the middle of summer, Zhao Song felt the temperature of the entire courtyard drop when Li Er said this. Ever since Li Er ascended the throne, Zhao Song had never seen Li Er lose his composure like this. From this, it could be seen that Li Tai was very important in Li Er's heart. In fact, this was indeed the case. Not to mention that Li Tai had been doted on by Li Er since young. Li Zixuan had appeared out of nowhere more than a year ago. Li Tai had become Li Er's master and had begun to learn the immortal knowledge of Li Zixuan. Furthermore, he had become Li Er's most outstanding student. Li Er's love and care for Li Tai had become even greater than before. It could be said that among all the princes, Li Tai and Li Qingxian had almost the same weight in Li Er's heart. However, Li Tai had been kidnapped by Zhao Dian's men. How could Li Er not be angry? When an emperor was angry, blood would flow for 1,000 miles. What is the background of this Zhao Dian? Have you found out? Taking 2 deep breaths, Li Er finally calmed his emotions and asked in a low voice. Zhao Song cupped his hands and replied, "Your Majesty, after receiving the information from His Highness in Taiyuan City in the evening, this old servant has already sent people to investigate Zhao Dian. However, until now, we have not found any useful information." Near evening, Li Tai had sent a telegram back to Chang'an. The contents of the telegram were the secret letter that Han Lijing had brought to Taiyuan. After reading the telegram, Li Er had ordered the governor of Taiyuan to urgently inform the 4 border provinces to prepare their defenses and prevent Shili from leading soldiers into the Great Tang. At the same time, Li Er had ordered Zhao Song to investigate Zhao Dian's identity. Zhao Song naturally did his best to carry out Li Er's orders, but unfortunately, time was simply too short. Even if he mobilized all his subordinates, it was very unlikely that he would be able to find Zhao Dian's identity in such a short amount of time. Li Er couldn't help but frown, and then he said, "Issue an order for the 100 Cavalry to assist you in investigating Zhao Dian's identity. Before dawn tomorrow, we want the results." The 100 Cavalry was the most elite's trump card, not just in terms of martial arts, but also in terms of intelligence. Although the 100 Cavalry commander, Li Er, was currently in Taiyuan City, the 100 Cavalry had many other capable subordinates and they had many intelligence files as more intelligence files. Having the 100 Cavalry, the 100 Cavalry had sense, Wang's is sent. Hads. This old servant obeys the decree. Zhao Song's heart trembled. He knew that Li Er was truly furious, so he hurriedly clasped his hands in acknowledgement. In truth, when Li Junxian had learned of the contents of the secret letter that Han Lijing had intercepted, he had immediately sent a messenger pigeon to the 100 Cavalry Department in Chang'an, requesting their assistance in investigating Zhao Dian's identity. However, messenger pigeons could not keep up with the speed of telegrams. If the 100 Cavalry Department wanted to receive Li Junxian's message, they would have to wait until the second half of the night or until the next morning. Based on Li Junxian's telegram, Dugu Xian is heavily injured and almost dead, the Imperial Army has suffered grievous losses, and Li Junxian has emerged from the shadows into the light. The situation is extremely bad for Qin Ke and the others. Chapter 1986. Chang'an City, Black Armored Army's Camp. After inspecting the camp, Li Zishuan discussed with Sun Jiping and the other generals about the martial arts competition tomorrow. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Zishuan dismissed the meeting and asked everyone to return to their own tents to rest. Actually, Li Zishuan wasn't very confident about the martial arts competition tomorrow. According to his plan, the Wu Battalion could lose tomorrow's competition or be the last in the whole army. Because he had just taken over the daily training of the Wu Battalion. No matter how good the training method was, it couldn't cause any fundamental changes to the physique of the soldiers. But in the martial arts competition tomorrow, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion must show him some improvement. After all, they were the first battalion in the whole Black Armored Army to receive the new training method. If the Wu Battalion not only got the last place in the martial arts competition tomorrow, but also didn't show any improvement, then what awaited them next would be an even more frightening devilish training. Although it was almost midnight, Li Zishuan didn't feel sleepy lying on the military couch. As a modern person who had only received military training in school and had never been in the army, he suddenly became the military instructor of the most elite heavy cavalry of the Tang dynasty, the Black Armored Army. From the moment Li Zishuan stepped into the camp of the Black Armored Army, his heart was burning with passion. He hoped that he could leave his mark on this legendary heavy cavalry in history. He hoped that he could raise the combat power of the Black Armored Army to an unprecedented and invincible level. Of course, Li Zishuan's heart was always in awe. In fact, he had always been in awe of the field that he had never been in before. Therefore, after coming to the camp of the Black Armored Army, every decision he made was made after careful consideration and deliberation. He knew better than anyone else that military affairs were not a game. If the general was incompetent, the whole army would be implicated. He had never thought of eating a fatty in one bite. Tomorrow's martial arts competition was just like a small test for the soldiers of the Wu Battalion. Although it was not important to the overall situation, it would be able to test the results of the training of the soldiers in the previous phase. Beep 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 beep. Just as Li Zishuan was lying on the bed and letting his imagination run wild, the telegraph on the table to the left of his bed suddenly rang. Li Zishuan quivered and immediately collected his scattered thoughts. He hurriedly got out of bed and sat down in front of the table. He frowned and listened to the code transmitted by the telegraph. Just like the telegraph machine in the palace, the telegraph machine that Li Zishuan brought to the military camp was also on standby 24 hours a day. Firstly, he had brought quite a number of lead-acid batteries with him. Secondly, even if the lead-acid batteries ran out of power, he could send someone to Yunshan to recharge them. He didn't need to worry about the problem of not being able to recharge the batteries after they ran out of power. It's iron egg. Li Zishuan translated the message in his mind as he listened. After listening to a short section of the code, he quickly recognized the identity of the sender. It was Iron Egg. For the students of the academy who already knew how to use the telegraph, Li Zishuan created an identity code for each of them. Everyone had to send their own identity code at the beginning of the message. When the receiver on the other side of the telegraph responded and reported their identity, the body of the message could only be sent. Beep 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 beep. Li Zishuan's heart sank when he suddenly received a message from Iron Egg in the middle of the night. He suddenly had a bad feeling. However, he didn't stop what he was doing. He skillfully operated the telegraph and sent out a string of codes to indicate his identity to Iron Egg. Beep, 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 beep. After a moment of silence in the tent, the telegraph finally rang again. After receiving Li Zishuan's response, Iron Egg immediately forwarded the telegram sent to the palace. Of course, Iron Egg added and modified some content. Master, this afternoon, my father came from Yifang County with a letter. It was a secret letter from the leader of the Turkic spies in Taiyuan City to the grasslands. In the telegram, Iron Egg not only told Li Zishuan everything that had happened in Taiyuan City tonight, but also briefly told him that Han Lijing had come to Taiyuan in the afternoon with Zhao Dian's secret letter. Although Li Tai had already sent a telegram to Li Zishuan, he hadn't told Li Zishuan about it. Therefore, Iron Egg had to tell Li Zishuan again. In the tent, Li Zishuan had his arms crossed in front of his chest as he quietly listened to the codes transmitted by the telegraph. On the surface, he looked very leisurely, as if he was listening to the radio. However, this wasn't the case. His brain was working rapidly. With the support of his powerful psychic power, he began to translate the codes while listening to them. Moreover, his translation speed wasn't any slower than Iron Egg's. As for Qing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin in the tent, they had already fallen asleep. After a day of arduous training, the sound from the telegraph wasn't enough to wake them up. Gradually, Li Zishuan's expression began to change. There was a group of powerful Turkic spies in Taiyuan City. They assassinated Dugu Xian during the day and attacked the courier station at night, directly kidnapping Li Tai. Chapter 1987. Li Zishuan did not expect that the teachers and students of the academy would encounter such a big crisis in Taiyuan City. He expected that the Turks would interfere after knowing the purpose of the academy's journey to the north. But according to his expectation, the Turks would most likely take action in Yunzhou. After all, it was at the border of the Tang Empire and the emperor was far away. But he never expected that the Turks would directly throw out the trump card in Taiyuan City. Shouldn't they first test the situation in Taiyuan City and then launch the fatal blow in Yunzhou? The series of actions of the Turk spies were not logical, but it was precisely because of this that they caught everyone off guard. However, Li Zishuan also did not expect that his father-in-law would coincidentally intercept the secret letter of the Turk spies. This was too crucial. If not for this coincidence, the situation of the academy's teachers and students would be even more passive. They did not even know who the enemy was, let alone talk about dealing with them. Of course, what Li Zishuan did not expect the most was that the leader of the Turk spies was actually Zhao Dian. Although he wasn't very familiar with history in his previous life, he had still heard of Zhao Dian. This guy was the biggest traitor in the Tang Empire. But compared to the other traitors in history, the great traitor Zhao Dian did not leave much infamy in the annals of history. On the contrary, many people of the Central Plains even had a rather good impression of him. The main reason for this was that Zhao Dian was not qualified to be a traitor. His actions in the Turks had not only failed to help the Turks, but had even helped the Great Tang. The TV series, The Rule of Jingguan, about Shili obtaining Zhao Dian was very interesting. Zhao Dian was originally the provincial governor of the Tang Empire. Li Shimin found that he was good at flattery and did not have any real talent, so he decided to let him harm the Turks. Li Shimin first removed Zhao Dian from the position of provincial governor and then let Zhao Dian follow the Tang Empire's delegation to the Turks. After Zhao Dian arrived at the Turks, his flattery made the Great Khan feel very comfortable, so he decided to put Zhao Dian in an important position. In order to let Zhao Dian serve Shili wholeheartedly, Li Shimin even sent Zhao Dian's family to the Turks. As the history books were limited, there was no record of how Shili obtained Zhao Dian. The Comprehensive Mirror for Aid of Governance, Volume 192, only recorded that Shili Khan obtained the Chinese Zhao Dian, entrusted him with the task. At the end of the Sui and the beginning of the Tang Empire, the Turks had an absolute advantage over all powers. In 615 AD, Emperor Yang of Sui, who still considered himself as an emperor, patrolled north to Yenmen. When the Turkic cavalry received the news, they took the opportunity to head south. They were like a hot knife through butter, conquering most of the areas near the gate of Yen. In a panic, Emperor Yang of Sui hid in Yenmen prefecture. The Turks sealed and surrounded. The Turkses. The usually insufferably arrogant Emperor Yang of Sui was actually scared to the point of tears after facing the pressure of a real battle. And, thus to the Yangs, the Tangs Yang, increased to the end, thus. After this battle, the reputation of the Eastern Turkic Khaganate soared, and it became the hegemon of the Northeast Asian steppe. Reaching the peak, they expanded their territory from the Khitan and Shirway tribes to the vast region between Tuyuhun and Gaochang in the west. The chiefs of the various tribes and the rulers of the small countries all submitted to the Turks. After the Sui dynasty was wiped out, the Turks became even more prosperous. At that time, the various warlords in the north of the Zhongyuan more or less had dealings with the Turks. Amongst which included Li Yuan, who was based in Shaanxi. He even submitted to the Turks so that when he attacked Chang'an, he could borrow 500 Turk cavalry. Through this method of borrowing the tiger's might to give the opponent a great deal of psychological pressure. The power of the Eastern Turks was growing stronger by the day, and they even seemed to have the ability to threaten the Great Tang and aspire for the throne of the Central Plains. But to the Khan of the Eastern Turks, Shili, there had always been a worry in his heart. He longed for supreme authority like Li Yuan and Li Er. When the Turks started, their rule was really simple. The other nobles under the Khan also had a lot of power. In their own tribes, they kept their original laws and were not interfered with by the Khan. The emperor of the Central Plains had the right to control the life and death of his subjects, but for the Turkic Khans, this was only a dream. Hence, Shili appointed Zhao Dian, who had escaped to the grassland, to carry out a huge political reform. Shili hoped to use this to strengthen his power and unify all the tribes that had autonomy. Zhao Dian, who was appointed, did not fail his mission. He had brought the methods of ruling the Central Plains dynasty to the grassland without any changes. Hence, the Khan forced the Turks to carry out a Han-style reform. At that time, the Zhongyuan dynasty had a very advanced country management system. For example, 3 provinces and 6 departments, the prefecture and county administrative system, etc. This system was much more advanced than the Turks' administrative system. The crux of the problem was that this advanced system was suitable for China, which focused on agriculture, but not for the nomadic Turks. It was like how a strict personnel system was suitable for big companies but not for small private enterprises. Shili did not understand this theory, so he gave Zhao Dian full authority to push forward the Turks' administrative system reform. However, the Turks were used to the simple, violent, and effective administrative system. They had a lot of resistance towards Zhao Dian's reform. To push forward the reforms smoothly, Zhao Dian used the power given by Shili to suppress the Turks who were against the reform. Zhao Dian's reform was pushed forward in the face of heavy resistance, causing the Turks to be unhappy with Shili. This matter was recorded in the Aid of Governance Tongjian, Volume 192. The original text was, "Virtuous words have their own power and fortune, changing the old customs much, the government decrees are cumbersome, the people are beginning to be displeased." Zhao Dian copied China's administrative method, complicating a simple problem, causing all the major Turkic tribes to complain about the great Khan Shili. Under Zhao Dian's influence, many Turks were not willing to work for Shili. The tribes that had the conditions and the chance started to think of ways to break away from Shili's control. Some even went to the Tang dynasty. For example, the Khitan tribe leader a few months ago led his tribe to defect to the Tang dynasty. A large part of the reason was that Shili had started to become disloyal on the grassland. So, to a certain extent, even though Zhao Dian was a big traitor, he was a big traitor who had made great contributions to Li Er. Chapter 1988. I have already predicted what would happen tonight. You should rest well and don't act rashly. I have already made arrangements for the rescue. Qing Ke will definitely be fine. Taiyuan Post Station, Front Hall. Iron Egg looked at the newly translated message on the rice paper. For a moment, he could not help but feel a surge of emotions. He even had the urge to cry. Ever since Li Tai was captured by Sky Eagle, he had fallen into deep self-blame. In his opinion, Li Tai had voluntarily surrendered to save him. He naturally wanted to rescue Li Tai, but he knew in his heart that it was impossible for him to rescue Li Tai by himself. If he had the strength of Li Zishuan, perhaps it would be possible. However, he was only at the Qi transformation realm. He could not even defeat Sky Eagle, let alone Xian Yi. How could he save Li Tai? Therefore, Iron Egg's heart had been in a torment of anxiety and self-blame since Li Tai was captured nearly 2 hours ago. Li Zishuan's comforting words were like timely rain and the best chicken soup for the soul to him. It instantly calmed him down. Li Zishuan's words reassured him. Although Li Zishuan did not say what the specific arrangements were and how to rescue Li Tai, since Li Zishuan said that Li Tai would be fine, then Li Tai would definitely be fine. Iron Egg always believed that his master was omnipotent. For a moment, he even felt like crying. He was like a helpless child who had gotten into big trouble, and Li Zishuan was the teacher who had been standing behind him and had the ability to clean up his mess. He had turned the tide and helped him get rid of his self-blame so that he would not have any regrets for the rest of his life. Brother Iron Egg, does His Majesty have any orders? On the side, Wang Yu and the others were nearing the end of their interrogation of Wang Hong. Just as Wang Yu and Wang Bing had guessed, Wang Hong had not participated in the matter of Wang Kuei colluding with the Turkic spies, and the information he knew was extremely limited. He didn't even know where Wang Kuei and Wang Xinyuan were. Seeing this, Li Junxian was in no mood to continue listening to Wang Yu's interrogation. At this moment, he saw Iron Egg staring blankly at a piece of paper. Thinking that the Imperial Palace had sent back a telegram, he hurriedly got up and walked over to Iron Egg. Ah! Hearing this, Bruiser quivered and immediately came back to his senses. He hurriedly placed the translated message on the table face down and replied, "No. No, there hasn't been any news from the palace yet. I reckon we'll have to wait for a while." Yes. Li Junxian nodded, thinking that this was true. The Imperial Astronomical Observatory was some distance away from the western courtyard, and Li Er was probably asleep by now. It would take a lot of time. Out of the corner of his eye, Li Junxian glanced at the paper that Iron Egg had placed on the table, and a hint of confusion appeared on his face. Since there was no news from the Imperial Palace, why was Iron Egg translating the telegram just now? Seeing Li Junxian looking at the message on the table, Iron Egg appeared a little embarrassed. After a few moments of hesitation, he decided to tell the truth. Just now, after I sent the telegram to the Imperial Palace, I also sent the situation here to Master. Li Junxian was alarmed by these words and blurted out, "What? You also sent a telegram to Marquis just now?" He had only asked casually, but Iron Egg mistakenly believed that Li Junxian was blaming him for acting on his own. He hurriedly explained, "I wanted to ask Master how to save Qing Ke. Master just sent this telegram. Generally, I was worried about Qingxue's situation, so I acted on my own. Even if you want to punish me, please wait until after I save Qing Ke." Chapter 1989. His Majesty has decreed that all officials and generals in Taiyuan City are under Li Junxian's control for the time being, and Li Junxian is granted the authority to act first and report later. Previous wrongs can be ignored for now, but all of you must work together to rescue King Wei and capture all the Turkic spies in Taiyuan City in one fell swoop to strengthen imperial authority. Anyone who refuses to listen, obstructs, or stubbornly resists will be executed without exception. In the front hall of the relay station, Li Junxian gripped the message that Iron Egg had just translated and solemnly read it to Wang Liaoyuan, Fang Gongteng, Wang Yu, and Du Gufeiying. That beep 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 was a telegram from the Imperial Astronomer, not from Li Zishuan. Zhao Song had embellished the contents of the telegram according to Li Er's wishes before having the minor eunuch of the Imperial Astronomer send it over. When Bruiser learned that this was a telegram from the palace, he immediately began to translate it. Thus, Li Junxian was now reading out the imperial decree in front of everyone. Everyone shivered at Li Junxian's words. Wang Liaoyuan and Fang Gongting glanced at each other before bowing. This subject Wang Liaoyuan, this general Fang Gongting, this general Du Feiying, receives the decree. Telegraph machines were no longer anything new to the Taiyuan government, especially the Bingzhou governor's residence and the subjugation residence. Wang Liaoyuan and Fang Gongting had already received several telegrams from the imperial decree, and Li Junxian's status was so special that no one believed that he would dare to falsify an imperial decree. Thus, no one dared to doubt the authenticity of this unofficial, imperial decree that had no yellow silk cloth or imperial seal. At this moment, Wang Yu was still trying to figure out the deeper meaning hidden in Li Er's imperial edict. After all, the imperial edict did not mention the Wang family from beginning to end, which made him very nervous. Moreover, he did not know if Li Er's sentence of, "let bygones be bygones for the time being," included the Wang family. If it included them, then that would be for the best. If it did not, then the Wang family would most likely be doomed in the future. Seeing Wang Liaoyuan, Fang Gongting, and Du Feiying bow to receive the decree, Wang Yu hastily bowed and clasped his hands. This subject Wang Yu receives the decree. Although he was not a local official or general in Taiyuan, as the provincial governor of a province, he was now trapped in Taiyuan City. Therefore, he should be one of the officials and generals in Taiyuan City. Although it sounded far-fetched, it was understandable. With the Wang family's position in Taiyuan, even Wang Liaoyuan, the provincial governor of Bingzhou, could not compare to them in terms of power and influence. With the Wang clan's help, Taiyuan's Taiyuan, Li's name. Seeing this, Li Junxian put away the telegram and turned to the others. None of us wanted to see His Highness kidnapped, and all of us were responsible. But if we can safely rescue His Highness, we will make up for our mistakes. His Majesty has always been fair in his rewards and punishments. I trust that he will not only not punish us, he will even reward us. As the highest-ranking official in Taiyuan City, Wang Liaoyuan was the first to express his stance. General Li is correct. Since His Majesty has decreed, this official and all the officials and bailiffs of the provincial governor's residence will do our best to cooperate with General Li. As for the various county offices, if General Li requires their cooperation, this official will immediately send word to them. I only hope that we can quickly rescue His Highness King of Wei. Chapter 1990. The message Li Zishuan had sent to Iron Egg had not been purely to comfort Iron Egg. Although he had been in the army camp this entire time, he had been paying close attention to the situation in Taiyuan City, and he had even planted a backup plan in Taiyuan City to prevent any mishaps from befalling the students and teachers of the academy. The 32 students and teachers heading north to build the telegraph relay station were all elites of Yanhuang College, engineering talents that Li Zishuan had spent a great deal of effort to cultivate. He was more concerned about the safety of Li Tai and Iron Egg than anyone else, perhaps even more than Li Er. Li Er might only be concerned about Li Tai's safety, but Li Zishuan was concerned about all the students and teachers of the academy heading north. Although he had been unable to accompany Li Tai to the north due to military matters, how could he be at ease with letting the students of the academy go to Taiyuan? Even though the imperial army was escorting them, it was easier to dodge a spear in the open than an arrow in the dark. The imperial army might be able to block a spear in the open, but it was probably not very good at dealing with a sneak attack in the dark. The day Li Zishuan entered the army camp was the day that the students and teachers of the academy were heading north. For the first few days, he had been uneasy, sensing that something major was about to happen, so he had used the telegraph to send a secret telegram to Cloud Mountain. On the same day, a person rode down from Cloud Mountain and headed straight for Taiyuan. In terms of time, that person had left earlier than Li Junxian, so he should have arrived at Taiyuan before Li Junxian. Although the strength of one person could not compare to that of an army, Li Tai had been captured by the Turkic spies, and it would take more than one person to rescue him. Just as Li Zishuan had analyzed, they could only use skill, not brute force. Thus, the person that Li Zishuan had sent to Taiyuan might have a chance of saving Li Tai. Moreover, that person had some methods that even Li Zishuan had to be wary of. he was no simple person. "Officer Sun, why did you call everyone here in the middle of the night?" In a tent near the west of the Black Armored Army's camp, there were 20 to 30 burly soldiers squeezed into the tent. The words that Li Zixuan sent to Iron Egg before were not purely to comfort Iron Egg. Although he had been in the military camp recently, he had been paying attention to the situation in Taiyuan City. Moreover, he had planted a backup plan in Taiyuan City in advance to prevent the teachers and students of the academy from encountering any mishaps. The 32 teachers and students who went north to build the telegraph relay station were all the elites of Yanhuang College. They were the engineering talents that Li Zixuan had spent a lot of effort to cultivate. He cared more about the safety of Li Tai, Iron Egg, and the others than anyone else, even more than Li Air. This was because while Li Air might only be concerned about Li Tai's safety, Li Zixuan was concerned about all the teachers and students of the academy heading north. Although he had been unable to accompany Li Tai to the north due to military matters, how could he be at ease with letting the people of the academy go to Taiyuan? Even though the Imperial Army was escorting them, it was easier to dodge a spear in the open than an arrow in the dark. The Imperial Army might be able to block a spear in the open, but it was probably not very good at dealing with a sneak attack in the dark. The day that Li Zixuan entered the camp was the day that the teachers and students of the academy were heading north. For the first few days, he had been uneasy, sensing that something major was about to happen. Thus, he had used the telegraph to send a secret telegram to Cloud Mountain. On the same day, a person rode down from Cloud Mountain and headed straight for Taiyuan. In terms of time, that person had left earlier than Li Junxian, so he should have arrived at Taiyuan before Li Junxian. Although the strength of a single person could not compare to that of an entire army, Li Tai had been captured by the Turkic spies. Relying on numbers alone was not enough to save him. Just as Li Zixuan had analyzed, they could only use ingenuity, not brute force. Thus, the person that Li Zixuan had sent to Taiyuan from Cloud Mountain might have a chance of saving Li Tai by himself. Moreover, that person had some tricks up his sleeve that even Li Zixuan had to be wary of. He was definitely not someone easy to deal with. "Field Officer Sun, why have you called everyone here in the middle of the night?" In a tent near the west of the Black Armored Army's camp, there were 20 to 30 burly soldiers squeezed into the tent. Chapter 1991. "This is General Chio's order, are you all going to defy it?" Sun Tao's words caused the noisy crowd to quieten down. No matter what, Qiu Xingong's prestige in the Black Armored Troops was something that few could match. Of course, other than Duan Jishuan. Most of the 2nd Battalion soldiers were Qiu Xingong's old subordinates and they naturally didn't dare to defy Qiu Xingong's orders. Seeing that the crowd had quietened down, Sun Tao continued, "General Qiu said that if you are worried that you will be punished for killing someone, you can only injure the other party severely. Getting injured on the training grounds is a common occurrence. Didn't Li Canjun say earlier that the more injuries you get on the training grounds, the less blood you will lose on the battlefield? All you have to do is follow General Qiu's instructions, and even if Li Canjun thinks that we did it on purpose, he can only swallow this loss in silence." Hearing this, the crowd looked at each other, not knowing how to make a decision. But compared to before, they were obviously moved. After a moment of silence, Sun Tao didn't wait for the crowd to express their opinions. He crossed his arms and said, "I have already passed on General Qiu's words. As for what to do, you all know. That's enough. It's getting late, disperse and go back to your tents to rest." After saying that, Sun Tao didn't waste any more time and walked out of the tent. In fact, he was not too willing to do this mission that Qiu Xingong had given him. Although he, Sun Tao, could not be considered a hero, he was definitely not a treacherous person. He had his own bottom line. If it was in the past, he would definitely despise this kind of underhanded action. But now, it was different from the past. During the day, although the words that Qiu Xingong had said to him were a little harsh, he couldn't help but admit that those words made some sense. If the 2nd Battalion really lost the competition 2 days later, then Qiu Xingong would completely withdraw from the Black Armored Troops' center of power. Once Qiu Xingong withdrew to the second line, his situation and future would be worrying. Firstly, Qiu Xingong's withdrawal meant that Li Zixuan would take over. When that time came, the 2nd Battalion would most likely fall into Li Zishuan's control. When that time came, as an old subordinate of Qiu Xingong, how would he have a good time? Who knows, maybe Li Zishuan would directly send a trusted aide to replace him. Secondly, even if Li Zishuan still wanted him to be the lieutenant of the 2nd Battalion, he might not be up to it. The reason why he had been able to suppress the arrogant soldiers in the past was mainly because he relied on Qiu Xingong's prestige. Once Qiu Xingong fall, his ability and reputation in the black armored troops would not be able to suppress these old soldiers. At that time, Li Zishuan would have even more excuse to send someone to replace him. It was because of all these reasons that Sun Tao ultimately chose his future when faced with the choice between conscience and future. The night was as cold as water. Even though it was the end of the 7th month, it was already late at night. A gust of cold wind blew and Sun Tao could clearly feel the chill. He couldn't help but tighten the cloak on his body and turn back to look at the tent. Seeing his subordinates coming out of the tent one after another, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of worry. Because from tonight's incident, he could see that Qiu Xingong's prestige in the hearts of the soldiers was not as good as before. If it was in the past, the soldiers would have obeyed Qiu Xingong's orders without any hesitation. But today, 1,000 li dike would collapse because of an ant's nest. Sun Tao didn't know when the rift between Qiu Xingong and the lower-ranked soldiers started, nor did he know how long Qiu Xingong's prestige in the hearts of the soldiers would last. But he felt that what he had done today was just drinking poison to quench his thirst. Even if he used this method to win the competition, Qiu Xingong and he wouldn't go far. Because if he did too many dirty deeds, his reputation would be tarnished and his prestige would slowly decline. The army was different from the officialdom. Here, strength and military achievement spoke louder than words. Treacherous and cunning people would definitely not go far in the army. Chapter 1992. Sky Eagle was only at the peak of qi condensation, so his hearing naturally couldn't compare to the Grandmaster Xian Ye's. Moreover, they had been so focused on fleeing with Li Tai that all he could hear was the clattering of hooves and footsteps. He had no time to notice if anyone was following them. If he had known that someone was following them, he would have turned around and killed that person. Moreover, he wouldn't have chosen to stay at Tongfu Inn, because that was where Li Junxian had captured Zhao Dian. You can kill the people they sent to follow us on the surface, but what about the people hiding in the shadows? How could you kill them all? Xian Yi indifferently glanced at Sky Eagle and callously said, "Don't forget that we're in Taiyuan City. Don't forget that we are in Taiyuan City right now. Even if we are not staying in this inn, as long as we are in the city, no matter where we are, it is impossible to hide from the eyes of the Wang family and the authorities. Rather than wasting our energy by hiding here and there, it's better to settle down at Tongfu Inn. In any case, with King Wei in our hands, the authorities won't dare to make any strange moves. Moreover, this place is very close to the southern gate. Once the reinforcements sent by the Kaghan arrive, we can immediately seize the gate and work together with the reinforcements from the inside." Sky Eagle first frowned when he heard this, and then his brows eased up and he said, "You're right, I agree with your way of thinking. But before the reinforcements arrive, we must guard against the Great Tang authorities trying to secretly rescue their King Wei." Xian Yi nodded. "Correct. Moreover, I feel that it's a dark and windy night, so they might try to make a move. Thus, we need to have people stand guard around the inn to prevent them from attacking while we're sleeping. I'll personally take care of this matter. You should take him back to his room and keep an eye on him," Sky Eagle said indifferently. Then, he turned to look at Li Tai. That gaze was as if he was looking at a peerless beauty, causing Li Tai to have goosebumps. Fortunately, Sky Eagle quickly withdrew his gaze. Otherwise, Li Tai would definitely start cursing. A moment later, Sky Eagle led several dozen experts out of the inn. Li Tai guessed that they should have gone to set up defenses outside the inn. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. Aren't these Turk spies' vigilance a little too high? When he had first been captured, he had hoped that Li Junxian and the others would be able to save him tonight, but after hearing Xian Yi and Tianing's plan, he immediately felt that his chances of being saved tonight were very slim. "Let's go. King Wei should be a smart man. I hope that you don't play any tricks in the next few days. Otherwise, the one who will suffer in the end will be you. Xian Ye's eyes flashed. He turned around and pretended to make an inviting gesture to Li Tai while threatening him with a spear in his hand. Li Tai didn't know if he was seeing things, but he felt that Xian Ye's gaze towards him was a little strange. However, it was completely different from Sky Eagle's strange gaze. Xian Ye's gaze seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Although he was imprisoned, Li Tai still tried his best to maintain the bearing of a prince. He didn't lose his head out of fear, nor did he kneel and beg the enemy for mercy. In the face of Xian Ye's threats, he didn't say anything and directly snorted coldly before walking up to the second floor. Chapter 1993. Taiyuan, Tongfu Inn, Heavenly Guest Room. Li Tai's face was filled with arrogance and disdain, as if he did not care about the reinforcements Xian Yi spoke of. Of course, this was also in line with his status. In the eyes of outsiders, he was a prince who had been in the palace for a long time and knew nothing about war or the dangers of the world. Moreover, Taiyuan's city had many soldiers and provisions, so Li Tai did indeed have the right to be arrogant. It seems that King Wei is very confident in Taiyuan city's defenses. Xian Yi coldly snorted, but he inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. At first, he had thought that Li Tai had learned of Zhao Dian's plan in advance. If that was the case, then the chances of their operation failing were extremely high. This was because once Li Tai learned that they had reinforcements, he had very likely informed the various local authorities to tighten their defenses. Thus, the reinforcements sent by Shili would find it very difficult to smoothly infiltrate the Great Tang. Without reinforcements, they would not be able to escape danger. Now that he saw Li Tai's normal reaction, Xian Yi felt that he had been overthinking things. Indeed, Zhao Dian's letter requesting reinforcements from the steppe had been sent by carrier pigeon to Taiyuan City. Only he, Tianying, and a few others knew of the contents of the letter. How could Li Tai have known of it in advance? Of course. If you know what's good for you, you should abandon the darkness and seek the light as soon as possible. Release this king, and perhaps this king will plead with Imperial Father to spare your lives. Li Tai raised his chin and displayed a haughty attitude. He understood in his heart that the more arrogant and profligate he acted at this moment, the less suspicious Xian Yi would be. Conversely, the more profound and wise he acted, the more suspicious Xian Yi would be, and his life would be in greater danger. Arrogance and conceit were not difficult for Li Tai to put on a show. It could be said that he was completely acting himself. Before he had taken Li Zishuan as his master, Li Tai had always been arrogant and conceited in front of others, not knowing what humility and profound were. Now, he was just picking up the arrogance that he had thrown away. There was no trace of acting, so Xian Yi firmly believed him. Xian Ye's eyes flashed slightly. He paused for a moment and sneered, Until the end, no one knows who will emerge victorious. For now, King Wei should worry about yourself. Li Tai curled his lips. He didn't seem to care about Xian Ye's threat at all. He yawned and said lazily, You don't dare to kill me now, so what's there to worry about? Quickly get someone to bring a basin of water. This prince wants to wash up and sleep. After saying that, he was about to lie on his back on the bed when he suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly propped himself up with his hands and said to Xian Yi, Oh, right. I forgot to tell you, this prince is not used to sleeping in the same bed as others, so you should sleep in the outer room tonight. Tongfu Inn's heavenly guest room was not only luxurious, but the room was also rather spacious. It was divided into an inner room and an outer room. The outer room was usually for the servants and maids of the guests. When Li Tai said this sentence, his heart was actually in a mess. He was already mentally prepared to be reprimanded or rejected, but to his surprise, Xian Yi only frowned after hearing this. He didn't show any anger or reprimand. Instead, he said coldly, I'm afraid that you won't be able to reprimand me. He said coldly, No need. I'll just sit there and sleep tonight. Don't think of playing any tricks. Your every move cannot be hidden from me. As he spoke, he used his finger to point in the direction of the table and chair not far from the bed. Obviously, he didn't want to make things too awkward with Li Tai right now, nor did he want to let Li Tai sleep alone in a room. He might as well just sit next to Li Tai and sleep, preventing Li Tai from running away at night. Chapter 1994. Humph. It's best if you don't ask what you shouldn't ask. For some things, the more you know, the shorter you'll live. Xian Yi was silent for a few moments before coldly replying to Li Tai's question. In the darkness, Li Tai pursed his lips, but he was not someone who liked to give up so easily. After a while, he gathered his courage and continued. Even if you don't say it, this prince can still make a rough guess. Xian Yi said nothing. Firstly, he had not taken Li Tai's words to heart. He and Li Tai had never met before, so how could Li Tai know of his past and difficulties? In truth, he was already rather annoyed with Li Tai. He had never imagined that a dignified prince like Li Tai would be such a chatterbox, and even in such a perilous situation, he was still able to display his nature as a chatterbox. Li Tai had no idea what Xian Yi was truly thinking, and he certainly didn't know that Xian Yi's attitude toward him had quietly changed. He continued to analyze his own thoughts. In this prince's view, you joining the Turks and working for Shili definitely isn't for money. This is because an expert like you doesn't need to go to the Turks to earn money. You can just join any noble clan in the Central Plains and obtain a fortune that you won't be able to spend your entire life. You also aren't doing it for a high post or a generous salary, because everyone knows that it's impossible for a Han to become a high-ranking official on the steppe. If you wanted to become an official, you could have stayed in the Central Plains and joined the army. With your abilities, it wouldn't have been difficult for you to make some military achievements. Moreover, the Great Tang was founded on martial arts. You could have relied on military achievements to enter the court and become an official. If it's not for money or power, then the only explanation is that the Turks have something on you, and this thing is even more important to you than your life. It's so important that you have no choice but to abandon your ancestors and serve the Turks wholeheartedly. Swoosh. In the darkness, Xian Yi's expression abruptly changed. He abruptly turned his head and his eagle-like eyes landed on Li Tai. At the same time, a cold aura suddenly erupted from his body. Li Tai, who was lying on his side on the bed, suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It was clearly summer, but Li Tai felt as if his blood was about to freeze. Killing intent. This was the killing intent that Xian Yi unintentionally released when he lost control of his emotions. As an assassin, Xian Yi had killed many people over the years. Even if he inadvertently released a trace of killing intent, it wasn't something Li Tai could withstand. Gradually, Li Tai felt that his body couldn't move, and even breathing became difficult. Just as he was about to suffocate, Xian Yi's mind finally returned to normal, and he withdrew the trace of killing intent that had been released because he had lost control. Shut up if you don't want to die. As I said before, the more you know about some things, the shorter your life will be. Although he had retracted his killing intent, Xian Yi's gaze was still as cold as ever. However, due to the dim lighting in the room, Li Tai couldn't see his cold gaze. However, Li Tai could feel the anger and killing intent in Xian Yi's voice. But Li Tai wasn't frightened by Xian Yi. On the contrary, Xian Yi's overreaction just now proved that his guess was correct. This made things much easier. To him, Xian Yi had been invulnerable before, but now that he had seen through Xian Yi's weakness, he had a chance to understand him better. It would be best if he could persuade him to join his side. Chapter 1995. No one spoke to him, and no one was willing to listen to him. Li Tai quietly lay on his bed, his thoughts running wild. Soon, he was overcome by drowsiness and fell asleep. After all, he had truly been busy the entire day. During the day, he had been busy constructing the telegraph relay station, and at night, he had gone through a deadly adventure. But this had been hard on Xian Yi. He had already been asleep, but Li Tai's words had left his mind in complete disarray, making it impossible for him to sleep. Although Li Tai's words were all based on analysis and conjecture, without any real evidence, some of them had struck at Xian Yi's heart. The room returned to silence once more, and only the sound of Li Tai's breathing could be faintly heard. Xian Yi leaned back on the chair and was lost in thought. Now, so long as he closed his eyes, Li Tai's words would resound by his ears. Especially the last sentence, if you can be a man, who would be willing to be a dog? It gave Xian Yi the greatest impact and the deepest feeling he had. After a while, the flustered Xian Yi stood up and walked out of the room. In any case, he wouldn't be able to sleep for a while, so he wanted to go out and see how Tianying was doing with the defenses around the inn. As for Li Tai, he wasn't worried that the little fatty would sneak away. Tonight would be a sleepless night for the majority of them. After all, they had just kidnapped the great Tang's king of Wei, and the authorities would definitely do everything in their power to rescue Li Tai. Thus, Tongfu Inn needed to be heavily fortified to prevent the authorities from sneaking in at night. But Xian Yi and Tianying had not expected Li Tai's counterintuitive logic. The authorities and the Bingzhou barracks would not send anyone to Tongfu Inn to rescue Li Tai. On the contrary, they had all gone to bed. The next day, the officials had rested for the entire night and were in good spirits. On the other hand, the Turkic spies had been on high alert for the entire night and could be said to be completely exhausted. In this way, Li Juanxian's men would have a better chance of rescuing Li Tai. In truth, not everyone in Taiyuan courier station was asleep. Iron Egg stood alone in the corridor of Iching Pavilion, his eyes gloomy as he looked toward the southeast. Tongfu Inn was in that direction. The night was as cold as water. Tai Dan was only wearing a single piece of clothing, but he did not feel cold at all. At some point, a tall middle-aged man had walked up behind him. Seeing Tai Dan's bleak and lethargic figure, he slowly walked forward and placed his hand on Tai Dan's shoulder. He asked in a low voice, "What happened? Foul brat. Are you still upset about His Highness' capture?" "Father." It was Han Lizheng. When Tai Dan heard the voice, he quickly turned to look at Han Lizheng. Then, he paused and asked instead of answering, "Father, you've been working hard for a day. Why don't you rest early?" "Ha! Foul brat. How could your father be so delicate? Back then. Ha, forget it. I won't talk to you about these things. I presume that you've already grown tired of hearing them." Han Lizheng jokingly scolded and was about to tell Iron Egg about his heroic deeds, but when he saw that Iron Egg was in low spirits, he knew that now was not the time to chat. He sighed and changed the topic. "Ha! This old man was worried that you would do something foolish and run off to the Turk's lair to rescue His Highness. So I looked everywhere for you, but I couldn't find you. In the end, you were hiding here and slacking off." Han Lizheng had already heard about the details of Li Tai's kidnapping from Dugu Feiying and the others. Although Iron Egg seemed fine on the surface, no one knew him better than his father. Han Lizheng knew that Iron Egg must be full of self-blame. Earlier in the front hall of the courier station, Li Junxian had asked everyone to rest well tonight and save Li Tai tomorrow. At that time, Han Lizheng had caught a glimpse of Iron Egg clenching his fists and his eyes flashing with eagerness. At that time, he had been worried that Iron Egg would act on his own at night and sneak into the Turk's lair alone to rescue Li Tai. Thus, Han Lizheng had been keeping an eye on Iron Egg. Tonight, he had been staying in the same room as Iron Egg. He had only gone out to fetch a basin of water, but when he returned, the Iron Egg had disappeared. Han Lizheng immediately panicked. He left the room and searched for Iron Egg all over the courier station, but he couldn't find him. In the end, he went to the top floor of Iching Pavilion, but to his surprise, the Iron Egg was here. "Father, you worry too much." Sensing the concern in Han Lizheng's voice, Iron Egg's heart warmed. He turned to Han Lizheng and earnestly said, "If I hadn't received Master's telegram, I really might have done as you said and gone to Tongfu Inn alone to rescue Qin Ke. After all, Qin Ke was captured because of me. In that situation, if she hadn't used her own life to threaten me, I would have already died to that person's saber. At first, I thought that if I could use my life to exchange for Qingxue's life, it would be worth it. After all, my life was saved by her. But later, Master sent me a telegram telling me not to act rashly. Moreover, Master had already predicted what would happen today and had already made arrangements. Thus, I dispelled the idea of going to the inn alone. I believe in Master. If he says that Chin-Kei will be fine, then Chin-Kei will definitely be fine. I'm afraid that if I act on my own, it will disrupt Master's plan. At that time, not only will I lose my life, but Chin-Kei will also not be saved. So, Father, you don't have to worry about me risking my life alone. That's good. Hearing this, Han Lijing's heart calmed down. After a moment of silence, he said, Iron Egg, you've grown up. You understand responsibility and responsibility. Father is very pleased that you can make a life and death friend like Prince Wei. Putting aside his identity, he was willing to risk his life to save you at such a critical moment. This kind of friend is worth it for you to make. However, his identity is still somewhat special. This time, if something really happens to Her Highness, I'm afraid that His Majesty will vent his anger on you after knowing the details of the matter. You have to be mentally prepared. No matter what, Li Tai was one of Iron Egg's favorite princes. Although Li Tai's capture was not Iron Egg's intention, in that situation, Iron Egg was the only one who had the best chance to save Li Tai. However, in the end, it was Li Tai who used his own life to save Iron Egg. If Li Er was a pure believer in results, perhaps he would really vent his anger on Iron Egg. Even if he did not punish Iron Egg openly, Iron Egg's political future would not be too bright in the future. Of course, as long as Li Tai could be saved, everything would be fine. However, if they could not save him in the end, then the thing that Han Lijing was worried about was very likely to happen. Father. I just want to save Chin-Kei now. I don't want to care about anything else. Iron Egg shook his head. Although Han Lijing's worries were not without reason, he did not want to care about these things now. Han Lijing knew that Iron Egg was thinking about the safety of his good friend, so he did not talk about this issue in depth. He sighed and said, "I forget it. This old man is worrying too much. Actually, with little Xian around, at least you can be assured that you will not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. What do I have to worry about? However, when it comes to saving people, you have to judge the situation and act according to your ability. Your father will also do his best to help you. Don't act impulsively. Even if you have to risk your life, you should let your father do it. You are still young." As a father, Han Lijing respected his son's friendship and loyalty, so he was very supportive of Iron Egg saving Li Tai. After all, Li Tai had previously used his life to save Iron Egg. However, at the same time, Han Lijing did not want anything to happen to his son. What he meant was, if you have to risk your life, then let him be in front of you. This was the only thing a father could do for his son at this time. Father, Iron Egg, of course, understood the meaning of Han Lijing's words. He could not help but feel a lump in his throat. When he was about to say something, Han Lijing waved his hand and interrupted him. "I just said that you have grown up. Don't act like a little girl. It's getting late. Go back to your room and rest early. Have a good sleep and recharge your energy. Only then will you have the energy to rescue His Highness tomorrow." "Yes." Iron Egg nodded heavily. The father and son turned around and went down the attic together. Chapter 1996. Steppe, Eastern Turkic Royal Court. At this time, the land was quiet. The tents were wrapped in the dreams of countless people of the steppe. Outside the tents, bonfires burned, and the occasional patrolling Turkic soldier passed by. Other than the sound of footsteps, there was no other sound. At this time, the vast majority of people had already fallen asleep. On a small slope to the west of the palace, there was a person lying on the ground. It was a middle-aged man in a black robe with a stocky build. He had his arms behind his head and was lying on the ground, looking at the dark night sky. He was in a daze and did not move at all. He had been in this position for more than 2 hours, and if one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't even notice that there was someone here. It was as if he had become one with the earth. If an ordinary person had been in this position for more than 2 hours, their limbs would have gone numb long ago, perhaps even completely unconscious. But this man was clearly not an ordinary person. Even though he had been lying there for more than 2 hours, there was no pain or discomfort on his face. Perhaps he had already lost all sense of the outside world. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where do I want to go? The black-robed man's mind was filled with these three questions. To other people, these questions were filled with philosophy. Ordinary people were always busy working to make a living, and no one had the time to think about such things. But to this man, these questions were not purely philosophical, but things that he truly wanted to know. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this was the mysterious Turkic state teacher, a martial grandmaster expert, Wu Jie. Earlier, in the tent, he and Ashina Shu Yan had parted on bad terms, and he had left the tent to lie down alone. When it came to Ashina Shu Yan, he really did love this woman. It was a strange and unforgettable love. This sounded very contradictory, but it was also the truest feeling in his heart. The past was like a painting, and Wu Jie couldn't help but recall that when he first opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Ashina Shu Yan. It was love at first sight. It wasn't that Ashina Shu Yan's beauty was enough to cause the downfall of nations and make anyone fall in love with her at first sight, but rather, Wu Jie felt that this woman gave him a very familiar feeling, as if she was his lover from his previous life. Even if he had forgotten everything, that unforgettable feeling was something he would never forget. It was not a philosophical thought, but something he really wanted to know. Taking a closer look at this man's face, he was actually the mysterious Tujua Empire's imperial teacher, a martial grandmaster level expert, Wu Jie. Previously in the tent, he and Ashina Shu Yan had a conversation and parted on bad terms. He then left the tent and lay down here alone. As for Ashina Shu Yan, he really did love this woman. It was a strange and unforgettable love. It sounded contradictory, but it was the truest feeling in his heart. Memories of the past flashed through Wu Jie's mind like a painting. When he first opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Ashina Shu Yan. It was love at first sight. It wasn't that Ashina Shu Yan's beauty was enough to cause the downfall of nations and make anyone fall in love with her at first sight, but rather, Wu Jie felt that this woman gave him a very familiar feeling, as if she was his lover from his previous life. Even if he had forgotten everything, that unforgettable feeling was something he would never forget. Chapter 1997. After becoming the imperial teacher of the Eastern Turks, Wu Jie's taciturn personality did not change. He still did things his own way, and besides Ashina Shu Yan, he didn't even give a damn to Great Khan Shili. Back then, Shili had been so angry that he almost went berserk. However, at the time, Wu Jie was already a martial grandmaster, and even though Shili was unhappy, he could only endure, because a martial grandmaster was a force that could not be ignored for any faction. At that time, the tribes of the prairie were not as united as a monolith, and Shili needed Wu Jie as a martial grandmaster. To those tribes that did not submit to him, Wu Jie was the greatest deterrent. Coupled with the fact that Shili's most beloved daughter had always stood on Wu Jie's side, Shili had turned a blind eye to Wu Jie's arrogance and rudeness. This directly led to Wu Jie's status in the Eastern Turks becoming more and more transcendent. He only needed to listen to Shili's orders. Cough, cough, although there were times when he ignored Shili's orders, he had still helped Shili a great deal on important matters. Therefore, although Shili was occasionally annoyed by Wu Jie's disobedience, he still relied heavily on Wu Jie. His status was high, he stood above all, and he had a beautiful woman to accompany him. Wu Jie's life on the prairie seemed very happy, but he was not happy at all. This was because he knew nothing about his past. He didn't even know who he was. He didn't even know where he came from. Where did he go? He didn't even remember his original name. The name Wu Jie was given to him by the previous imperial teacher. When he woke up, he couldn't remember anything, let alone his own name. The imperial teacher who saved him gave him the name Wu Jie in order to make it easier for him to address him. He told him to use it for the time being, saying that he would use his original name when he remembered his own name. Why was he called Wu Jie? Because the imperial teacher's surname was Wu. At the time, the imperial teacher had seen that his injuries were too severe, with not a single part of his body intact. It was clear that he had encountered a great calamity, so the imperial teacher added the Jia character to his surname and gave him a temporary name. After being called this name many times, Wu Jia had slowly become accustomed to it, but he still wanted to find his original name, or rather, he wanted to find his previous memories. He had asked Ashina Shu Yan more than once about his past, but Ashina Shu Yan insisted that she didn't know him before and that it was the old imperial teacher who picked him up when he was out traveling. Although Ashina Shu Yan spoke with confidence, Wu Jia intuitively felt that his lover wasn't telling him the truth, as if she was deliberately hiding something. In addition, there was another thing that puzzled Wu Jia. That was, under normal circumstances, even if a person lost all their memories of the past, they definitely wouldn't lose their memory of language, because it was impossible for someone with amnesia to forget how to speak, right? Everyone was born with the gift of language, and the ability to speak had long since become muscle memory. It was a kind of instinct. In most cases, people with amnesia would only forget the people and things of the past, but they would not forget the instincts of speaking and walking. Wu Jia also didn't forget how to speak, but the crux of the problem was that not only did he not forget, but he also knew how to speak 2 languages, Turkic and Chinese. A person's language skill was an instinct, and it wasn't something that could be forgotten, but at the same time, this kind of instinct didn't come out of nowhere. Wu Jia being able to speak 2 languages at the same time could only mean one thing, and that was, before he lost his memory, he already knew both Turkic and Chinese. This made Wu Jia even more puzzled about his previous identity. He also asked Ashina Shu Yan this question, but Ashina Shu Yan said that she didn't know him before, so naturally she didn't know why he could speak both Chinese and Turkic at the same time. Moreover, there were many people who could speak both Turkic and Chinese at the same time, so it wasn't surprising at all. Almost everyone who traveled between the grasslands and the central plains knew both languages. Although Ashina Shu Yan's words made sense, Wu Jia still felt that something was wrong, but because of his deep feelings for Ashina Shu Yan, he finally buried these doubts in the bottom of his heart. Until the last time he sneaked into Yanhuang College to steal information and met Li Yu, his heart inexplicably throbbed. What made him even more shocked was the black carp bracelet on Li Yu's wrist. Chapter 1998. The weather has changed. The weather has really changed. Wu Jia stood up from the ground and faced the north. Feeling the cold wind blowing from the north, his face hidden under his black robe remained expressionless. A northern wind suddenly blowing in the middle of summer was a very strange phenomenon, but what was even stranger was that this northern wind seemed to cause the temperature of the entire prairie to drop. At the same time, a thick fog seemed to appear in the air. Wu Jia, who was standing on the slope, was originally able to clearly see the campfires in the distance, but at this moment, they seemed to have become hazy and indistinct in his eyes. Strange. Such abnormal weather could only be described with the word strange. At the end of the 7th month, midsummer frost. Could the recent rumors in the prairie be true? Thinking of the rumors that had been circulating in the prairie these past few days, Wu Jia's expression changed slightly and he couldn't help muttering to himself. As the imperial teacher of the Eastern Turks, although Wu Jia usually didn't participate in politics, he had still heard about the rumors circulating in the prairie recently. In his opinion, this rumor was nothing more than a small trick played by Tuli in his desperate situation. Tuli wanted to use this rumor to disturb the hearts of the people and cause the various tribes of the prairie to have second thoughts about Xieli. Only then would Tuli be able to lead his remaining forces out of the encirclement. It was just that he had never thought that the rumor that sounded preposterous was actually going to come true. At this time, it was about 2:45 in the morning. In a little more than an hour, the sun would rise over the prairie. Although the weather was generally cold at this time of the morning, it shouldn't be this cold. Because it was still summer. Coupled with the hazy fog that had suddenly appeared in the air, Wu Jia was basically certain that it really was going to frost. At the end of the 7th month, the prairie was really going to be covered in frost. When the sun rose, when everyone woke up from their sleep, they would all discover this abnormal weather phenomenon. And the rumors that had been circulating in the prairie a few days ago would give this abnormal weather phenomenon a deeper meaning. When the time came, the prairie might really change. The weather has changed. The weather has really changed. Wu Jia stood up from the ground and faced the north, feeling the cold wind blowing from the north. his face hidden under his black robes, remained expressionless. A northern wind suddenly blowing in the middle of summer was a very strange phenomenon, but what was even stranger was that this northern wind seemed to cause the temperature of the entire grassland to drop. At the same time, a thick fog seemed to appear in the air. Wu Jie, who was standing on the slope, was originally able to clearly see the campfires in the distance, but at this moment, they seemed to become hazy and blurry in his eyes. Strange. Such abnormal weather could only be described with the word strange. At the end of July, the midsummer frost falls. Could it be that the recent rumors on the grassland are true? Thinking of the rumors that had been circulating in the prairie these past few days, Wu Jie's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help muttering to himself. As the imperial teacher of the Eastern Turks, although Wu Jie usually didn't participate in politics, he had still heard of the rumors circulating in the prairie. In his opinion, this rumor was nothing more than a small trick played by Tuli in his desperate situation. Tuli wanted to use this rumor to disturb the hearts of the people, causing the various tribes of the prairie to have second thoughts about Xieli. Only then would Tuli be able to lead his remaining forces out of the encirclement. It was just that he had never thought that the rumor that sounded preposterous was actually going to come true. At this time, it was about 2:45 in the morning, and in a little more than 2 hours, the sun would rise over the prairie. Although the weather was generally cold at this time of the morning, it shouldn't be this cold. Because it was still summer. Coupled with the hazy fog that had suddenly appeared in the air, Wu Jie was basically certain that it really was going to be frost. At the end of the 7th month, the prairie really was going to be covered in frost. Chapter 1999. Reporting to Kagan, something bad has happened. Early in the morning, at the first glimmer of dawn, in the Turkic royal court, a Turkic general dressed in armor and with his hair tied in a small braid arrived outside Xieli's sleeping quarters. No, to be more precise, it should be a sleeping tent. The Turkic general slightly bowed and loudly shouted into the tent. This was a very large and luxurious tent, but its scale could not compare to the Khan's large tent that Xieli normally used for discussions. After all, this place was only used for sleeping. Even so, this sleeping tent of Xieli's was still several dozen times the size of other ordinary soldiers' tents. After the Turkic general finished speaking, Xieli's somewhat dissatisfied voice came from within. Sure, what's the matter? Can't you wait until daybreak? It was clear that Xieli was still intoxicated in the land of tenderness and had not yet gotten out of bed. Someone had disturbed his sweet dreams, so he was naturally unhappy. However, the person who had disturbed his sweet dreams had a rather special status, so he could only temporarily suppress his anger and listen to what the other party had to say. Yes, this Turkic general was none other than Xieli's subordinate, Great General Ashina Shur. Previously, he had led 50,000 wolf cavalry to infiltrate the Great Tang border and cover Wu Jie's escape, but in the end, he had lost more than 40,000 wolf cavalry in the Great Tang. After returning to the Turks, the defeated Ashina Shur's punishment was naturally Xieli's punishment, but it was only punishment of whipping. Xieli did not strip him of his position. This was because the Eastern Turks were currently in need of people, and Ashina Shur belonged to the Ashina clan and could be considered a direct subordinate of Xieli's. Xieli naturally would not kill him with a single blow. Kagan, it's snowing outside. Although he could hear a hint of anger in Xieli's voice, he did not shrink back because of this. This was because the matter he had to report was truly far too important. He swallowed, steeled his heart, and directly spoke. The tent was quiet for a few moments. Xieli had probably not completely reacted, but a few moments later, Xieli's voice, clearly raised by an octave, rang out. What? It's snowing outside? Bang, bang, bang. Before Xieli's voice had even faded, Ashina Shir Chu, who was standing outside the tent, heard a burst of hurried footsteps from inside the tent. Moreover, the sound was getting closer and closer. The next moment, the tent's curtain was pulled open from the inside. Xieli actually walked out barefoot, wearing only a single close-fitting garment. However, as soon as he stepped out of the tent, he felt a bone-piercing chill invade his body. He couldn't help but shiver. However, at this moment, he already couldn't care about the coldness on his body. Because what he saw from outside the tent, the entire grassland was covered in a layer of white frost. If not for the fact that the coldness coming from his body was so real, Shilly would have suspected that this was not reality, but a dream. It was only the end of July. How could there be frost on the grassland? Thinking of that rumor that was widely spread on the prairie earlier, Shilly's old face turned pale in an instant. At the same time, his heart also became completely cold. Could there really be such a thing as the wrath of longevity heaven? This situation, this scene, this abnormal heavenly phenomenon, Shilly himself even somewhat believed that the rumor was true. However, he was still a Turkic Khagan who had experienced countless storms in his life. He quickly calmed down and shook his head. With a resolute gaze, he said, "No. This Khagan does not believe it." Chapter 2000. Duke. Duke. Good news. Good news. It's frosty outside. As the saying goes, some people are happy while others are sad. In Tuli's camp on the southeast side of the grassland, Yuminghu opened the curtain and walked in quickly. He said excitedly to Tang Jian, who was still lying on the bed. A quarter of an hour ago, he couldn't hold back the urge to pee, so he got up from the bed and prepared to go outside the tent to solve the problem. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped out of the tent, he saw that the grassland outside was covered with a layer of white frost, and the air was filled with white fog. Yuminghu was shocked at first, then ecstatic. Because of this, he didn't even have time to pee. He rushed into Tang Jian's tent as fast as he could, wanting to tell Tang Jian the good news as soon as possible. "What did you say? It's frosty outside?" In fact, Tang Jian had already woken up the moment Yuminghu opened the curtain. In the grassland, life and death were unpredictable. He didn't dare to sleep deeply these days because he was afraid that if he slept too deeply, he wouldn't be able to react in time if something happened. Now that he heard Yuminghu say that it was frosty outside, Tang Jian, who had just woken up, got up from the bed excitedly. The thin blanket covering him also slipped off. Tang Jian, who was only wearing a single layer of clothing, immediately felt a chill in the air. He couldn't help but shiver and quickly covered himself with the thin blanket again. No wonder. No wonder it was so cold last night. I thought it was raining outside. Ha ha ha. It's good that it's frosty. It's good that it's frosty. His Majesty really didn't deceive me. As he spoke, Tang Jian couldn't help but laugh proudly. At this moment, he finally didn't have to worry about the safety of this group of people. Today's frost had fundamentally reversed their situation on the grassland. The overall situation was set. Now, the overall situation was really set. This frost had verified that the rumor circulating in the grassland was correct. Therefore, the people on the grassland would also believe that it was because Shilly's misconduct that caused the everlasting heaven to be angry, so it sent down the frost. The next one to have a headache should be Shilly, not Tuli. Duke. Duke. Good news. Good news. It's frosty outside. As the saying goes, some families are happy while others are sad. Yuminghu opened the curtain of Tuli's tent on the southeast side of the prairie and walked in quickly. He said excitedly to Tang Jian, who was still lying on the bed. A quarter of an hour ago, he couldn't hold back the urge to pee, so he got up from the bed and prepared to go outside the tent to relieve himself. But unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped out of the tent, he saw that the grass outside was covered in a layer of white frost, and the air was filled with white fog. Yuminghu was shocked at first. Duke. Duke. Good news. Good news. It's snowing outside. As the saying goes, some families are happy while others are sad. Yuminghu opened the curtain of Tuli's tent on the southeast side of the prairie and walked in quickly. He said excitedly to Tang Jian, who was still lying on the bed. A quarter of an hour ago, he couldn't hold back the urge to pee, so he got up from the bed and prepared to go outside the tent to relieve himself. But unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped out of the tent, he saw that the grass outside was covered in a layer of white frost, and the air was filled with white fog. Yuminghu was shocked at first, but then he became ecstatic. Because of this guy didn't even have time to pee, and directly rushed into the tent where Tang Jian was at with the fastest speed. He wanted to tell Tang Jian this amazing good news as soon as possible. What did you say? It's snowing outside? In fact, the moment Yu Minghu opened the curtain of the tent, Tang Jian had already woken up. Being in the prairie, life and death were unpredictable, so he didn't dare to sleep deeply these days. He was afraid that if he slept too deeply, he wouldn't be able to react in time if something happened. Now that he heard Yu Minghu say that it was snowing outside, Tang Jian, who had just woken up, got up from the bed excitedly. The thin blanket covering him also slipped off. Tang Jian, who was only wearing a single layer of clothing, immediately felt a chill in the air. He couldn't help but shiver, and quickly covered himself with the thin blanket again. No wonder it was so cold last night. This old man thought that it was raining outside. Ha ha ha. It's good that it's snowing. It's good that it's snowing. His Majesty really didn't deceive me. As he spoke, Tang Jian couldn't help but laugh loudly. At this moment, he finally didn't have to worry about the safety of this group of people. Today's frost had fundamentally reversed their situation on the prairie. The outcome was decided. Now, the real outcome was decided. This frost had verified that the rumor circulating in the prairie recently was correct. Therefore, the people on the prairie would also believe that it was because Shili's misconduct that caused the everlasting heaven to be angry, so it sent down the frost. The next one who should have a headache should be Shili, not Tuli. Chapter 2001. Mother. Mother. It's snowing. It's snowing outside. What? It's snowing? How is that possible? Father, it's snowing outside. What? It's snowing outside? It's snowing in July. Is the rumor true? It's Tingri Heaven's punishment. Tingri Heaven, calm down. Tingri Heaven, calm down. Unlike usual, the tranquil grasslands were bustling with noise and excitement early in the morning. The herdsmen who had woken up early came out of their tents and saw a vast expanse of whiteness outside their tents. When they thought of the rumors that had been circulating in the grasslands a few days ago, the entire grasslands were in an uproar. Wutua family, the chief has ordered you to go to the tribe's main tent immediately for a meeting. No mistakes. Chisua family, the chief has ordered you to go to the tribe's main tent immediately for a meeting. No mistakes. At the same time, after discovering the abnormal weather today, the leaders of each tribe instantly realized that the frost was likely to cause a huge change in the current situation of the grassland. Therefore, they hurriedly sent people to inform each family in the tribe to come to the tribe's main tent for a meeting to decide the future direction of the tribe. In addition, the spies that Tuli had arranged in each tribe also began to move. Shili's misconduct has angered Tingri Heaven. At the end of July, the sky is snowing. If he continues to be the great Khan of the grassland, Tingri Heaven is bound to be angry again. This time it's only snowing. Who knows what will happen next time? We can't let Shili continue to be the great Khan. That's right. The great Khan has disobeyed Tingri Heaven. If he continues to be the great Khan, Tingri Heaven will be angry and the people of the grassland will never have a day of peace. If Tingri Heaven sends a natural disaster, none of us will survive. We can't let Shili continue to harm the grassland. It's only July and it's snowing already. What will happen if it's winter? Won't all the cattle and sheep we raise freeze to death? That's right. We can't let Shili continue to harm the grassland. Mother. Mother. It's snowing. It's snowing outside. What? It's snowing? How is that possible? Father, it's snowing outside. What? It's snowing outside? It's snowing in July. Is the rumor true? This is Tingri Heaven's punishment. Tingri Heaven, calm down. Longevity Heaven, please calm down. Unlike usual, the tranquil grasslands were bustling with noise and excitement early in the morning. The herdsmen who had woken up early came out of their tents and saw a vast expanse of whiteness outside their tents. When they thought of the rumors that had been circulating in the grasslands a few days ago, the entire grasslands were in an uproar. Wu Tua family, the chief has given orders. Go to the tribe's main tent immediately for a meeting. No delays. Chisua family, the chief has ordered you to immediately go to the tribe's main tent to discuss matters. There must be no delays. At the same time, after the leaders of the various tribes discovered the abnormal weather today, they instantly realized that this frost could very likely cause a huge change in the current situation of the grassland. Therefore, they hurriedly sent people to inform each family in the tribe to come to the tribe's tent for a discussion to decide the future direction of the tribe. Mother. Mother. It's snowing. It's snowing outside. What? Is it snowing? How is that possible? Father, it's really snowing outside. What? Was it really frosty? Frost in July, could it be that the previous rumors were true? This is the punishment of the everlasting heaven. Longevity heaven, please calm down. Longevity heaven, please calm down. Unlike usual, the quiet grassland was bustling with activity early in the morning. The herdsmen who had woken up early discovered a vast expanse of whiteness outside their tents as soon as they came out of their tents. Thinking of the rumors in the grassland a few days ago, the entire grassland immediately boiled over. Wu Tua family, the chief has given orders. Go to the tribe's main tent immediately for a discussion. There must be no delays. Chisua family, the chief has given orders. Go to the tribe's main tent immediately for a discussion. There must be no delays. At the same time, after discovering the abnormal weather today, the leaders of the various tribes instantly realized that this frost could very likely cause a huge change in the current situation of the grassland. Therefore, they hurriedly sent people to inform each family in the tribe to come to the tribe's main tent for a discussion to decide the future direction of the tribe. In addition, the spies that Tuli had arranged in the various tribes also began to take action. Xieli's misconduct has incurred the wrath of the everlasting heaven. At the end of July, frost fell from the sky. If he continues to be the great Khan of the grassland, the everlasting heaven is bound to be angry again. This time it's only frost, who knows what will happen next time. We can't let Xieli continue to be the great Khan. That's right. The great Khan has disobeyed the everlasting heaven. If he continues to be the great Khan, the everlasting heaven will be angry and the people of the grassland will never have a day of peace. If the everlasting heaven sends a natural disaster, none of us will survive. We can't let Xieli continue to harm the grassland. It's only July now and it's already snowing. If it's winter, what will happen? Won't all the cattle and sheep we raise freeze to death? That's right. We can't let Xieli continue to harm the grassland. Chapter 2002. Qigong He Li and Guzhang Jiming's expectations were not wrong. After the abnormal weather of frost appeared in the grassland, the Qigong tribe had yet to make any moves. On Shui Yintua's side, the barbarian man was already rubbing his fists and preparing to start a war. As soon as he knew about the frost on the grassland, the barbarian man ordered most of the tribal warriors who were attacking Tuli at the front line to secretly withdraw back. As for the vacancies at the front line, he sent some of the old, weak, sick and disabled people as well as Han captives to the front line to make up the numbers. In this way, the old man quietly replaced the old man with the new one, directly withdrawing the most elite forces of Shui Yintua's tribe and gathering them together, ready to launch an attack on Xieli at any time. At the same time, the barbarian man also secretly sent people to the Qigong tribe, the Ba Yegu tribe, the Hueha tribe, the Puga tribe, the Tong Luo tribe and more than 10 other tribes to send letters, inviting the tribal leaders to discuss a meeting at Shui Yintua's tribe at noon today. On the surface, it was to discuss the war against Tuli's tribe, but in fact, his real purpose was clear to everyone. He wanted to take advantage of this heaven-sent opportunity to unite all the heroes of the grassland to challenge Xieli's position as the Great Khan. His wild ambition was as clear as day. At this time, all the tribes on the grassland were already in a state of panic. The people all saw this morning's frost as a heavenly punishment from Tingri heaven. They were also worried that if Xieli continued to be the Great Khan, Tingri heaven would send an even more severe heavenly punishment to the grassland. Therefore, the voices of overthrowing Xieli could be said to be incessant in the grassland tribes. The royal court. Xieli had long expected this and had already noticed some small movements between the various tribes. After finishing his conversation with Ashina Shu Yan in the morning, Xieli immediately sent 2,000 wolf cavalry south to pursue Wu Jie. This was originally the martial grandmaster that he relied on the most. After discovering that Wu Jie was showing signs of recovering his memories, Xieli became completely anxious. He could not allow Wu Jie to go to the Great Tang to search for his memories. If this chess piece was unwilling to continue listening to him, then he had to destroy him. Otherwise, his chess piece would very likely become Li Er's capable general. But now that the midsummer frost had descended and the prophecy had come true, the grasslands were in the midst of an eventful period, and it was very likely that the grasslands would descend into chaos as a result. For Xieli, the most urgent matter right now was not to send people to Taiyuan to rescue Zhao Dian, capture the Yanhuang College teachers and students, nor was it to dispatch an army to pursue and kill Wu Jie. Instead, it was to stabilize the situation in the grasslands and prevent some tribes from taking advantage of the situation to cause chaos and threaten his ruling position in the grasslands. As for Zhao Dian's side, he truly did not have the energy to care about it. Moreover, Zhao Dian's stratagem itself carried a certain amount of risk. Before the midsummer frost descended on the grasslands, Xieli had the energy and capital to take that risk. But now, he was somewhat powerless. It was just a pity for Zhao Dian, the obedient chess piece. As for Wu Jie's side, Xieli naturally did not want him to go to the Great Tang alive. But now, the grasslands were surging with undercurrents, and the various tribes were spreading rumors. Some of the tribal leaders were even eyeing his position as Great Khan like a tiger eyeing its prey. He had already lost a martial grandmaster state teacher, so he had to gather all his forces to deal with those factions eyeing him. Thus, Xieli could only reluctantly send 2,000 wolf cavalry to pursue Wu Jie. As for whether these 2,000 wolf cavalry could catch up, and whether they could keep Wu Jie here after catching up, Xieli did not hold out much hope. Chapter 2003. Adjunct Wang, there's truly no need to report a minor frost to the imperial court, but you also know the current situation between the Great Tang and the Turks. For the Turkic Khaganate to suddenly descend into midsummer, this is a heaven-sent opportunity for my Great Tang. The Turks are different from the people of the Central Plains. They live by herding animals, and the sudden drop in temperature on the steppe is no small blow to their herders. If the temperature continues to drop, many cows and sheep will freeze to death, and the Turkic Khaganate is bound to experience a famine this year. If the imperial court chooses to march in at that time, its chances of victory will be much greater. Moreover, in the past, whenever abnormal weather occurs in the Central Plains, the people would spread rumors blaming the sovereign. In the 6th month of this year, if not for His Imperial Majesty's proper treatment of the locusts and the Marquis of Yangon leading the Sky Pheasant Brigade to the northern provinces, similar rumors would have arisen among the people. At that time, His Imperial Majesty might have been forced to issue a decree condemning himself. Now that the Turks are experiencing a frost in midsummer, the imperial court can also send spies into the steppe to incite the people and blame the abnormal weather on their great Khan Xieli. This way, the Turks will inevitably fall into internal strife, and the imperial court will have an easier time attacking the steppe. In the northern part of Yun province, in the border army camp, the dark-faced general did not immediately answer the question of the officer next to him. After a few moments of hesitation, he led the officer out of the drilling ground while slowly analyzing the situation. It wasn't hard to tell from the dark-faced general's words that he knew nothing about Li Erxian's plan to send Tang Jian into the steppe. But to everyone's surprise, one of the plans he had analyzed was actually in line with the division plan Li Zishuan had proposed to Li Erxian. In this aspect, he and Li Zishuan truly were great minds think alike. Adjunct Wang had initially been unconcerned by the dark-faced general's plans, but after hearing the analysis, his mouth dropped open in shock, and then his face lit up with admiration. General Su truly has great foresight. You were able to see so many opportunities from a single abnormal phenomenon. No wonder Duke Wei sent Your Excellency here. With Your Excellency in Cloud Province, the Turkic Khagan will feel like he's sitting on a bed of needles. General Su. The black-faced general's surname was Su, and his given name was Lai. His courtesy name was Fong, and his courtesy name was Fong. Although in the history books of later generations, he was a famous general of the Tang Empire who destroyed 3 kingdoms and captured their masters alive. But now, he was just an unknown general in the army. As for why Su Dingfang was in Cloud Continent, it had something to do with Wu Jia sneaking into Cloud Mountain half a month ago. Half a month ago, the Turkic Grand State Preceptor Wu Jia had secretly infiltrated the Great Tang, sneaking into Cloud Mountain. After stealing a series of confidential information from the academy, he had injured many people from the academy before leaving Cloud Mountain. Soon after, the tens of thousands of Turkic wolf cavalry that had come to Wu Jia's aid had knocked on the Great Tang's borders and entered. A fierce battle had erupted between Longmen Pass and Medu Pass. Although the Turkic wolf cavalry had suffered heavy losses in this battle, the Great Tang had also suffered heavy losses. After this incident, the furious Li heir had declared war on the Turks to the court, but he had also realized that there was a certain weakness in the defense of the border. Thus, he had ordered the Bureau of Military Personnel to send more officers to the Great Tang border to strengthen the defenses and prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang again. The current Minister of War was still Li Jing, and Su Dingfang just so happened to have some relationship with Li Jing. He had known Li Jing for a long time and had served under Li Jing as a soldier. He had received Li Jing's teachings in the art of war and strategy, so he could be considered half a disciple of Li Jing. In order to ensure that the defense of Cloud Continent was secure, Li Jing had sent Su Dingfang to Cloud Continent to assume the post of UG General. Chapter 2004. 7 in the morning, in Taiyuan, the sky was already bright. Wang Liaoyuan, Wang Yu, Fang Gongteng, Li Junxian, Du Gufei, and Han Li Zhengying were gathered in the front hall of the relay station to discuss the matter of rescuing Li Tai. Iron Egg and Nemo Chui were worried about Li Tai's safety, so they were also listening in. As the highest-ranking administrator of Taiyuan City, Li Junxian naturally sat at the head of the table. Seeing that everyone was present, he cut to the chase and got straight to the point. Half an hour ago, this general received news from the Chang and 100 Cavalry Department regarding Zhao Dian's identity. Zhao Dian was originally the county magistrate of Beizhou's Qinghe County. He was extremely fickle and skilled in flattery. As an official, he only cared about the common people, causing the locals to complain. According to the investigation of the 100 Cavalry Department, during the reign of Wuda, many local officials secretly sent money to the hidden crown prince to help him develop his power. Zhao Dian was one of them. In just 2 short years, he sent more than 50,000 strings of stolen money to the hidden crown prince through the provincial governor of Beizhou. In the 9th year of Wuda, the hidden crown prince was killed in a coup at the Xuanwu Gate, and His Majesty ascended the throne. Zhao Dian was worried that His Majesty would settle accounts with him, so he left Beizhou and went to the steppe to seek refuge with Xieli. Although this person was good at bootlicking and flattering, he also had some real ability. After escaping to the grassland, Zhao Dian very quickly obtained Xieli's appreciation. Moreover, with Xieli's support, Zhao Dian began to reform the official system on the grassland. Moreover, he himself was also in charge of a mysterious army, a team of experts selected from the Han captives and formed from them. This general speculates that this army under Zhao Dian's command should be the group that attacked the relay station last night. In recent years, Zhao Dian has very likely used their identities as Han to plant them in various provinces of the Great Tang to gather intelligence. Previously, when the teachers and students of Yanhuang Academy left Yunshan and were preparing to go north to build a telegraph relay station, it is very likely that they had already been noticed by the spies that Zhao Dian had planted near Chang and City, so he had enough time to complete this series of arrangements in Taiyuan City. Everyone in the room was stunned by Li Juanxian's words. Although some of this information was based on Li Juanxian's conjectures, most of it was because Li Junxian had received a telegram from the Imperial Astronomer of Chang, and this morning. The 100 Horsemen Division had used the Imperial Astronomer to send a telegram to him. Yesterday afternoon, Li Junxian truly had sent a messenger pigeon to order the 100 Cavalry Department in Chang, and to investigate Zhao Dian's identity. But given the speed of the messenger pigeon, the 100 Cavalry Department would only receive the letter in the second half of the night. It was simply impossible for them to find out Zhao Dian's identity in just a few hours. In truth, last night, when Li Er learned that Li Tai had been captured by a Turkic spy, he had given Zhao Song an order to use all means at his disposal, including the 100 Cavalry Department. They had to find out Zhao Dian's identity and background before daybreak. After receiving the order, the 100 Cavalry Department immediately began to move. After spending the night reading through countless files, they finally found some information on Zhao Dian. Zhao Song brought this information to Li Er and had a junior eunuch from the Imperial Astronomer help the 100 Cavalry Department send a copy of Zhao Dian's information to Li Junxian so that he could rescue Li Tai. This Zhao Dian used to be a local official of my Great Tang, but now he's willing to be the running dog of the Turks. Truly abominable. Dugu Feiying angrily waved his fist as he viciously spat. Chapter 2005. That's good. In the front hall of the relay station, Li Junxian nodded in agreement. Army Attaché Fong and the majority of his subordinates will be responsible for the security of Taiyuan City. Governor Wang and the bailiffs of Taiyuan City will be responsible for the security of the city. Until His Highness is rescued, the gates of Taiyuan City will remain closed. While the gates are closed, the lives of the common people will be somewhat affected, but given the rations stored in Taiyuan City, their food and drink shouldn't be affected. In the next few days, everyone must ensure that the city does not fall into chaos. If there is a shortage of supplies in the city, you can send someone out to purchase supplies and transport them back to the city to provide for the daily needs of the common people. This lowly official, this general, will go. Wang Liaoyuan and Fang Gongting bowed and accepted the order. One of them was in charge of Taiyuan City's government affairs while the other was in charge of its military affairs. Now that the situation was urgent, they could finally work together. Seeing that Wang Liaoyuan and Fang Gongting had their own missions, Dugu Feiying eagerly looked at Li Junxian, clearly hoping that Li Junxian would quickly assign him a mission. Li Junxian did not disappoint him, turning to Wang Chong. Feiying, the Imperial Army's primary mission for the next few days is to protect the students and teachers of Yanhuang College. Although the Turkic spies have kidnapped His Highness, there's a high chance that they've come for the students and teachers of Yanhuang College. The construction of the telegraph relay station in Taiyuan City is bad news for the Turks, so they'll definitely do everything they can to obstruct, destroy, and even kidnap the students and teachers of the college. We have to be on guard against this. We can't let the Turkic spies take any more hostages. Okay, but, is that all? Dugu Feiying nodded, but when Li Junxian seemed to have nothing else to say, he couldn't help but say in dissatisfaction, "Generally, the Turkic spies almost took my big brother's life. I must participate in this operation to rescue King Wei." Li Junxian thought about it, but in the end, he did not refuse Dugu Feiying's request. He nodded and said, "Fine. But no mistakes can be allowed in the process of rescuing His Highness. You must obey orders and not act impulsively or emotionally. Understand?" Dugu Feiying was overjoyed when he heard that. How could he not agree? He nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice and said, "Of course. Of course. Don't worry, General Li. I know my priorities." Somewhat reassured, Li Junxian continued, "Then once we're done with the assignment, this general and you will select a few experts from the 100 Cavalry and the Imperial Army to head to the vicinity of Tongfuin. We'll first investigate the situation there, and then we can discuss how to rescue King Wei." Dugu Feiying's spirit was roused. He cupped his fists and said, "This general obeys." A hint of hesitation appeared on Iron Egg's face. He naturally wanted to participate in this rescue mission for Li Tai more than anyone else, but Li Tai had said just now that only experts would be sent to Tongfuin. This was clearly for the sake of secrecy. After all, experts were not easy to discover. And he was only a Qi transformation realm martial artist. He was also worried that his participation would increase the chances of the Turkic spies discovering them. For a moment, Iron Egg was very conflicted. Li Junxian's eyes were like torches, and he naturally saw the expression on Iron Egg's face. He turned to Iron Egg, Han Lizheng, and Wang Yu. "Master Han, Iron Egg, and Wang Qingguo of the Wang clan also need to participate in this rescue mission. The Turkic spies are holding His Highness hostage, so we cannot use our army to attack them directly. We can only use a small number of experts to attack them from the shadows. It would be best if we could sneak into the place where His Highness is being held, but if we can't, we can only slowly wait for the enemy to reveal a flaw. We can't be too hasty and make them desperate enough to threaten His Highness's life. It was clear that Li Junxian was well aware that this rescue mission for Li Tai was not a guarantee of success just because they had tens of thousands of soldiers. The enemy had Li Tai as a hostage, and they could take Li Tai's life at any time. In these circumstances, they could not use their army to surround and attack. Their only chance was to use a few martial arts experts to sneak in or find an opportunity. Although Han Lijing had an internal injury on his leg, he was still as strong as a grandmaster. Iron Egg was a little weaker, but he was younger, smaller, and more agile. Moreover, he was not easy to discover. As for Wang Qingguo, he was even stronger than Li Junxian. Thus, the three of them naturally had the right to participate in this rescue mission. Han Lijing and Iron Egg were invigorated and hastily clasped their fists. "This one will go." Wang Yu excitedly clasped his hands and said, "Everyone in the Wang clan will follow General Li's orders. In a little while, Qingguo will come to receive General Li's orders." For Wang Yu, it would be best if the Wang clan could play a part in this rescue mission for Li Tai. Let alone Wang Qingguo, even if Li Junxian wanted to mobilize all the Wang clan's shadow guards, he wouldn't even bat an eye. He would even be more than happy to do so. After all, the Wang clan needed to use action to atone for its crimes, to show its loyalty to Li Heir. Li Junxian nodded and sternly said, "Okay. Since you all know your mission, let's begin." Yes. Chapter 2006. On Li Junxian's side, his men began to split up according to their assigned missions, and within Taiyuan City, there was a restless force stirring in the shadows. The Great Tang authorities are going too far. First, they accused Brother Chang and of colluding with the Turks, and then they sealed up Brother Chang and's ironware shop. Then, Brother Chang and was publicly assassinated while escorted by the Wang clan guards. Humph. In my view, the Taiyuan authorities are colluding with the Wang clan and want to use this chance to seize Brother Chang and's ironware shop. In the western part of Taiyuan City, Jining Square, the Kang residence. In a secret underground room, Kang Chu and several middle-aged men in luxurious robes were seated around a round table, furiously denouncing the atrocities of the Taiyuan authorities. Who doesn't know that the weapons forged by Brother Chang and's ironware shop are the best in the world? Before this, the Wang clan had always coveted Brother Chang and's ironware shop, and the Wang clan was inextricably linked to this incident. The Wang clan of Taiyuan is a 1,000-year-old clan of the Central Plains, and the local authorities have always taken good care of it. Thus, the provincial governor's office covered up the Wang clan's crimes and didn't allow this old man to participate in this investigation. Even more hateful is that they even sealed off Taiyuan City. This old man applied to return to the Kang kingdom and inform Brother Chang and's family of Brother Chang and's death, but provincial governor Wang didn't allow it. Poor Brother Chang and has always been a righteous man, but now, not only has he died for no reason, he has to suffer such injustice. This truly pains this old man's heart. Kang Chu was filled with righteous indignation and grief, and he couldn't help but dance with joy as he spoke. Everyone fell silent. After a long while, a stout middle-aged man dressed in luxurious purple robes clasped his hands and said, "We heard of Brother Chang and's death. We heard about Brother Chang and's matter yesterday, but at that time, Source Peak City was under martial law and it was inconvenient for us to go out. We never thought that Brother Kang Chu would run around alone for Brother Chang and this brother is truly ashamed." When the rest of the people heard this, they followed the purple-clothed man and cupped their hands, expressing the same feeling. Kang Chu hurriedly waved his hands and said, "The Taiyuan authorities went too far in this matter. What does Brother Chang and have to do with all of you? Everyone, please don't blame yourself." The man's name was Shunzhan, and he came from the kingdom of the 9 Zhaowu clan. On Li Junxian's side, his men began to split up according to their assigned missions, and within Taiyuan City, there was a restless force stirring. The Great Tang's officials have gone too far. First, they accused Brother Chang An of colluding with the Turks. Then, they closed down Brother Chang An's ironware shop. Following which, Brother Chang An was openly assassinated under the escort of the Wang clan's guards. Humph. In my opinion, the Taiyuan government is colluding with the Wang family. They want to take this opportunity to seize Brother Chang An's ironware shop. West of Taiyuan City, Jining Square, Kong Manor. In an underground secret room, Kong Chu and several middle-aged men dressed in fine clothes sat around a round table. They were currently angrily complaining about the atrocities committed by the Taiyuan government. Who doesn't know that the weapons forged by Brother Chang An's ironware shop are the best in the world? Before this, the Wang clan has been drooling over Brother Chang An's ironware shop for a very long time. There is no way that the Wang clan can escape its involvement in this matter. Moreover, the Wang clan of Taiyuan is a 1,000-year-old clan of the Central Plains, and the local government has always taken great care of it. Thus, the provincial governor's residence covered up the Wang clan's crimes and did not allow this old man to participate in this investigation. Even more detestable is that they even sealed off Taiyuan City. This old man applied to leave the city and return to the Kong Kingdom to inform Brother Chang An's family of the grievous news of Brother Chang An's death, but Governor Wang refused. Poor Brother Chang An, who has devoted his life to justice and justice, has not only died a dubious death, he has also suffered such injustice. This truly pains this old man's heart. Kong Chu was filled with righteous indignation and grief, and when he spoke of his grief and indignation, he couldn't help but dance with joy. Everyone fell silent. After a long while, a stout middle-aged man dressed in fine purple robes clasped his hands and said, "We heard of Brother Chang An's death. We heard about Brother Chang An's matter yesterday, but at that time, Source Peak City was under martial law and it was inconvenient for us to go out. We never thought that Brother Kong Chu would run around alone for Brother Chang An. This brother is truly ashamed." When the others heard this, they followed the purple-clothed man and clasped their hands to express their feelings. Chapter 2007. Why haven't the gates opened today? Lord Soldier, how long will the gates be sealed? In the past, the Celestial King clan had both openly and covertly mobilized to search for Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an. Yesterday, the 10,000 soldiers of the Bing Province barracks had spread to every corner of Taiyuan City, searching from house to house for the weapons smuggled out of the Chu ironworks. Taiyuan City had already been sealed for 2 days. The citizens went from their initial fear to accepting reality and slowly calming down. However, today was already the 3rd day and there were still Bing Province barracks soldiers everywhere in the city. The 4 city gates were still sealed. Some of the citizens could no longer remain calm. They woke up very early and went to the city gates to ask the general guarding the city gates. On the orders of Army Attaché Fong and Governor Wang, the gates are sealed and the Turkic spies hidden in Taiyuan City are to be captured. For the next few days, no one is allowed to enter or leave Taiyuan City until all the Turkic spies have been captured. Taiyuan City's defenses had long ago been taken over by the soldiers of the Bing Province barracks. These soldiers clearly knew more about what had happened in the city in the last few days than the ordinary people, and they coldly replied. "What? Turkic spies in Taiyuan City? Then when will the government capture all the Turkic spies?" No comment. This, the people who had been rebuffed by the guard general could do nothing but return home in disappointment. In truth, no one knew when the Turkic spies would be captured, and the guard general naturally couldn't answer. Moreover, the provincial governor's residence had yet to announce to the public that Li Tai had been captured by the Turkic spies, so the soldiers of the Bing Province barracks did not say anything. The sun had just risen, revealing half of its face from the east. At this time, most of the citizens had already woken up. The news that the city gate was still closed began to spread among the citizens. Then, under the urging of the provincial governor's office, all the citizens began to inform each household that the city gate would be closed for the next few days and that the city would continue to be under martial law. If there was nothing important, each household should stay at home and try their best not to go out. As no one could give a specific date for when the gates would be closed, some of the people began to worry. Why haven't the gates opened today? Sir, how long are you going to seal the city gates? In the past, the Heavenly King family's forces, both on the surface and in the dark, had been frantically searching for Zhu Xiacheng and Kang Chang'an in the city. Yesterday, the 10,000 soldiers of the Bing province barracks had spread out to every corner of Taiyuan City, going door to search for the batch of weapons smuggled out of Chu family's ironware shop. Taiyuan City had been sealed off for 2 days. The citizens went from their initial fear to accepting reality and slowly calming down. However, today was already the 3rd day and there were still Bing province barracks soldiers everywhere in the city. The 4 city gates were still sealed. Some of the citizens could no longer remain calm. They woke up very early and went to the city gates to ask the general guarding the city gates. On the orders of Adjunct Fang and Governor Wang, seal the city gates and capture the Turkic spies hiding in Taiyuan City. For the next few days, no one is allowed to enter or leave Taiyuan City until all the Turkic spies have been captured. The defense of Taiyuan City had been taken over by the soldiers of the Bing province barracks. These soldiers clearly knew more about what had happened in the city in the past few days than ordinary citizens. What? A Turkic spy in Taiyuan City? Then when will the government be able to capture all the Turkic spies? We have no comment. The citizens who had been given the cold shoulder by the general could do nothing but return home in disappointment. In truth, no one knew when they would be able to capture all the Turkic spies. Naturally, the guards at the city gates were unable to answer the question. Moreover, the provincial governor's residence had still not announced to the public that Li Tai had been kidnapped by the Turkic spies, so the soldiers of the Bing province barracks did not say anything. The sun had just risen, and the red half of its face peeked out from the east. At this time, the vast majority of the people had already woken up. The news that the city gates were still sealed began to circulate among the citizens. Soon after, the soldiers of the provincial governor's residence began to inform the citizens that the city gates would be sealed for the next few days and that the city would remain under martial law. If there was nothing important, they were to stay at home and not go out. As no one could give a specific date for when the city gates would be sealed, some of the citizens began to worry. Chapter 2008. Li Junxian had given Wang Liaoyuan the mission of maintaining order in the city and preventing the people of the city from rebelling against the closed gates. But not long after Wang Liaoyuan returned to the government office, he received bad news. All the grain stores in Taiyuan City were out of grain. It wasn't that the grain merchants were trying to raise the price of grain, but that there was no grain. How could this be? As an official, Wang Liaoyuan knew better than anyone the importance of food to the people. As the saying goes, food is the most important thing for the people. If the news of Taiyuan City being without food continued to spread, Wang Liaoyuan believed that Taiyuan City would fall into chaos soon. When the time came, countless people would rush out of the city to buy grain. Even if Li Junxian hadn't given him this mission, as the Bing province governor, Wang Liaoyuan had to do his utmost to solve the problem of Taiyuan City. This subordinate will go. In the rear office of the provincial governor's residence, the middle-aged scholar surnamed Pang clasped his hands and bowed. He also knew that this matter was urgent, so he immediately began to write a decree. When he was done, Wang Liaoyuan saw that the contents of the decree were correct, so he stamped it with his seal and handed it to Constable Feng. Constable Feng, I order you to immediately arrange for someone to make a copy of this notice and then post it in the city. Also, gather all the Yamen and county Yamen runners and strengthen the patrols in the city to prevent anyone from taking advantage of this opportunity to cause trouble. If you don't have enough people, immediately report it. This official will go and borrow soldiers from Advisor Feng. Constable Feng clasped his hands and said, yes. This subordinate will go. After saying this, Constable Feng took the decree from Wang Liaoyuan, turned around, and left in a hurry. In the back office, Wang Liaoyuan frowned as he looked in the direction that Constable Feng had left in. He had a feeling that something was wrong. Since the world was at peace, there had never been a shortage of food in Taiyuan City. Although the 4 city gates of Taiyuan City had been sealed off for the past 2 days, even if Taiyuan City had been sealed off for 10 days to half a month, there would still be enough food for the hundreds of thousands of people in the city. But now, all of the grain stores in the city had suddenly run out of food. This made Wang Liaoyuan, who had calmed down, feel that something was wrong. Was someone playing tricks in the shadows? Wang Liaoyuan couldn't help but wonder. Does the provincial governor feel that today's matter is a little strange? The middle-aged scholar saw Wang Liaoyuan deep in thought and his eyes flashed. He paused for a moment and then asked tentatively. There is indeed something fishy about this. Wang Liaoyuan came back to his senses and nodded. Mr. Pang, did you notice something? Scholar Pang shook his head and said, even the provincial governor can't tell, so how can I? But this Pang feels that Taiyuan City has only been sealed for 2 days. With the world at peace and the Great Tang free of war, the grain stores in the city shouldn't have run out of grain, and the people in the city shouldn't have been fighting over grain. There must be some secret behind this. Perhaps someone was manipulating all of this in the dark. Moreover, the major grain stores in the city are only experiencing a shortage of grain. No grain merchants took the opportunity to raise the price of grain. This shows that today's incident happened so suddenly that many grain merchants did not expect it. They are not the mastermind behind the scenes because they did not profit from it. Chapter 2009. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. Wonderful. Boss N's plan is wonderful. Right now, the grain stores in Taiyuan City have run out of grain to sell, and the people are panicking. In my opinion, it won't be long before the people of Taiyuan City start a rebellion. When the time comes, let's see if Provincial Governor Wang will still seal the city gates. West of Taiyuan City, Jining Square, Kang Chu, Kang Songping, and Shenzhen, and the others were still seated around the round table. At this moment, Kang Songping, who had just received news from outside, couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. That's right, that's right. Boss N's plan is to remove the firewood from under the cauldron, throwing Taiyuan City into chaos. You've helped Brother Cheng and vent his anger. Boss N is truly experienced and resourceful. I'd like to see how the Taiyuan government can continue to be arrogant. As soon as Kang Songping's voice fell, a few people immediately sent flattering words to Shenzhen. The atmosphere in the secret room was peaceful, and the dark clouds that had hung over everyone's head seemed to have dissipated. The sky was clear after the storm. But Shenzhen himself did not seem happy that his plan had worked. His face was expressionless, as if he was pondering something. Kang Chu was a meticulous person who was best at reading people's expressions. Seeing this, he couldn't help but ask, Brethren, now that the Taiyuan provincial governor's mansion is in chaos, and we've helped Brother Cheng and vent his anger, why don't you seem happy? After hearing Kang Chu's words, everyone quieted down and turned their eyes to Shenzhen. Shenzhen came back to his senses and calmly said, I advise you not to be overly optimistic. This humble and advises everyone not to be too optimistic. No matter what, Taiyuan City is the largest city in the north of the Great Tang. Even if we mobilize our men and empty out all the grain stores in the city, it's still wishful thinking to think that we can defeat the Taiyuan provincial governor's residence. Everyone, don't forget that there are still official warehouses in Taiyuan City. Based on what I know, Taiyuan's official warehouses contain no less than 10,000 share of grain. With so much grain, the government is completely capable of calming the people in a short time. And Xuanshan's words were like a basin of cold water, instantly calming everyone down. Kang Songping anxiously said, Right. There are still official warehouses in Taiyuan City. If Governor Wang takes out the grain from the official storehouse and sells it to the common people, what should we do? Ha ha ha. Wonderful. Wonderful. Boss N's plan was brilliant. Right now, the grain stores in Source Peak City have run out of grain to sell. The common people are in a state of panic. In my opinion, it won't be long before the common people of Source Peak City rebel. At that time, let's see if that provincial governor Wang will still seal the city gates. In the western part of Taiyuan City, Jining Square, in the underground chamber of Kang Chu's residence, Kang Chu, Kang Songping, and Shenzhen, and the others were still sitting around the round table. At this time, Kang Songping, who had just received the news from outside, couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. That's right. Boston has taken drastic measures to deal with the root of the problem, causing Source Peak City to instantly fall into chaos. It can be considered as helping Brother Chung and vent his anger. Boston is truly knowledgeable and resourceful. Let's see how the Taiyuan government can continue to be arrogant now. As soon as Kang Songping's voice fell, a few people immediately sent flattering words to Shenzhen. The atmosphere in the secret chamber was peaceful. The dark clouds that had previously shrouded everyone's head seemed to have dissipated, and the sky was clear after the rain. On the other hand, Shenzhen himself didn't reveal any joy because his plan had worked. He was expressionless, as if he was pondering something. Chapter 2010. There are guards on the east, south, west, and north sides of the inn. There are 10 guards near the main entrance on the south side, and 3 to 5 guards on the east, west, and north sides. Of course, this is just the defensive strength on the surface. The enemy has also set up many hidden sentries. As I saw just now, there were hidden sentries on the banyan trees on the southwest side of the inn and on the piles of wood on the northwest side. In a corner tower on the southern walls of Taiyuan City, Li Junxian put down his binoculars and looked at Tongfu into the north of the tower. He turned to Wang Qingguo, Han Lizheng, Bruiser, and Dugu Feiying. Tongfu Inn is currently heavily guarded, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it airtight. It's almost impossible to sneak in, unless we can instantly take care of all the sentries outside. Otherwise, the moment the Turkic spies in the inn notice anything strange, they'll immediately attack your highness. Yes, Li Juanxian's group had come to scout the area. They wanted to observe the defenses of Tongfu Inn so that they could come up with a plan to rescue Li Tai. For the sake of not alerting the enemy, Li Juanxian's group did not openly approach Tongfu Inn. Instead, they chose a tower in the southern part of Taiyuan City. This place was around 1 li away from Tongfu Inn, making it difficult for them to be discovered. Moreover, this place was on higher ground, making it easier for them to observe the situation around Tongfu Inn. Of course, this was all thanks to the military binoculars Li Junxian had brought from Chang'an. After hearing Li Juanxian's explanation of Tongfu Inn's defenses, everyone couldn't help but deeply frown. Dugu Feiying couldn't help but ask, these fellows are rather cautious. Then what should we do now? We can't just stand here and watch, can we? Li Junxian shook his head, his brow furrowed. He didn't have a good idea of how to deal with the Turkic spies' hole-in-the-wall defense strategy. Most importantly, the enemy had Li Tai as a hostage, so they had nothing to fear. If they wanted to rescue Li Tai, they had to do it secretly and without anyone noticing. The atmosphere in the room froze for a moment. Iron Egg's mind began to whirl. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him, and he couldn't help but ask, besides the Turkic spy and Azure Sparrow, is there anyone else in Tongfu Inn? For example, the original tenants or servants of the inn? Li Junxian didn't know why Iron Egg asked this question, but he still replied, no. According to our intelligence, after the Yangtze Turk spies chose to settle down in Tongfu Inn last night, they chased out all the staff and guests of the inn. In the process, several guests were injured or killed. There are people guarding the east, south, west, and north sides of the inn. There are a total of 10 people guarding the south main entrance, and 3 to 5 people guarding the east, west, and north sides. Of course, this is just the defensive strength on the surface. The enemy has also set up many hidden sentries. I just saw that there were hidden sentries on the banyan tree to the southwest and on the pile of firewood to the northwest of the inn. In a corner tower on the southern wall of Taiyuan City, Li Junxian put down his binoculars and looked at Tongfu into the north of the tower. He turned to Wang Qingguo, Han Lizheng, Bruiser, and Dugu Feiying. Tongfu Inn is currently heavily guarded, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it airtight. It's almost impossible to sneak in, unless we can instantly eliminate all the sentries outside. Otherwise, the moment the Turkic spies in the inn notice anything strange, they'll immediately attack your highness. Yes, Li Juanxian's group had come to scout the area. They wanted to observe the current situation of Tongfu Inn so that they could formulate a plan to rescue Li Tai. Chapter 2011. Ha! That is indeed the case. On the southern walls of Taiyuan City, Li Junxian used his binoculars to see that the Turkic spies who had just emerged from Tongfu Inn were all exhausted, and some of them were even yawning as they walked. A hint of joy appeared on his face. It seems like this general's predictions were correct. Last night, these Turkic spies were worried that we would try to rescue His Highness, so they remained vigilant the entire night. It seems like they didn't get much sleep last night. Today, the leader of the Turkic spies learned his lesson and began to have his men work in shifts. But the Turkic spies who came out to take over the shift didn't sleep well last night. They probably won't be able to last until the afternoon. Then should we move out in the afternoon? Iron Egg's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but eagerly ask. Although there were several dozen Turkic spies in Tongfu Inn, Iron Egg was extremely confident in the strength of his side. After all, they had 2 Grandmaster level experts, and both of them were at the middle Grandmaster level. If they took advantage of this moment of exhaustion to launch a surprise attack, they really did have a chance of breaking into the inn and rescuing Li Tai. Dugu Feiying and Wang Qingwu's eyes brightened as they turned to Li Junxian. No. The chances of success are too low. Li Junxian's eyes dimmed, his brow furrowed as he mentally calculated. Finally, he helplessly shook his head and said, although they'll probably be extremely tired between the late afternoon and the late afternoon, if we choose to strike during the day, even if we can silently eliminate their sentries, there's a high chance that we'll be discovered by the hidden sentries they've hidden in the area. If we're discovered, all our efforts will be for naught, and the Turkic spies will be on high alert. We won't have a chance to rescue His Highness. In truth, Li Junxian's worries were not without reason. Attacking during the day was different from attacking at night, and there was a major disadvantage to attacking during the day. If there was a flaw in any part of the plan, it would be very easy for the enemy to notice. This was unless they could simultaneously eliminate all of the Turkic spies' sentries outside the inn. But Li Junxian and the others were still present. That truly is the case. On the southern walls of Taiyuan City, Li Junxian used his binoculars to see that the Turkic spies who had just emerged from Tongfu Inn were all exhausted, and some of them were even yawning as they walked. A hint of joy flashed across his face. It seems like this general's predictions were correct. Last night, these Turkic spies were worried that we would try to rescue His Highness, so they remained vigilant. It seems like they didn't sleep last night. Today, the leader of the Turkic spies learned his lesson and began to have his men take turns to work. However, the Turkic spies who came out to take over the shift didn't sleep well last night. I reckon that they won't be able to last until the afternoon. Then, should we take action in the afternoon? Hearing this, Bruiser's eyes lit up, and he could not help but feel excited. Although there were hundreds of Turkic spies in the Tongfu Inn, Tai Dan was very confident in the strength of his side. After all, they had 2 masters at the Grand Master middle stage. If they took advantage of the enemy's exhaustion and negligence, they would attack them. Chapter 2012. TSK. What are you being so cocky for? Let's see how arrogant you can be after I'm rescued. Within the Tongfu Inn, Li Tai cast a disdainful glance at Xian Ye's back as he muttered in a low voice. Of course, words were words, but filling one's stomach was still the most important. Li Tai went downstairs with a full stomach and arrived at the hall on the first floor. He saw that the table in the middle of the hall had already been set up. Li Tai went up to take a look. There were 3 dishes and 1 soup. Although he didn't know how it tasted, it looked quite sumptuous. At that moment, Li Tai did not stand on ceremony. He sat down directly and began his breakfast journey, which was like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. Although he was imprisoned, this didn't affect Li Tai's appetite. Of course, this had a lot to do with the fact that Xian Yi and the others didn't dare to harm his life. Since he couldn't leave this damned place for a while, and there was no danger to his life by staying here, then why was he still on tenterhooks? Wasn't he just looking for trouble for himself? So, in the entire Tongfu Inn, Li Tai was the person that was living the most comfortable life. He didn't have to worry about food or clothing. How was he like a hostage? He was clearly a lord. You seem to treat this King Wei very well. Not only do you provide him with good food and drinks, but you also don't let people tie his hands and feet. Aren't you afraid that he'll escape? Don't you know that our lives are all tied to him? At the corner of the corridor on the second floor of the inn, Xian Yi and Sky Eagle were silently watching Li Tai on the first floor. At this moment, Sky Eagle suddenly withdrew his gaze and looked at his companion beside him as he asked meaningfully. Xian Ye's expression didn't change, but his heart suddenly tightened. He said coldly, "You also know that our lives are tied to him? It's precisely because of this that I let him stay here with good food and drinks. He's a smart person. Give him some benefits, and he'll do his best to cooperate with us. If he's pushed to the edge and fights to the death, can you bear the consequences?" "Humph. Fight to the death? He's a prince after all. His status is noble. How could he bear to die?" Sky Eagle said disapprovingly. Xian Yi shook his head and said, "No. You don't know him well enough. Although he is a prince, he does not have the arrogant and unruly nature of those princes. His thoughts are meticulous and he is not a coward. Otherwise, when you went to the guest room to capture him last night, he would not have used his own life to force you to let go of his companions." At first, Sky Eagle wanted to refute, but the second half of Xian Ye's sentence caused him to involuntarily recall the scene of him capturing Li Tai in the Taiyuan courier station's Iching pavilion last night. At that time, when he was about to kill the iron egg, it was Li Tai who stood out and pressed a dagger to his throat with a determined expression, using his own life to force him to let go of the iron egg. The moment he recalled the resolute viciousness in Li Tai's eyes, Sky Eagle couldn't help but swallow the rebuttal that was already at the tip of his tongue. Even though he didn't say it out loud, he had to admit that Li Tai was indeed quite different from the nobles in his impression. He was a ruthless character. After a few probing attempts from last night to this morning, we basically don't have to worry about him escaping. He knows his place very well. Now that we're short on manpower, we don't have to waste manpower on him. Next, we need to focus on the defense of the inn. We have to be tight on the outside and loose on the inside. We must not let the people from the government sneak in. Chapter 2013. After the soldiers finished their morning exercises, Li Zishuan and Sun Jiping briefly discussed the arrangements for today's fighting competition. Thus, the two of them arrived at the cafeteria a little later than usual. The two of them found a line with fewer people and started lining up. In response to the soldiers' enthusiastic greetings, Li Zishuan and Sun Jiping nodded in response. The soldiers were tactful enough to not ask Li Zishuan to cut in line. After this period of interaction, they already knew Li Zishuan's temperament: no special treatment, strict adherence to the rules. But at this moment, in front of the line to Li Zishuan's right, a discordant voice sounded. "Hey! Little Xian! Come quick! Cut in! Cut in behind me!" It was Ching Chumo. After the morning exercises, Li Zishuan and Sun Jiping had something to discuss. He and Yuchi Baolin, on the other hand, ran to the cafeteria as fast as they could as usual. That was why he was able to line up at the front of the line. But this idiot's words were too King ambiguous, wasn't it? Scram! Hearing this, Li Zishuan's face instantly darkened. He glared fiercely at Ching Chumo and blurted out, "Scram! If you don't want to cut in, then don't cut in. Why are you scolding me?" Ching Chumo, who was standing in front of the line, was instantly dumbfounded. Speaking of which, he had good intentions. Why was Li Zishuan so angry? Ching Chumo couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. He could only mumble to himself before turning his head away from Li Zishuan. Normally, he would treat Li Zishuan as his brother and would occasionally bicker with him. If this was any other day, he would definitely roll up his sleeves and fight with Li Zishuan for 300 rounds. Even though he could not win, but now, they were in the military camp and Li Zishuan was leading the soldiers. Ching Chumo understood that he could not bicker with Li Zishuan like he usually did. This was because it would hurt Li Zishuan's prestige in the Black Armored Army. "Chonyo, did you forget that the Yamacho never cut in line? No matter if it's in the academy or the military camp." Yuchi Baolin, who was standing behind Ching Chumo, could not help but remind him. Speaking of which, Ching Chumo was really sincere. Previously, when he asked Li Zixuan to cut in line, he actually asked Li Zixuan to cut in line behind him, which was in front of Yuqi Baolin. Luckily, it was Yuqi Baolin who was standing behind him. If it was someone with a bad temper, they might have cut him. Of course I know. I'm just thinking that we are not considered outsiders, right? Xiao Xian is not cutting in line. He's asking us to help him line up. Ching Chumo's eyes widened as he tried to justify himself. Sun Jiping actually did not get Li Zixuan's anger. He only looked at Li Zixuan curiously. Seeing that Li Zixuan had no intention of explaining, he shifted his gaze away and began to think about the martial arts competition later. Officer Li, previously we heard from the brothers in the A battalion that the Emperor might come to the military camp to watch today's martial arts competition. Is it true? A rough-looking soldier standing 2 to 3 steps in front of Li Zixuan turned around and asked Li Zixuan. This person was the leader of the E battalion, Wang Rong. Ding Dali, who helped Zhang Kongnian incite the soldiers to mutiny, was a soldier under his command. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers nearby all turned around and cast their gazes on Li Zixuan. Their eyes were filled with eagerness. Chapter 2014. Li Zixuan's guess was correct. At this moment, Li Er was indeed having a headache over how to rescue Li Tai. Moreover, apart from this matter, there was another matter that gave him an even bigger headache, and that was the inquiry from Empress Zhongsun. It was said that a woman's intuition was the most accurate. This saying was true for Empress Zhongsun. Last night, there had been an urgent report from Taiyuan, saying that Li Tai had been kidnapped by a Turkic spy. Zhao Song had knocked on the door of Li Er and Empress Zhongsun's bedroom in fear and trepidation. It was only after Li Er had left that Zhao Song informed Li Er of this news. Although Empress Zhongsun didn't hear anything from beginning to end, her intuition told her that something urgent and important must have happened. Otherwise, Zhao Song wouldn't have disturbed Li Er's rest so late at night. When Li Er returned to his bedroom, Empress Zhongsun couldn't help but ask Li Er why Zhao Song was looking for him. Li Er casually made up a lie, saying that someone in the army was causing trouble. Then, he used the excuse of being sleepy and fell asleep quickly. Although Empress Zhongsun didn't really believe Li Er's reason, she didn't continue to ask after considering that Li Er had been busy with state affairs during the day and was indeed very tired. However, her mood was very perturbed. Finally, it was daybreak. It was almost time for the morning court. Empress Zhongsun quickly woke Li Er up and continued to ask about last night's matter. Li Er suddenly had a headache. If he told the truth, it would definitely make Empress Zhongsun heartbroken and worried all day long. However, if he didn't say it, he couldn't make up a reason that Empress Zhongsun could trust in such a short time. It was strange. In front of others, Li Er could easily lie with his eyes open. However, in front of Empress Zhongsun, it was difficult for him to lie flawlessly. This was because Empress Zhongsun knew him too well. Many times, even if he didn't say anything, Empress Zhongsun could guess a thing or two from his expression or the emotions hidden in his eyes. Your Majesty. It's time for the morning court. The officials are already waiting outside Taiji Palace. Just as Li Er and Empress Zhongsun were in a silent confrontation, Zhao Song's voice came from outside the bedroom. Li Er could not help but heave a sigh of relief in his heart. At this moment, Empress Zhongsun had already helped him put on his clothes. Li Er turned around and gently hugged Zhongsun, then said softly, "Guanyin maid, don't worry. Something did happen last night, but you have to believe us will definitely resolve it. We will go to the morning court first. After the morning court, if you still want to know, we will tell you." Empress Zhongsun leaned on Li Er's broad chest and felt the sincerity in his words. She couldn't help but feel her heart soften. She thought that she had pushed him too far. There were some things that he didn't tell her. It should be for her own good. Why did she have to push him step by step? Yes. Your Majesty, please go to the morning court. Empress Zhongsun took a step back and took the initiative to leave Li Er's embrace. The expression on her face also changed from the original worry to the present, pretending to be relaxed. All right. Li Er glanced at Empress Zhongsun, then turned and left. After exiting Lijing Palace, Li Er boarded the carriage and led Zhao Song straight to Taiji Palace. Halfway there, Li Er suddenly asked Zhao Song, "What about the thing I asked you to investigate last night?" Chapter 2015. During the morning court session, Li Er did not bring up the matter of Li Tai's capture in front of all the officials. On one hand, he felt that this was a family matter, and there was no need to bring it up in a court session. On the other hand, he had already done all he could with regards to Li Tai's capture. Whether or not he could save Li Tai now depended entirely on Li Juanxian's own abilities. Even if he told the officials, it wouldn't be of much help to the final outcome of the matter. The main topic of today's morning court session was the issue of the 150,000 soldiers entering the capital for training. The 8,000-some elite soldiers selected by the subjugation constabulary of the 12 prefectures, including Shang, Pu, Ning, Liang, Qi, and Qing, have already arrived outside Chang and set up camp around Nyosho Mountain. The camp in the southern part of the city is estimated to be completed in another 2 days. When the time comes, these soldiers will all be able to move into the camp. As for the other prefectures and counties further away from Chang'an, the elite soldiers selected by the subjugation constabulary are also on their way and will arrive in a few days. Minister of War Li Jing was currently in Taiji Palace reporting to Li Er on the progress of the 150,000 soldiers entering the capital. The Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce's fundraising conference in Lantian County had been a great success, raising a total of 428,500 strings of cash for the imperial court. With this money, the Bureau of Revenue could finally relax and work with the Bureau of Works to recruit laborers and craftsmen, working day and night to build a camp for the 150,000 soldiers about to enter the capital. Their progress was nearly twice as fast as before. I'll have to trouble Apothecary to settle these soldiers. Hearing this, Li Er nodded expressionlessly and said, "Since the soldiers from all over the world have arrived in Chang'an, the ones who arrive first should be trained first. The war between the Tang Empire and the Turks will only start earlier than we expected. Pharmacist and Shu Bao, you must make the best use of the time to train the soldiers from all over the world." Li Er had long wanted to attack the Turks. If Wu Jie's infiltration of Yanhuang College to steal information was a catalyst, then the kidnapping of Li Tai last night was the equivalent of igniting a barrel of gunpowder. Those Turk spies had touched Li Er's reverse scale. After all, if a man couldn't even protect his wife and children, what kind of man was he? And Li Er wasn't an ordinary man. He was the emperor, the sovereign of a country. When an emperor is enraged, millions of corpses will fall and blood will flow for thousands of miles. Right now, Old Li was extremely anxious to attack the Turks. However, due to the insufficient logistics and the lack of training of the Northern Expedition Army, Li Ertsai had no choice but to push back the date of the Kingdom War to 2 months later. This old subject obeys the decree. Li Jing and Qin Xiong could hear the urgency in Li Er's voice, so they stepped forward and cupped their fists. Li Er had previously appointed Li Jing as the Grand Steward of the 150,000 soldiers while Qin Xiong was the Great General. They were responsible for the daily management and training of the army. After a pause, Li Jing hesitated. After a few moments of hesitation, he cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to Your Majesty, the soldiers that have recently arrived in Chang and should have come from Bing Province, but this old subject has received news that Taiyuan City's gates have been sealed for the last few days and no one has been able to enter or leave. Thus, the soldiers from Bing Province might not be able to reach Chang, and in the next few days, Taiyuan City was sealed." Upon hearing this news from Li Jing, the officials of the imperial court couldn't help but be alarmed. Only now did they recall that Li Jing had said that there were no soldiers from Bing Province among the 12 provinces that had arrived outside Chang'an. Logically speaking, this shouldn't have been the case. This was because the distance between Bing Province and Chang'an City was much closer than the distance between most of the 12 provinces. Now that they heard Li Jing say that Taiyuan City was sealed, they were all stunned. Taiyuan City was the largest city in the north of the Great Tang. Why would it be sealed for no reason? What in the world had happened there? Seated at the head of the table, Li Er's expression flickered, but it quickly returned to normal. He indifferently said, "There's no need to worry about the soldiers from Bing province for now. Several days ago, a large number of Turkic spies were discovered in Taiyuan City. We have already dispatched 100 cavalry to Taiyuan City to capture them. Thus, Taiyuan City is under martial law for the next few days. Once the storm has calmed down, the soldiers from Taiyuan City will naturally come to Chang'an." Turkic spies? Upon hearing this, the officials of the court couldn't help but be alarmed. They began to discuss amongst themselves. Li Er wasn't willing to say anything more on this topic. He lightly coughed, indicating for the officials to be quiet. Li Jing's eyes flashed as he seemed to understand Li Er's meaning. He stepped forward and cupped his fists. "This old subject obeys the decree." Li Er nodded and then looked at the civil officials to the left of the imperial court. He solemnly asked, "Beloved official Shao, how is the preparation of the provisions for the 150,000 soldiers for the next 3 months?" As the saying went, before the soldiers and horses moved, the provisions would move first. Although the vast majority of the 150,000 soldiers were still on their way, the imperial court had to prepare at least 3 months' worth of provisions for them. And the Great Tang Imperial Court, which had just received a massive sum of money from the donation conference, truly did have the strength and confidence to do so. "Your Majesty, around 70% of the provisions for the army has already been prepared. Before the 150,000 soldiers arrive at Chang'an, the preparations will definitely be completed." Xiao Yu calmly stepped forward and cupped his fists. The Ministry of Revenue was not lacking in money, so there was no need to complain about its efficiency. Thus, Xiao Yu, the steward of the Great Tang's national treasury, spoke with even more confidence than before. "Very good." Li Er nodded in satisfaction, and then he turned to the officials and sternly said, "In 2 months, the imperial court will attack the plains. At that time, not only will the 300,000 soldiers from the various camps in the capital be the main force, the elite soldiers from the various provinces of the Great Tang will also be the main force of the northern expedition." Previously, there was a saying in the Datong Daily that we thought was very good. "The rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of the people." At the donation conference in Lantian County, the merchants and common people were all willing to contribute generously to the imperial court's northern expedition against the Turks. All of you have read the books of the sages, are part of the court, and receive the salary of the country. All of you should spare no effort in preparing for the imperial court's northern expedition. In these 2 months, we hope that all the officials of the 6 ministries of the imperial court will be able to put aside all their selfish thoughts and focus on preparing for the northern expedition. We hope that the strength of the 450,000 soldiers in the northern expedition will rise to another level in 2 months. In this war, we can only win, not lose. If we win, all of you will continue to live in glory and wealth. If we lose, all of you will have your country destroyed and your families exterminated." As soon as the words, "the country is destroyed and the family is destroyed," came out, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became a little tense. Li Er did not deliberately shout, but every word he said was sonorous and powerful, echoing in every corner of the hall. All the officials in the hall were moved, and all the officials bowed in unison. "This subject obeys the decree. We will spare no effort in preparing for the Turks." Chapter 2016. Because the 6 ministries of the court had been busy preparing for the 150,000 troops that were about to enter the capital, the morning court session had ended early. The end of the morning court session was good news for Li Er in the past because he could finally free himself from the busy government affairs and rest for a while. But today, Li Er, who had finished the morning court session, didn't know where to go. There was a woman waiting for him in the imperial harem. It wasn't that he didn't want to see that woman. On the contrary, that woman was the love of his life. He just didn't want to face her today as some of her questions were difficult for him to answer. But he couldn't just stay in Taiji Palace like this. That woman would definitely come looking for him once she knew that the morning court session had ended. Where should he go then? This sounded a little funny. The dignified son of heaven actually had a time when he didn't know where his place was. It was truly inconceivable. "Your Majesty, the Black Armored Army's camp is holding a martial arts competition today. You previously told General Duan that you would be going back to observe. Do you want to go today? Just as Li Er was feeling conflicted, Zhao Song came up to him and whispered to him. Li Er, who was in a dilemma, was suddenly energized. He sat up straight and looked at Zhao Song. Without hesitation, he replied, I'm going. Since I've promised Minister Duan, I'll definitely go. You'll come with me too. As for the Empress, send someone to inform her so that she won't worry about me. Then, Li Er stood up and prepared to leave the palace. He seemed to be more anxious than anyone else to leave the palace, leaving behind a stunned Zhao Song. What a joke. He was just thinking about how to temporarily avoid Empress Zhongsun. Now that he was about to doze off, someone sent him a pillow. Going to the Black Armored Army's camp to observe the martial arts competition was such a dignified excuse. How could he not use it? As for why he emphasized that Zhao Song should go with him, it was mainly because Zhao Song was one of the key informants who knew about Li Tai's capture. If he stayed in the palace, Empress Zhongsun might interrogate him. Although Zhao Song had always been loyal, he would definitely be put in a difficult position when faced with Empress Zhongsun's interrogation. A moment later, Li Er, dressed in casual clothes, left the palace with Zhao Song and a dozen or so guards. They were dressed lightly. On Empress Zhongsun's side, ever since Li Er had left for morning court, she had been waiting for Li Er to come over after court ended. At this time, a palace maid came to report that Taiji Palace's court had ended. Empress Zhongsun couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. She secretly thought that when Li Er came over, she would definitely ask him about last night's matter. She was not an aggressive woman, especially when she was in the harem. She knew how to be a wife better than anyone else. Most of the time, if Li Er was unwilling to say something, she would never ask. But this time was different. She had a premonition that Zhao Song had come looking for Li Tai last night because something had happened to Li Tai in Taiyuan. Although it was just a vague intuition, she had to get to the bottom of this since it concerned her son's safety. Empress Zhongsun sat quietly in the side hall of the Lijiang Palace. Her mood was not calm at all. A quarter of an hour passed, but she still did not see Li Er's figure. At this time, she could not sit still. Could it be that Li Er had directly gone to the Suite du Hall to read memorials after the morning court session? Chapter 2017. On the Black Armored Army drill ground, on the stage. Duan Jishuan's words had set the tone for today's fighting competition, and that was to stop when it was appropriate. No one was to intentionally injure or even kill their opponents. This was to prevent some people from using this opportunity to seek revenge. Now that the war between the Tang Empire and the Turks was imminent, Duan Jishuan would not allow the Black Armored Army to suffer unnecessary losses before they even entered the battlefield. Yes. The generals below the stage responded in unison. Among the ranks of the 2nd Battalion, dozens of soldiers couldn't help but have a slight change in expression. Their faces were filled with conflict and hesitation. Qiu Xinggong, who was standing behind Duan Jishuan, had an indescribable look in his eyes. However, because he was standing at the back and was quite far away from Li Zishuan, no one noticed the abnormality in this old fellow's eyes. Regarding the rules of the fighting competition, all of you should have already heard of them. I won't repeat them. Today's fighting competition will be hosted by Li Kanjun. Now, the fighting competition officially begins. Duan Jishuan looked at the time and didn't waste any more words. He immediately announced the start of the fighting competition and handed over the hosting rights to Li Zishuan. After all, this fighting competition was something that Li Zishuan came up with. The rules were also set by Li Zishuan. For Li Zishuan to be the host was the most suitable. After Duan Jishuan finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the back of the stage. Li Zishuan went to the position where Duan Jishuan was standing just now. Looking down at the neat formation of the 5 battalions, Li Zishuan took a deep breath and said, according to the rules of the fighting competition, each battalion will nominate 20 experts to form teams of 5. Each team will be divided into 4 teams, and each team member will choose a team leader. There are a total of 20 teams from the 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army. The fighting competition will follow a step-by-step elimination system. There will be a total of 3 rounds, the preliminary round, the knockout round and the final round. The team leader will draw lots to decide the opponent of each team. Every round will be a best of 5. The winner will advance and the loser will be eliminated. In order to save time, the preliminary and knockout rounds of the fighting tournament will be held in 5 different locations at the same time. These 5 locations are where our 5 battalions usually train on the drill grounds. There will be 5 referees at the 5 locations to record the results of the matches. The final round will be held at the stage and the final winner will be the champion of the fighting competition. Li Zishuan, Duan Jishuan, and Qiu Xingong had already discussed the rules of the Black Armored Army's fighting competition. Furthermore, the commanders of the various battalions had already informed their subordinates of the rules. On the Black Armor military drill ground, on the platform, Duan Jishuan's words set the tone for today's fighting competition. No one was allowed to intentionally injure or kill their opponents. This was to prevent some people from taking the opportunity to seek revenge. Now that the war between Tang and the Turks was imminent, Duan Jishuan would not allow the Black Armored Army to suffer unnecessary losses before they even entered the battlefield. Yes. The generals below the stage replied in unison. Now that the war between Tang and the Turks was imminent, Duan Jishuan would not allow the Black Armored Army to suffer unnecessary losses before they even entered the battlefield. Yes. The generals below the stage replied in unison. Now that the war between Tang and the Turks was imminent, Duan Jishuan would not allow the Black Armored Army to suffer unnecessary losses before they even entered the battlefield. Yes. The generals below the stage replied in unison. Chapter 2018. According to the rules of the martial arts tournament, each battalion had to send out 20 experts, which was equivalent to 4 small teams. These 4 teams would draw lots to determine their opponents in the preliminary round or the knockout round. Now was the preliminary round, and there were a total of 20 participating teams. Because the competition was using a single elimination system, Li Zishuan only allowed Team 1 and Team 2 of each battalion to come up and draw lots. The numbers of Team 3 and Team 4 of each battalion were written on the lots in the drawing tube. This meant that Team 1 and Team 2 from each battalion could only draw Team 3 and Team 4 from other battalions. It was impossible for them to draw Team 1 and 2 from other battalions. Of course, they could also draw Team 3 and Team 4 from their own battalions. In this way, there would only be a total of 10 matches in the preliminary round. According to a total of 5 competition venues, each venue would only have 2 matches. The winner would advance while the loser would be directly eliminated. This greatly reduced the competition time. After all, the main focus of the various battalions was to intensify their training and prepare for the Turkic War. Li Zishuan and Duan Jishuan couldn't allow the martial arts tournament to take up too much of their training time. Although Qiu Xingong didn't learn new mathematics and didn't know much about probability theory and random events, he knew that the probability of the B battalion drawing Team 3 and Team 4 from the E battalion was relatively small. From a probability perspective, the probability of the B battalion drawing Team 3 and Team 4 from the E battalion was only 1 in 5. It was considered a small probability event. Thus, he ordered someone to secretly tamper with the numbers on the lots. At the end of the lots for Team 3 and Team 4 from the E battalion, there was a very shallow scratch that was hard to detect. As Li Zishuan's voice fell, 2 sergeants walked out from the formation of the 5 camps. Under the gazes of the crowd, the 10 sergeants came to the square table in order from the A camp to the E camp. They drew a bamboo stick and handed it to Li Zishuan. As Li Zishuan received the lot, he read it out loud. Team 1 from the A battalion against Team 3 from the B battalion. Team 2 from the A battalion against Team 4 from the E battalion. Actually, this order of drawing lots was extremely advantageous for the B battalion, because only the A battalion was in front of them, and the 2 captains of the A battalion had a relatively low chance of drawing the E battalion. When it was the turn of the B battalion captains to draw lots, they could directly draw the E battalion based on the secret mark on the bamboo lots. But Qiu Xingong didn't expect that this extremely low probability event would actually happen. The A Battalion Team 2's captain drew Team 3 from the E Battalion. In this way, in the preliminary round, it was very likely that only one team from the B Battalion would be able to draw the E Battalion. What was even worse was that Team 1 of the A Battalion was actually matched up against Team 3 of the B Battalion. In the Black Armored Army, the A Battalion was publicly acknowledged as the strongest battalion. Qiu Xingong recognized the 5 soldiers of Team 1 of the A Battalion. They were all experts of Qi transforming middle stage and above. Furthermore, they had all experienced hundreds of battles and were extremely experienced in battle. They could be considered as the hot favorites for this year's fighting competition. Team 3 of the B Battalion was matched up against Team 1 of the A Battalion. There was no doubt that Team 3 of the B Battalion would be defeated. In other words, after this first round of the preliminary round, not only would the B Battalion only be matched against the E Battalion, one of the B Battalion's teams would also be eliminated. To Qiu Xingong, this was a terrible result. While Qiu Xingong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, the drawing of lots continued. Team 1 from the B Battalion against Team 3 from the E Battalion. Team 2 from the B Battalion against Team 3 from the A Battalion. Pfft. Qiu Xingong didn't think much of the first line of information. After all, it was within Qiu Xingong's expectations. However, Li Zishuan's next line, 2nd Battalion, VSA Battalion 3rd Battalion, almost caused Qiu Xingong to vomit blood. Did they have to be so unlucky? Not only did the B Battalion not meet all the E Battalion's teams, they even had 2 teams that met the A Battalion? If one had to describe Qiu Xingong's current state of mind, it would really be F***ket up. He even suspected that Li Zishuan had also done something to the drawing of lots. As for why he said, also, that was very thought-provoking. Even though he had his suspicions, he didn't have any proof. Furthermore, Qiu Xingong was also feeling guilty. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and swallow it down. However, with this, the B Battalion's situation could be said to be worrisome. This was because 2 of the B Battalion's teams had already met the strong opponent, the A Battalion. Even though the A Battalion's 3rd team wasn't as strong as the A Battalion's 1st team, it was still a tough opponent. If the B Battalion's 1st team were to go up against it, it was hard to say who would win. Qiu Xingong, who had thought that everything was ready and that there would be a good opening, never expected that there would be such a bloody opening. After the first round of the preliminary round, it was very likely that 2 of the B Battalion's 4 teams would be eliminated directly. Moreover, it was very likely that they would only meet 1 team from the E Battalion. Chapter 2019. Following Li Zishuan's command, the preliminary round of the Black Armored Army's first combat competition officially began. The soldiers of each battalion returned to their usual training positions and formed a large circle. The empty space in the center of the circle was equivalent to a temporary arena for sparring. Bao Lin, Wang Rong, let's go. Let's go and meet our brothers from the 3rd Battalion. Qing Chimo chuckled as he patted the shoulders of Yuqi Bao Lin, Wang Rong, and the others. As Qi Transformation Realm martial artists, although Qing Chimo and Yuqi Bao Lin had just joined the 3rd Battalion, their strength was still there for all to see. Therefore, they successfully passed the selection and became the members of the 1st Battalion of the 5th Battalion. Although the rules of the fighting tournament did not explicitly state that each battalion had to place their strongest contestants in Team 1 or Team 2, but between the various battalions, they had already formed a kind of tacit understanding. Roughly speaking, within the main battalion, Team 1 was the strongest, Team 2 was second, and Team 3 and Team 4 were ranked behind in that order. The reason for this tacit understanding was closely related to the rules of the combat competition. According to the rules of the competition, in the preliminary round, each battalion's 1st and 2nd battalions would select their own 3rd and 4th battalions as their opponents. The 1st and 2nd battalions of the other battalions would be the strongest team in the other battalions. If you placed your strongest team in the 3rd or 4th battalion, then wouldn't you have to go head-to-head with your opponents in the preliminary round? Even if you won in the clash, your contestants would be greatly exhausted and would most likely affect the next round of the competition. But if they lost in the clash, then wouldn't their strongest, seeded team, be eliminated in the preliminary round? Therefore, in order to let their own battalions go further, each battalion tacitly placed their strongest contestants in the first and second battalions. On the side of the Wu battalion, the members of Team 1 were Shenmu, Qing Chumo, Yuqi Baolin, Wang Rong, and Xiao Ming. The team leader was Shenmu. Other than Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin, the other three were all mid-level generals of the Wu battalion. Shenmu was the leader of Team 7, Wang Rong was the leader of Team 1, and Xiao Ming was the leader of Team 3. In fact, in the Wu battalion, the strongest one should be Sun Jiping. But according to the rules of the competition, the captains of the different battalions were not allowed to participate in the competition. After all, the main purpose of the martial arts competition was to encourage the soldiers to train well, not to let the captains of the different battalions fight each other. As for the Wu battalion first team, Shenmu was the leader not because he was the strongest, but because he was the only one who was smart and had decent martial arts skills among the 5 of them. In terms of strength, Wang Rong was actually stronger than him. The fighting competition wasn't just a contest of strength. It also required the use of strategies to arrange troops and formations. Hee. We must win the first round. Just now, Li Kanjun said that as long as we can enter the top 5, we can eat as much meat as we want in the next 7 days. Also, we can't let the other battalions look down on us. Our team must enter the top 5. Wang Rong waved his fist and said to Qing Chumo and the rest as he walked towards the training ground of the Wu battalion. As the seeded team of the Wu battalion, the members of Team 1 were all Qi transforming beginner to middle stage Qi transforming stage experts. They were indeed the most promising team to enter the finals. If even they couldn't enter the finals, then the other 3 teams of the Wu battalion would have no hope at all. At that time, if none of the 5 teams in the finals were from the Wu battalion, then for a long time, the soldiers of the Wu battalion wouldn't be able to raise their heads in front of the other battalions. Haha. Old Wang, I like what you said. We must enter the top 5. Only by entering the top 5 can we eat meat and be looked down upon by the other battalions. Qing Chumo laughed loudly and said confidently. In the morning, Li Zishuan told him that the teams with good results would be rewarded handsomely. Qing Chumo didn't expect that it would be such a reward. It was simply to his liking. With this, how could he not give his all in the following matches? Yes. We must enter the top 5. Yuqi Baolin followed closely behind and said with a determined face. To these two, the reward of unlimited meat was what attracted them the most. In order to be able to eat their fill in the military camp, they would give their all and defeat all the opponents in front of them. While they were talking, they had already arrived at the usual training location of the Wu battalion on the drill ground. Standing beside Wang Rong was a 30-year-old soldier with a white face and no beard. At this moment, he was analyzing the situation with a calm face. He calmly analyzed, the members of the 4th team of the Wu battalion are Xiangpeng, Wan Tao, Lu Bin, Zhang Dezhuang, and Ran Xiaodong. Other than their leader Xiangpeng, who is in the middle stage of the Qi transforming stage, the rest of them are like us, new recruits who have just joined the Black Armored Army. Furthermore, they are all below the initial stage of the Qi transforming stage. Therefore, we have a high chance of winning the first match. Later on, we will be on our home ground. According to the rules of the competition, we have to send out a person in the first round. I want Chumo to go first. As long as the opponent doesn't send out Xiangping first, I believe Chumo will be able to help us win the first round. If the opponent is Xiangping first, I suggest Chumo to admit defeat and preserve his strength. We will definitely be able to win the next 3 rounds. This person was Shenmu, the leader of the 7th team of the Wu battalion. He was also the leader of Qing Chumo and the others in this year's combat competition. Although Shenmu's martial strength was only in the early stage of the Qi transforming stage, he was a steady person who was good at strategizing. Therefore, Sun Jiping not only put him in the first team, but also made him the leader of the first team. Coincidentally, before coming to the Black Armored Army, Shenmu used to be an adjutant of the 3rd Battalion of the Right Guards. He was well versed in both the pen and the sword, and was highly regarded by old Cheng. Now that he had left the right guards, Shenmu didn't expect that he would become a comrade in the same battalion as his old superior's son. Because of this relationship, Cheng Chimo didn't have the slightest bit of courtesy towards Shenmu. Hearing what Shenmu said, he glared at him and scolded angrily, "Fuck. Shenmu, what the hell are you saying? Why do I have to admit defeat when I meet Xiangpeng? So what if his cultivation level is higher than mine? So what if he has a higher cultivation level? So what if he can win?" When Xiao Xian was still in the Qi transforming stage, didn't he also beat up that Snake King from the Seven Cultivators sect until he was looking for his teeth on the ground? I will be the first to go up. No matter who the opponent is, I will not admit defeat. We, the people of the Qing family, don't know how to write the two words admit defeat. Cheng Chimo's words could be said to be rather unyielding, but Shenmu felt a headache when he heard it. The reason why he arranged for Cheng Chimo to be the first to go up was, firstly, because this kid was young and full of energy, even exuberant, so he could take it a few more times. Secondly, he also wanted to try his luck. If the first person from the 4th Battalion of the 3rd Battalion wasn't Xiangpeng, then they could use Cheng Chimo, who wasn't very strong, to take the first round. If they could use the two weaker contestants to take the next two rounds, then the remaining two stronger contestants wouldn't need to go up. This way, they could preserve their strength for the later rounds of the knockout round. Therefore, facing this first round where the odds of victory were very high, Shenmu's strategy was to preserve their strength as much as possible. As the captain, he couldn't only care about the victory or defeat in front of him. If their team wanted to advance to the finals, then they must carefully plan and reasonably allocate the number of matches for each member. Of course, if the opponent's first to go up was Xiangpeng, then Shenmu could also accept it. After all, his team could be considered to have used their weakest member, cough cough, that's right, from the surface, Cheng Chimo was indeed the weakest in their team. After using up the opponent's strongest member's number of matches, they would have a greater chance of winning the next 3 rounds in a row. The reason he let Cheng Chimo directly admit defeat when facing Xiangpeng was to let Cheng Chimo preserve his strength. Alright then, but Chimo, you still have to act according to your ability. You must not get injured in the first round. Facing the stubborn Cheng Chimo, who was as stubborn as a bull, Shenmu didn't have any good ideas and could only nod helplessly. Hey! We still don't know who will get injured. Old Shen, you just wait and see. Cheng Chimo patted Shenmu's shoulder and said loudly. All right. Stop bragging. The brothers from the 3rd Battalion are coming. Chapter 2020. Actually, Team 1 and Team 2 had another advantage, and that was the home field advantage. Because according to the rules of the competition, in the preliminary stage, no matter which team the first or second team of each battalion drew, the competition venue would be the location of the training ground of each battalion. The surrounding spectators were naturally all brothers of the main battalion, so the atmosphere was undoubtedly more friendly. As for the members of Team 3 and Team 4, unless they were lucky enough to be drawn by Team 1 and 2, they would have to go to the opponent's territory to compete. At that time, they would be surrounded by the opponent's soldiers, and naturally there would be no one to cheer for them. The atmosphere of the competition would be quite bad. It was because of this competition system that the commanders of each battalion would arrange the strongest contestants in their respective battalions to be in Team 1 and 2, in order to let their battalions go further in the fighting competition. However, could Team 1 and Team 2 really win against Team 3 and Team 4? Of course not. Since ancient times, all kinds of competitions had a certain degree of uncertainty, but due to the difference in strength between the two parties, the degree of uncertainty would also be different. The competition system of the Black Armored Army seemed to give Team 1 and Team 2 an advantage, but there was also a lot of uncertainty in it. On the side of the Wu Battalion, the two teams for the first round were already in position. The first team of the Wu Battalion sent Cheng Chimo out first. As for the fourth team of the 3rd Battalion, it was obvious that they had done their homework beforehand. Cough cough, it wasn't completely accurate. The former lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion, Zhang Kangmian, had already been executed for inciting the soldiers to mutiny. The current lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion was Li Zishuan. As for the strength of the members of the first team of the Wu Battalion, Li Zixuan had already informed Xiang Peng of the 4th Battalion of the 3rd Battalion about the general situation after the results of the draw. Although from a selfish point of view, Li Zixuan really hoped that the Wu Battalion would go to the end. After all, to him, the Wu Battalion was his direct line of command. But from a status point of view, Li Zixuan was an adjutant of the Black Armored Army, and now he was the lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion. The soldiers of both battalions could be considered as his subordinates, so he had to be impartial. When Xiang Peng saw that Qing Chimo was the first to step onto the field, he hesitated for a moment, then said to a slightly skinny young soldier beside him, "Le Bin, you go up and meet Duke Lu's eldest son. The competition is like a battlefield. There's no need to show mercy. It's fine as long as you don't kill anyone." Through the information he got from Li Zixuan, Xiang Peng knew that Qing Chimo was the weakest in the first team of the Wu Battalion. He had just broken through to the Qi transformation stage. Therefore, after seeing that Qing Chimo was the first to go up, Xiang Peng pondered for a moment. In the end, he didn't go up himself. Instead, he sent a young general. From Xiang Peng's point of view, if he were to personally fight against Qing Chimo, his side would definitely be able to win the first round. However, his side had exhausted one of their strongest combatants. Facing the remaining 4 strong opponents of the first team of the Wu Battalion, his side would probably lose the next few rounds. Therefore, after careful consideration, Xiang Peng still didn't go up himself. Instead, he sent Le Bin, who was ranked 3rd on his side. Although Le Bin hadn't reached the Qi transformation stage yet, he wasn't far from it. In addition, he had been in the army for many years and had undergone a lot of rigorous training. From Xiang Peng's point of view, he still had a chance to win against Qing Chimo. If Le Bin could win the first round, then the 4th team of the 3rd Battalion still had a certain chance of winning. If Le Bin lost the first round, then their team's future would be uncertain. Therefore, this first round might be insignificant to the first team of the Wu Battalion. It would be better if they won, but it wouldn't affect them much if they lost. However, to the 4th team of the 3rd Battalion, this was a crucial battle that would determine their life and death. Tisk. "Xiang Peng, why don't you come and fight with me personally? This guy can't beat me." Seeing that the 4th team of the 3rd Battalion didn't send Xiang Peng, but a young general, Qing Chimo couldn't help but feel disappointed. He curled his lips and said to Xiang Peng with an arrogant face, "Humph. Arrogant. We'll only know who wins after we fight." Before Xiang Peng could say anything, Le Bin, who had just walked to the opposite side of Qing Chimo, couldn't hold back his anger. He waved his fist and smashed it towards Qing Chimo's body. The Black Armored Army's combat competition didn't allow the use of weapons. From Le Bin's point of view, Qing Chimo was born in a noble family and had lived a life of luxury since young. Although his father, Qing Chimo, was a founding general who had experienced countless battles, Qing Chimo was still a new recruit who hadn't experienced much hardship. Le Bin himself had stayed in the military for 4 to 5 years. The hardships and training he had experienced were much more than Qing Chimo. Even if Qing Chimo's cultivation level was slightly higher than his, he still had the chance to defeat him with his rich combat experience. Actually, it wasn't a problem for him to think this way. Because in the current 2nd generation of the Tang dynasty's military families, there wasn't a single one that could be brought out. Most of them relied on the shadow of the previous generation to make a name for themselves in the capital. However, what Le Bin didn't know was that Qing Chimo had been trained by the bearded man in Yanhuang College for more than half a year. It was because of this half a year of training that Qing Chimo was able to break through from the body refining realm to the Qi transformation realm. Hee hee. You're quite fast, but your strength isn't up to par. Feeling a gust of wind coming at him, Qing Chimo narrowed his eyes and his expression turned serious. He took a few steps back, then extended his right hand and clenched his fist into a palm. Le Bin instantly felt as if his fist had smashed into a steel plate. Of course, Qing Chimo wasn't using Tai Chi against an opponent like Le Bin who was weaker than him on the surface. He didn't intend to use Tai Chi to subdue strength with gentleness. He wanted to fight Le Bin head-on. That way, it would be more satisfying. Haha. It's my turn. After Ching Chimo wrapped his palm around Le Bin's fist, he turned around and placed Le Bin's right arm on his shoulder. He directly threw Le Bin over his shoulder, intending to throw Le Bin onto his back. There were no fist techniques, moves, nor was there a competition of internal energy. It was purely a contest of physical strength. Ching Chimo intended to use this simple and primitive method to defeat his opponent. If he didn't do this, he would feel that he had an unfair advantage. After all, his martial arts strength was one realm higher than Le Bin's. Le Bin, who had already been thrown into the air by Ching Chimo, was shocked by Ching Chimo's strength. After all, to be able to have such strength, he didn't seem like an ordinary pampered aristocrat. On the other hand, Le Bin was angered by Ching Chimo's contempt. He groaned and used his left hand to grab Ching Chimo's right arm. He used the force to twist his body, then fiercely stomped on Ching Chimo's shoulder. Using the rebound force, he broke free from Ching Chimo's control and flew backwards. Hey! This is interesting. Ching Chimo grinned. Le Bin's kick just now was mainly to escape and not to injure Ching Chimo. In fact, after more than half a year of training by the bearded guest, and after following Li Zishuan into the Black Armored Army, Ching Chimo's current physical strength was not inferior to most of the soldiers in the Black Armored Army. Again. Shaking his shoulders, Ching Chimo faced Le Bin, arched his body, and put on full alert. He shouted arrogantly. After just 2 rounds of fighting, he could already tell that although Le Bin's martial strength was not as good as his flexibility and ability to adapt on the spot in real combat were miles ahead of him. Under such circumstances, Ching Chimo did not take the initiative to attack. He felt that it was necessary for him to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. By provoking his opponent to take the initiative to attack, he would seize the opportunity and find his weakness. It was said that the old Ching family was brainless, but that was not the case. Like Ching Chimo, there were many times when Ching Chimo was just too lazy to use his brain. As expected, seeing that Ching Chimo was still hooting, how could the young and hot-blooded Le Bin hold himself back? He shouted loudly and disappeared from his original position. The next moment, his 2 feet appeared diagonally above Ching Chimo's head. Everything happened too quickly. An ordinary person would not have been able to react in time and would have been kicked in the face by Le Bin. However, Ching Chimo was not an ordinary person. He was already on guard against Le Bin. The moment Le Bin disappeared from his original position, his eyes had already locked onto him. Hey! Now you have nowhere to run, right? Ching Chimo laughed proudly. He, who was already prepared, stretched out his hands like lightning and grabbed Le Bin's ankles. Le Bin could not help but panic. However, he was in the air and his feet were grabbed by someone else. There was no way for him to borrow strength. He could only let Ching Chimo grab his ankles and throw him out fiercely. Was he going to lose just like that? No. Absolutely not. Le Bin, who was extremely unwilling to admit defeat, made an extremely difficult move at the moment when Ching Chimo released his hands and threw him out. That was, he used his legs to clamp onto Ching Chimo's wrist before he could retract it. His movement was very fast. It was almost completed the moment Ching Chimo released his hands. However, due to the lack of time, although he used his ankles to clamp onto Ching Chimo's wrist, he still could not resist the huge inertia of his body flying out. Therefore, he only paused in the air for a moment before his whole body flew out. However, it was precisely because of that short pause that he was not directly thrown out of the arena. Instead, he landed on the edge of the arena that had been marked out in advance and stopped his momentum. Since he was not thrown out, the competition would continue. Ching Chimo did not expect his opponent to be so tenacious. He was a little surprised and could not help but become more serious. Hey! If you ask me, you should just admit defeat. You can't beat me anyway. Ching Chimo did not chase after him. Instead, he stood where he was and waited for his opponent to stand up. At this time, he spoke. It was not a taunt, but a very sincere suggestion. Thank you for your kindness. You are indeed very strong, but I will not admit defeat so easily. Lu Bin stood up and wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. Then, he said with a serious face. After the fight just now, he also understood that Qing Chimo's strength was indeed above his. However, he was unwilling to admit defeat because he could learn a lot from fighting with such an opponent. At this time, his mentality had changed. He originally wanted to win, but now, he wanted to use this opportunity to learn martial arts. Haha. Good. Since you like my temper, let's fight to our heart's content today. Qing Chimo laughed loudly. Lu Bin's character of not easily admitting defeat was very similar to his. Qing Chimo was suddenly interested and wanted to fight to his heart's content. Happy to oblige. Lu Bin smiled knowingly and took the initiative to attack again. The following fight was much more interesting because there was no dodging back and forth. It was all fist-to-fist fighting. Not only were the surrounding soldiers very satisfied, but Qing Chimo and Lu Bin were also very satisfied. However, after all, Qing Chimo's strength was higher and his physique was better. After falling to the ground for the 8th time, Lu Bin finally could not hold on anymore. I admit defeat. Lu Bin, who could not get up, simply lay on the ground and said weakly. First round of the preliminary round, Team 1 of the Wu Battalion wins. A soldier from Qiu Xinggong's personal guard, who was acting as the temporary referee, quickly shouted at this time. Oh! We won, we won. Let's take down a city first. The surrounding soldiers of the Wu Battalion burst into cheers. Shen Mu, Wang Rong and the rest also heaved a sigh of relief. Qing Chimo grinned, wiped the sweat on his face with his sleeve, and then walked towards Lu Bin who was lying on the ground. Although the kid's martial arts were not as good as his temperament was very similar. But speaking of which, if it wasn't for the life-threatening training in the past few days, he would not have been able to endure the previous fight. After all, ever since the bearded man left the academy to go out to sea, his martial arts had been neglected for a long time. After entering the Black Armored Army, the continuous training, especially the very targeted training programs in Li Zishuan's new drill manual, not only had his recently broken through state become more stable, his body also became stronger. Chapter 2021. While Qing Chimo and Lu Bin were battling, the other 4 battalions of the Black Armored Army were also engaged in intense battles. In the training grounds of the 2nd Battalion, Yuan Desheng from the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Battalion and Lu Ming from the 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion went up for the first round. As a member of the seeded team of the 2nd Battalion, Yuan Desheng was a martial arts expert at the middle stage of the Qi transforming stage. On the other hand, Lu Ming from the 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion was only at the early stage of the Qi transforming stage. In fact, the 5 members of the 2nd Battalion's 1st Battalion were all experts in the middle stage of the Qi transforming stage. The fact that the 2nd Battalion had so many top experts was largely due to the fact that there were many veterans of the Black Armored Army. It had been more than 10 years since the Black Armored Army was established by Li Zishuan. In these 10 years, the Black Armored Army had followed Li Zishuan on many expeditions and had experienced countless battles. Although there had been constant additions and losses, the total number of Black Armored Army members had always been fixed at around 3,000. Therefore, the Black Armored Army members who were able to survive countless dangerous battles, excluding the element of luck, most of them had outstanding martial arts skills and rich battle experience. It could also be said that every veteran of the Black Armored Army was a treasure. Yuan Desheng had been in the Black Armored Army for 5 to 6 years and was considered one of the most experienced members of the Black Armored Army. Of course, he was also very capable. In terms of martial arts, Yuan Desheng could be considered the strongest in the 2nd Battalion's 1st Battalion. Therefore, he was also the leader of the 2nd Battalion's 1st Battalion. Speaking of the 5th Battalion's 4th Battalion's Lu Ming, he was actually not that famous in the Black Armored Army. However, in the 5th Battalion, almost everyone knew him. This was because he was the chief cook of the 5th Battalion's Cook's Army. He and his subordinates were in charge of the daily meals of the entire 5th Battalion. As a cook soldier, Lu Ming was not only a good cook, his martial arts skills were also not bad. Not only did he register for this year's fighting competition, he was also the leader of the 4th Battalion's 3rd Battalion. For the first round, Yuan Desheng had actually personally come out to fight for the 2nd Battalion. Lu Ming knew clearly that no one on his side was a match for Yuan Desheng. As the leader, he could only brace himself and go up personally to meet the strongest member of the opposing team. No matter if it was the 2nd Battalion or the other members of the 5th Battalion, no one had any hope for Lu Ming. Everyone thought that Lu Ming would definitely lose. Lu Ming also thought so. However, he didn't intend to admit defeat directly. Not to mention that the 5th Battalion had some conflicts with the 2nd Battalion. Even if there were no conflicts between the two battalions, he didn't have any reason to admit defeat directly. Because that would hurt the morale of his own people. Lu Ming entered the arena with the mentality of learning martial arts. Of course, winning or losing was important, but now that he knew that the chance of winning was very slim, he only wanted to improve himself through this competition and show off his skills. At least, he didn't want to bring shame to the Wu Battalion. Yuan Desheng, on the other hand, had a special mission. As soon as the two sides exchanged blows, Lu Ming felt that something was wrong. This was because he could vaguely feel a trace of murderous aura from Yuan Desheng. Although Lu Ming was only a Cook's Army unit soldier, he was still considered a veteran. Before he joined the Black Armored Army, he was one of the Zhuo Wuwei's men and had been on many battlefields. Towards something as intangible as murderous aura, he could still feel it. Although each of Yuan Desheng's moves and styles looked very sparse and ordinary, Lu Ming found that there was a lot of hidden power hidden in Yuan Desheng's moves. He only took 2 moves, but he was almost shocked to the point of vomiting blood. As a result, he didn't dare to take Yuan Desheng's moves head-on anymore. He could only rely on his body movements to dodge as much as possible. Of course, if there was a good opportunity, he would also seize it and attack. Lu Ming couldn't understand why Yuan Desheng would use these seemingly ordinary, but actually deadly, insidious moves. Of course, he didn't have the time to think about this at this moment. He had to focus all of his energy on dodging Yuan Desheng's attacks. Although the situation was very dangerous, and there were a few times where Yuan Desheng's moves had brushed past his face, Lu Ming still didn't have the intention to admit defeat. He couldn't bring shame to the Wu Battalion. Something's not right. Why isn't Lu Ming attacking? Why is he dodging? The other 4 members of the Wu Battalion's 4th platoon were watching the situation in the arena closely. At this moment, one of the soldiers couldn't help but say. Chapter 2022. What is going on? On the drill ground of the Black Armored Army's camp, Qiu Xingong frowned as he saw the members of the 2nd Battalion surrounding the members of the 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion. Look of displeasure. Yuan Desheng hurriedly walked up to Qiu Xingong, in fear and trepidation. He bowed and cupped his fists. General, it's my fault. I didn't control myself during the competition and accidentally hurt Brother Lu Ming of the Wu Battalion. I'm willing to accept any punishment. Take note that Yuan Desheng said that he was willing to accept his punishment, not that he was willing to accept his punishment. He was intentionally trying to simplify the situation. Bullshit. You were the one who purposely hit him hard and wanted to kill him. If we didn't stop you just now, would you have killed Lu Ming in front of us? Old Zhou and Zhou Erfu of the 4th Battalion couldn't help but reprimand him. As for the judge, he had already run out with another member of the 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion to find a military doctor after roughly checking Lu Ming's injuries. Qiu Xingong lowered his head and looked at the unconscious Lu Ming who was lying on the ground covered in blood. As an experienced soldier, he could naturally tell that Lu Ming's injuries were very serious. Even if he could be saved, it would take at least 10 days to half a month for him to recover. Thus, a hint of pride flashed across Qiu Xingong's eyes. Then, he raised his head and looked at Zhou Erfu sternly. He said in a deep voice, You are from the 5th Battalion? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. In a military competition, fists and kicks have no eyes. Injuries are unavoidable. Why did you say that it was intentional fratricide between fellow soldiers? Do you know that your words will affect the unity of the soldiers? On the surface, Qiu Xingong was here to stop the fight, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this old man was siding with Zhou Erfu. He didn't say anything and directly settled the matter. He even labeled Zhou Erfu as a disloyal soldier. Zhou Erfu was furious, but no matter what, Qiu Xingong was his superior. He didn't dare to scold him like how he scolded Yuan Deshang. Otherwise, Qiu Xingong would definitely accuse him of being disrespectful to the general. Zhou Erfu took a deep breath and said, "General Qiu, everyone saw clearly what happened just now. Yuan Deshang had already seriously injured Lu Ming and made him lose the ability to fight back. However, he didn't stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. If we didn't stop him, Lu Ming would have been killed by him. Old Zhou is right. Yuan Deshang definitely didn't make a mistake by accident. He did it on purpose. He has to give us an explanation for this." Fang Yong stood up and said with grief and indignation. That was because he had seen Lu Ming's injuries earlier. The latter had suffered severe internal injuries and external injuries. Currently, his breathing was extremely weak. Yuan Deshang hurriedly cupped his fists and explained to Qiu Xingong, "General Qiu, your subordinate has been wronged. Your subordinate did not intentionally injure anyone. During the competition just now, your subordinate was wholeheartedly seeking victory, but I did not expect Brother Lu Ming to be so I was a little heavy-handed." Yuan Deshang wanted to say, "I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so weak," but he was afraid that saying that would anger Fang Yong, Zhou Erfu, and the others even more. Therefore, he swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Qiu Xingong nodded and secretly thought that this Yuan Deshang was a moldable talent. He looked at Fang Yong and Zhou Erfu and said in a deep voice, "The truth is already very clear. Yuan Deshang only accidentally injured someone. The two of you should stop pestering and talking nonsense here. The most important thing now is to let the military doctor carry Lu Ming away as soon as possible and then continue the competition. Don't let this small misunderstanding affect the progress of today's fighting competition. Otherwise, even if I can forgive you, Instructor Li and General Duan will not let you off so easily." Misunderstanding? A person almost died. How can this be considered a misunderstanding? Just as Qiu Xingong was about to conclude the matter, a cold voice sounded from outside the crowd. Although the voice wasn't loud, it was clearly heard by everyone present. The surrounding 2nd Battalion soldiers automatically opened up a path, and a handsome young general walked in. Qiu Xingong squinted his eyes and said calmly, "That's right, I'm not going to give you a chance to get out of here." "Instructor Li, what do you mean by that?" The person who walked in was Li Zishuan. After the fighting competition officially started, Li Zishuan and Duan Jishuan left the general appointment stage and went to each battalion to inspect the situation of the competition. Li Zishuan went to the 5th Battalion first, but when he saw Le Bin of the 3rd Battalion taking the initiative to attack, he predicted that Qing Chumo would definitely win this round. Therefore, he left the 5th Battalion's field and headed to the 2nd Battalion's field. This was because the 2nd Battalion had two teams fighting at the same time in the first round. One was the 1st Battalion of the 5th Battalion, and the other was the 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion. The 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion would be fighting against the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Battalion. From Li Zishuan's point of view, the 1st Battalion of the 5th Battalion would most likely be able to make it to the knockout stage. The one he really needed to worry about was the 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion, because the opponent of the 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion was too strong. But he had never expected that just as he neared the 2nd Battalion grounds, he would hear the sounds of quarreling over here. Li Zishuan hurriedly quickened his footsteps and walked into the crowd. Of course, Li Zishuan had also roughly heard the conversation between Fang Yong, Zhou Erfu, Yuan Deshang and Qiu Xingong earlier. From these few words, he could be considered to have a preliminary understanding of the ins and outs of the matter. What I mean is, whether this Yuan Deshang is guilty or not, General Qiu and I don't have the final say. Whether he intentionally harmed others or not, we need to investigate clearly before we can make a conclusion. General Qiu and I are the same, we didn't see what happened with our own eyes, so how can we make a conclusion so easily? Before the competition, General Qiu had ordered that the soldiers were not allowed to use the competition as an excuse to maliciously injure or even kill people. But in the first round of the competition, such a vile incident occurred in the 2nd Battalion. This incident must be investigated clearly. His own soldier was injured. Li Zishuan's chest was filled with anger. But he knew that he had to remain calm and not lose his rationality. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to seek justice for Lu Ming, he would also leave a weakness for Qiu Xingong to use against him. He took 2 deep breaths, looked straight at Qiu Xingong and said mercilessly. Qiu Xingong was extremely angry. If it was in the past, no one in the Black Armored Army would dare to speak to him like this. It had to be said that ever since Li Zishuan entered the Black Armored Army, he had been testing the limits of his patience time and time again. Li Zishuan didn't have the mood to continue wasting his breath on Qiu Xingong. He also didn't care how Qiu Xingong would react after hearing his words. After saying that, he walked directly towards Lu Ming, who was lying on the ground. Sergeant Li. When Fang Yong, Zhou Erfu, and the rest saw Li Zishuan walking over, it was as if they had seen their pillar of support. Even though Qiu Xingong's words were harsh, they could only swallow it because of their status and environment. Now that Li Zishuan was here, they finally had a pillar of support. Although this young man in front of them was young and had only joined the Black Armored Army for a short period of time, he could support them and seek justice for the injured Lu Ming. Let me take a look at his injuries. Li Zishuan could see the grievances and anger in their eyes. He patted their shoulders as a form of consolation and said. The 3 of them immediately stepped aside. Li Zishuan squatted beside Lu Ming. Upon closer inspection, his expression suddenly changed. He saw that the latter's eyes were tightly shut. The corners of his mouth, chin, and chest were covered in blood and bloody foam. The ground around him had even sunk a little. From this, it could be seen how fast Lu Ming had fallen and how serious the impact was when he hit the ground. Medic. Get out of the way, the medic is here. Just as Li Zishuan was about to remove Lu Ming's armor to check his injuries, a hurried voice came from outside the crowd. Li Zishuan stood up and saw 2 soldiers hurrying over with an old man in a scholarly robe and 2 young men in green robes. After being in the military camp for so many days, Li Zishuan knew this old man. His name was Si Kong Yi, and he was from the Imperial Medical Department. The Black Armored Army had more than a dozen medic under his management. Mr. Si Kong, please take a look at Brother Lu Ming. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said to Si Kong Yi. Although he had regained some of the memories of his predecessor, his medical experience was definitely far inferior to this old man in front of him. As the saying goes, brainstorming is beneficial. Now that Lu Ming's injuries were extremely serious, if the 2 of them could work together, the chances of successfully saving Lu Ming would be higher. Si Kong Yi looked like a very dedicated doctor. Without any nonsense, he squatted down and began to carefully examine Lu Ming's injuries. At this time, Li Zishuan looked at the referee, who brought Si Kong Yi over. Of course, he knew this person, so he asked, Deng Kong, what happened just now? Tell me the truth. Don't hide anything. Deng Kong didn't belong to any of the 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army. He was Duan Jishuan's personal guard. In fact, all the referees today were Duan Jishuan's personal guards. The reason for this was to ensure that these referees were fair and just. At this moment, the reason why Li Zishuan didn't ask Fang Yong, Zhou Erfu, and the other members of the 4th platoon of the 5th battalion, but Deng Kong instead, was to shut Qiu Xingong's mouth in advance. Otherwise, that old bastard would say that Fang Yong and the others were deliberately adding fuel to the fire because of their own selfish motives. Yes. Adjunct Li. Deng Kong looked at Qiu Xingong hesitantly. After hesitating for a moment, he finally made a decision. He cupped his hands and said to Li Zishuan, just now, while Li Zishuan was questioning Deng Kong, the news of Lu Ming being seriously injured by Yuan Deshang had already spread to the 5th battalion. Cheng Chimo had just come down from the arena. After hearing the news, this idiot was instantly enraged. Fuck. Those bastards from the 2nd battalion are too much of a bully. They took advantage of the competition to attack old Lu. Damn it, old Lu was seriously injured in the 2nd battalion. Brothers, follow me to the 2nd battalion to F***ck up Yuan Deshang. Chapter 2023. Although Ching Chumo had only joined the Wu battalion for a short time, he was born with the personality of being able to get along well with anyone. In addition to his special identity as the son of Lu Guogong, many people in the Wu battalion used to be Ching Chumo's subordinates. Therefore, although Ching Chumo had only joined the Wu battalion for a short time, he was already very familiar with most of the soldiers in the Wu battalion. As for Lu Ming, when Ching Chumo was assigned by Li Zixuan to help in the kitchen, he had interacted with Lu Ming before. Lu Ming was a generous and straightforward person, which was very similar to Ching Chumo's temperament. In addition, Lu Ming and his cook's army unit had contributed 3 meals a day to the soldiers in the Wu battalion. To these soldiers, what was the most important thing? Filling their stomachs every day was the most important thing. Whether Ching Chumo and the other soldiers could fill their stomachs or not was directly related to the cook's army unit. Now that Lu Ming was seriously injured, not only could Ching Chumo not tolerate it, the other soldiers in the Wu battalion also couldn't tolerate it. What? Fire Master Lu had been severely injured by the 2nd Battalion? Motherf *Ker, those bastards in the 2nd Battalion. Let's go and take revenge for Fire Master Lu. Revenge. We must take revenge. Does the 2nd Battalion think that our brothers in the Wu battalion are easy to bully? Motherf *Ker, how dare they injure Fire Master Lu, isn't this destroying our jobs? Brothers, let's go to the 2nd Battalion and F***ck Yuan de Shang. Because Ching Chumo's voice was loud, and because the first round of the competition had just ended, the soldiers here weren't cheering for their brothers like before. The surrounding environment was relatively quiet, so many people heard Ching Chumo's loud roar. As a result, more and more soldiers in the Wu battalion heard the news that Lu Ming was seriously injured. In a moment, the soldiers in the Wu battalion were enraged, and they all wanted to go to the 2nd Battalion to settle the score with Yuan de Shang. All of you, stop right there. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Sun Jiping had no choice but to stand up and block the path of Ching Chumo and the others, shouting loudly to stop them. He was also to blame for this. Just now, he was standing too close to Ching Chumo. When the soldier came to report to him that Lu Ming was severely injured, Ching Chumo heard everything clearly. Ching Chumo was a hot-tempered person who would explode at the slightest touch. When he heard this news, he was instantly enraged. With his loud voice, more than half of the soldiers of the Wu battalion knew about this news. Plus, Lu Ming's identity was special, and he had a good relationship with the people in the 5th Battalion. Therefore, Sun Jiping didn't find it strange at all that the soldiers were clamoring to avenge Lu Ming. Officer Sun, what do you mean by this? Why are you stopping us? Ching Chumo was not afraid of anything. When he saw Sun Jiping blocking their way, old Ching immediately glared at him with displeasure. He had a look that said, if you don't like what you say, I'll *ck you up. Sun Jiping wasn't scared. Hearing this, he glared at Ching Chumo and the soldiers behind him. He shouted in a deep voice, Ching Chumo, what are you doing? Are you trying to gather people to fight or mutiny? This is the military camp, not outside. The country has its laws, and the army has its rules. Whether Yuan de Shang is in the wrong or not, it's not up to you to cause trouble in the 2nd Battalion. Adjunct Li and General Duan will investigate and give Lu Ming justice. Seeing that Sun Jiping mentioned Li Zixuan, Ching Chumo, and the other soldiers of the 5th Battalion had no choice but to suppress the anger in their hearts. Because for now, Li Zixuan still had absolute prestige in the 5th Battalion. Then we can't just stand by and watch Firehead Lu get bullied, right? Ching Chumo was not convinced. But his tone wasn't as aggressive as before. Sun Jiping said with a serious face, do you know why Lu Ming got injured? Lu Ming knew that his opponent was stronger than him, but he didn't lose immediately. Because he knew that he was representing the 5th Battalion in this battle, and he got injured for the honor of the 5th Battalion. If you rush to the 2nd Battalion to settle the score with Yuan de Shang, you will make the 5th Battalion bear the crime of gathering people to fight. You will bring shame to the entire 2nd Battalion. All of you stay here and fight well. As for the 2nd Battalion, I will personally go there. This general will personally seek justice for Lu Ming. Sun Jiping's words were righteous, reasonable, and powerful. In addition, he had already mentioned Li Zishuan. Only then did the restless soldiers of the 5th Battalion calm down. Qing Chimo said to Sun Jiping. Lieutenant Sun, since I'm done with the battle, I'll go with you. If those bastards from the 2nd Battalion want to use violence against you, I can at least help them, right? Qing Chimo knew clearly that the 2nd Battalion was under Qiu Xingong's protection. Yuan Desheng might have been under Qiu Xingong's orders to injure Lu Ming. Even if that wasn't the case, Qiu Xingong would still side with the 2nd Battalion soldiers. If Qiu Xingong used his status to pressure Sun Jiping, then things wouldn't be good. Other people might be afraid of Qiu Xingong, but Qing Chimo wasn't. Because his father was the devil incarnate, as long as he didn't violate the military rules, Qiu Xingong wouldn't dare to do anything to him. All right. Then Chimo, you will follow me. Sun Jiping pondered for a moment and understood the crux of the matter. He nodded his head and replied. Soon, the two of them left the training grounds of the 5th Battalion and walked quickly towards the 2nd Battalion training grounds. Physician Sikong, how is his injury? On the other side, Li Zishuan saw Sikong Yi stand up and quickly asked. It was worth mentioning that when Sikong Yi was treating Lu Ming, Duan Jishuan also rushed over. Sikong Yi looked at Li Zishuan and Duan Jishuan with a serious face and then quickly said, his injury is very serious. His abdomen is severely injured. His liver, spleen, stomach, kidneys and other organs were all displaced due to the huge impact. There are more than 10 fractures on his back. Luckily this kid's body is strong and his spine wasn't broken. Otherwise, even the gods wouldn't be able to save him. I need a few people to carry him to the tent and immediately treat him. Although he can be saved, but with such serious injuries, I'm afraid he won't be able to recover without 1 or 2 months. Hearing this, Fang Yong, Zhou Erfu and the other soldiers of the 5th Battalion all had red eyes and stared at Yuan Desheng with hatred. Li Zishuan secretly clenched his fist. Although his medical skills were good, he didn't have any special methods to treat Lu Ming's external and internal injuries. Sikong Yi was confident that he could cure Lu Ming's injuries, which was already considered a blessing in disguise. Forcefully suppressing the anger in his chest, Li Zishuan didn't wait for Duan Jishuan's order and spoke first. Fang Yong, Zhou Erfu, help physician Sikong carry Lu Ming away for treatment. Be careful. Lu Ming had already suffered such serious injuries, he definitely couldn't suffer any more injuries. Therefore, Li Zishuan could only let his own people handle this matter. Yes. Join the army. The two cupped their fists and accepted the order. Very quickly, they brought over a door plank. With the help and guidance of the 2 military doctors, they carefully carried Lu Ming onto the plank. Then, they carried the unconscious Lu Ming and the door plank out of the drill ground. Humph. Now, General Qiu, do you still think that Yuan Desheng accidentally injured Lu Ming? After settling Lu Ming down, Li Zishuan directly looked at Qiu Xingong and said. His eyes were very calm, but this was only the calm before the storm. Behind the calm, there was endless anger. Chapter 2024. Humph. What are you talking about, Adjunct Li? The details of what had happened were very clear. Yuan Desheng was determined to win the competition. After he injured Lu Ming with one move, he didn't know if Lu Ming still had the strength to fight, so he took advantage of the situation to pursue and attack, causing Lu Ming to be seriously injured. This was an unintentional mistake caused by Yuan Desheng's desire to win. If this was considered a mistake, then who would dare to go all out in the following matches? What's the point of the Black Armored Army holding a martial arts competition? Moreover, Lieutenant Li, you have said before that you would rather the soldiers sweat more and get more injuries on the training ground than die on the battlefield. Why do you still want to pester us endlessly when the soldiers of the V Battalion are injured? In the Black Armored Army drill ground, Qiu Xingong had already thought of an excuse when faced with Li Zishuan's challenge. He looked at Li Zishuan and said righteously, without any change in his expression. The old man's words didn't sound wrong at first. He even used Li Zishuan's words to attack Li Zishuan's shield with his spear. He was indeed a cunning old fox. In fact, it was easy to find the loopholes in Qiu Xingong's words. In a battle between warriors, as long as it wasn't a battle of life and death involving personal grudges, they would usually have a sense of propriety. Now that Lu Ming was seriously injured, it meant that Yuan Desheng not only didn't have a sense of propriety, but also wanted to kill Lu Ming on purpose. As for what Qiu Xingong said about accidentally injuring someone, that was even more nonsense and sophistry. As a Qi transformation realm martial artist, their control over their strength was far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Ordinary people might accidentally injure their opponent in a fight, but a Qi transformation realm martial artist had a relatively accurate estimation of the power of their every move and the damage they could cause. As long as they didn't want to injure or kill their opponent on their own accord, it was basically very difficult for accidents to occur. Yuan Desheng's final attack after injuring Lu Ming was impossible to be an unintentional mistake. It was also not in line with the spirit of stopping when the time is right that Duan Zhixuan said at the beginning of the martial arts competition. However, both Qiu Xingong and Yuan Desheng insisted that it was an accident, and there was no direct evidence to prove that Yuan Desheng did it on purpose. Therefore, it was hard to conclude this matter. Even though Duan Zhixuan knew in his heart that Yuan Desheng might have been instructed by Qiu Xingong to use the martial arts competition as an excuse to harm the soldiers of the Wu Battalion, he still couldn't accuse Yuan Desheng of anything. This was because it would be easy for others to use this against him. Qiu Xingong might also use this as a pretext to make a fuss. When that time came, if everyone in the army was afraid of being punished for accidentally injuring someone during the competition, then there would really be no need for the martial arts competition to continue. Humph. What a good, wholeheartedly seeking victory. If I want to fight with General Qiu, will General Qiu be willing? For the remaining 4 matches in the first round, why don't I replace the 4th team of the Wu Battalion, and General Qiu replace the 1st team of the Yi Battalion? Let's decide the winner in one match. What do you think, General Qiu? Li Zishuan sneered and looked straight at Qiu Xingong. Without any warning, he issued a challenge to Qiu Xingong. Hard. Li Zishuan's words could only be described with one word, and that was hard. The atmosphere instantly turned solemn. All the surrounding soldiers, no matter if they were from the Yi Battalion or the Wu Battalion, all turned their gazes towards Li Zishuan. The Tang people revered martial arts, and the Tang army was even more so. As soldiers, not only did they revered martial arts, they were even more competitive. Li Zishuan issuing a challenge to Qiu Xingong was like roasting Qiu Xingong on a fire. If Qiu Xingong didn't agree, then he wouldn't have the face to stay in the Black Armored Army anymore. After all, as a high-ranking officer of the Black Armored Army, if he didn't even have the courage to fight, how would he be able to command his subordinates in the future? In the army, strength was everything, and the strong were respected. However, if Qiu Xingong agreed, and if he couldn't win, or if Li Zishuan took the opportunity to injure him, then not only would he lose face, his body would also suffer. No one would have thought that Li Zishuan would issue a challenge to Qiu Xingong for an ordinary soldier. This was clearly offending Qiu Xingong to the point of death. At this point, some of the 2nd Battalion soldiers who were used to hearing bad things about Li Zishuan changed their impression of Li Zishuan. A good general who was respected by his soldiers, other than being strong and able to win battles, more importantly, he loved and protected his soldiers. Li Zishuan's action of challenging the second-in-command of the Black Armored Army to fight for justice for his subordinates, it was hard not to have a good impression of him. Qiu Xingong's face darkened as he stared coldly at Li Zishuan. He didn't think that Li Zishuan would act so unconventionally and challenge him to a duel. If this was outside, he could ignore it. However, this was the army camp and there were so many soldiers watching. If he rejected Li Zishuan's challenge now, it wouldn't take more than 2 hours for all the soldiers of the Black Armored Army to find out about this and secretly mock him. Then, how would he have the face to stay in the Black Armored Army in the future? The Grand General organized the combat tournament for ordinary soldiers. Even the captains of the various battalions are not allowed to participate. How can this general and adjunct Li break the rules? After hesitating for a moment, Qiu Xingong opened his mouth to speak. He didn't agree nor reject the challenge. Instead, he brought out Duan Zhixuan and the rules of the tournament to reply to Li Zishuan. It wasn't that he didn't dare to accept the challenge, but that the rules of the tournament didn't allow it. In reality, Qiu Xingong really didn't dare to accept the challenge. No matter how much he looked down on Li Zishuan, there was one thing he had to admit. Li Zishuan's individual martial arts skills were indeed much higher than his. Not to mention his martial arts skills, just based on the fact that Li Zishuan was able to survive a head-on battle with the Grandmaster Wu Jia at the Longmen Pass, there weren't many people in the entire Great Tang who could do that. Naturally, Qiu Xingong couldn't do it. Thus, no matter what, Qiu Xingong wasn't willing to fight with Li Zishuan one-on-one. If he lost, he would be humiliated and injured. If he won, it seemed like he had no chance of winning at all. Hearing Qiu Xingong mention himself, Duan Jishuan's eyes flickered. As the commanding general of the Black Armored Army, even if he stood on Li Zishuan's side, he couldn't completely kill Qiu Xingong. He needed to maintain a balance in the middle. After a moment of silence, Duan Jishuan was about to speak when a mocking voice suddenly sounded from outside the crowd. "Ha! What do you mean by breaking the rules? Could it be that General Qiu doesn't dare to accept the challenge?" Boom! A commotion instantly broke out among the surrounding soldiers. No one expected someone to be so bold as to humiliate Qiu Xingong in public. Everyone craned their necks, wanting to see who was the one who spoke such arrogant words. Chapter 2025. General Qing Chimo pays his respects to General Duan, General Qiu, and Adjunct Li. Qing Chimo cupped his fists and bowed to Duan Jishuan, Qiu Xingong, and Li Zishuan respectively. The Tang army had a strict hierarchy, and the crime of being disrespectful to a general could be serious or not. In order to shut Qiu Xingong's mouth, Qing Chimo could only put on an act and bow to the three generals of the Black Armored Army. Then, he looked at Qiu Xingong and said, "General Qiu, don't be so disrespectful. I didn't mean to be disrespectful to you. I just heard that Adjunct Li didn't know what was good for him and wanted to challenge General Qiu. I thought that since General Qiu's martial arts are unparalleled and your strength is the best in the three armies, you wouldn't be afraid of Adjunct Li. But I didn't expect, it must be because General Qiu doesn't want to bully the weak, so you didn't agree to Adjunct Li's challenge. TSK, General Qiu is really noble and cunning, I mean scheming and calculating. As the saying went, one would only regret not having enough knowledge when it was time to use it." Qing Chimo really wanted to use another method to tactfully humiliate Qiu Xingong. But he was not born to be good at using words, and he didn't have much knowledge in his mind. After saying a few idioms, he was already at a loss for words. But even so, Qiu Xingong was still angered by Qing Chimo's sarcastic and obviously humiliating words. If there wasn't anyone else here, he would have killed Qing Chimo to silence him. The surrounding soldiers all changed their expressions when they heard Qing Chimo's words. Gradually, the way they looked at Qiu Xingong changed. For the past 10 years, Qiu Xingong had been able to maintain a high reputation in the Black Armored Army not only because of his seniority and outstanding military exploits, but also because of his powerful strength. He was able to subdue all the soldiers in the Black Armored Army. But now, when faced with a challenge from a junior like Li Zishuan, Qiu Xingong had actually cowered and avoided the battle. Qing Chimo's sarcastic words could be said to have completely stripped Qiu Xingong of his bright exterior. This caused the 2nd Battalion soldiers who usually worshipped Qiu Xingong to have a change of attitude in an instant. They became disappointed and looked at him with disdain. "Shut up." Feeling the burning gazes of the surrounding people, Qiu Xingong's eyes were about to spit fire. He forcefully resisted the urge to chop Qing Chimo into pieces and forcefully reproached him, "Qing, now it is the competition time for the various battalions. As a member of the Team 1 of the Wu Battalion, what are you doing here instead of staying in the competition?" This old man was obviously enraged and wanted to use his status to avenge his personal grudge. Qing Chimo rubbed his nose and was about to explain himself when Sun Jiping beat him to it. "General Qiu, Qing Chimo has already gone up for the competition. I heard that the main battalion soldier Lu Ming was severely injured in the competition, so I brought Qing Chimo over to help carry Lu Ming to the military doctor." As a new general who had just joined the Black Armored Army, Sun Jiping didn't have any foundation here and he had never thought of sucking up to anyone. But now that Li Zishuan had joined the Black Armored Army, he was on Li Zishuan's side. This meant that he was destined to be on the opposite side of Qiu Xingong sooner or later. So at this moment, he wasn't afraid of offending Qiu Xingong and took the initiative to help him out. That's right. We are here to save someone. Qing Chimo nodded in agreement. Then he quickly walked over to Li Zishuan and asked softly, "Little Xian, where is Lu Ming? Is his injury serious?" Li Zishuan glanced sideways at Qing Chimo and replied softly, "He has already been carried away by the military doctor. His injury is very serious but it was treated in time so his life shouldn't be in danger." Phew. That's good. Hearing this, Qing Chimo heaved a sigh of relief. He was on good terms with Lu Ming and naturally didn't want him to lose his life because of a competition. But after hearing that Lu Ming's injury was very serious, Qing Chimo was still a little angry. He said softly, "Then what should we do now? We can't just let it go, right? I think that Yuan de Sheng must have been ordered by Qiu Xingong. Little Xian, we have to avenge Lu Ming." Hearing this, Li Zishuan rolled his eyes. Of course, he didn't want to just let it go. He also wanted to avenge Lu Ming. But Yuan de Sheng insisted that it was a slip of the hand and Qiu Xingong was like a tortoise in its shell. He didn't accept his challenge at all. He couldn't just roll up his sleeves and beat up Qiu Xingong in front of so many people, right? That wouldn't be in line with the military rules and his principles as a person. He was a civilized person. All right. This matter ends here. The 1st team of the 2nd Battalion and the 4th team of the 5th Battalion will continue the competition. Qing Chimo was born with a loud voice. Although he tried his best to lower his voice, his words were still heard by Duan Jishuan, who was standing not too far away from Li Zishuan. Hearing that Qing Chimo wanted to encourage Li Zishuan to continue making a scene, Duan Jishuan had no choice but to stand up and speak sternly to the crowd. In the previous competition, regardless of whether Yuan de Sheng did it intentionally or not, this general doesn't want the same thing to happen a second time. The Black Armored Army's martial arts competition was originally organized for the purpose of learning from each other and to increase the motivation of the soldiers during their daily training. It's not for you to use this opportunity to fight valiantly and secretly take revenge. Previously, this general has already said that I hope that you all will stop when the competition starts. If there are any more people who use underhanded means and injure their fellow soldiers in order to obtain victory, then Zhang Kongnian and the rest will serve as a warning to you all. Although from a standpoint, Duan Jishuan was on Li Zishuan's side. However, with the current situation, there was no benefit to being entangled in the matter of Yuan de Sheng injuring Lu Ming. Moreover, dragging this matter on wasn't a solution as it would delay the entire martial arts competition. Thus, he could only suppress this matter for now and quickly resume the martial arts competition. Of course, he still had to give out the necessary warnings. Otherwise, the members of the 2nd Battalion would only get worse. Understood. Military orders were like mountains. Since Duan Jishuan had personally spoken, no matter what the crowd thought, no one dared to disobey. They all cupped their fists and accepted the order. As for Qiu Xingong and the few members of the 1st team of the 2nd Battalion beside him. Chapter 2026. Second round, Ma Yong of the 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion against Su Zhennan of the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Battalion. This is a sparring match, do not go overboard. Intentionally injuring others will be punished by military law. A quarter of an hour later, the 2nd Battalion's fighting competition resumed. Ma Yong and Zhou Erfu, who had previously sent Lu Ming to the tent for treatment, had also returned at this time. After both teams had decided on their members, the referee Deng Kong announced loudly with a serious face. Different from before, Deng Kong emphasized the principle of going overboard, this time, as a warning to the 2nd Battalion. Fight well. Don't think that you can't win just because your opponent's realm is higher than yours. Realm is not the only factor that determines victory. You guys have trained harder than anyone else, so your physical fitness and strength are your advantages. Perform well and deal with your opponent calmly, then you will have a chance to win. Before Ma Yong went on stage, Li Zixuan walked to the latter's side and patted his shoulder as he spoke in a low voice. These words were not only for Ma Yong, but also for the other 3 members of the 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion who had yet to go on stage. This was because their opponents were the elites of the 2nd Battalion. In terms of martial arts realm, the 5th Battalion was generally one level lower than the 2nd Battalion. However, in this world, it didn't mean that someone with a higher realm would be able to win against someone with a lower realm. There were many factors that influenced the outcome of a battle. As someone who had been through many battles, Li Zixuan was very clear that the level of a person's realm would only affect the amount of jinqi and the degree of control over one's strength. These weren't insurmountable gaps, and could be bridged with other advantages. The 5th Battalion was the first battalion to adopt the new training manual, and the various training contents in the new manual were highly targeted towards the training of the soldiers' arm strength, shoulder strength, physical strength, reflexes and speed. Li Zixuan believed that after these few days of training, Ma Yong and the others would definitely have a certain advantage in these areas. Besides, even if they couldn't win, Li Zixuan didn't want Ma Yong and the others to miss out on this opportunity to challenge someone with a higher realm. To a martial artist, the process of challenging someone with a higher realm was often the most beneficial for him. Li Zixuan wasn't worried about the possibility of getting injured during the fight. He didn't believe that with him supervising at the side, the members of Team 1 of the 2nd Battalion would dare to do anything underhanded. Of course, this didn't mean that Li Zixuan wouldn't allow the members of the 2nd Battalion to injure the members of the 5th Battalion. Under normal circumstances, he could completely accept the injuries caused by the fight. Otherwise, there would be no point in continuing this fighting competition. What he couldn't accept was Yuan Deshang's fighting style of wanting to kill his opponent with every move. Ha! Little Xian was right. So what if he had a high cultivation level? Xian's Wei Xian's opponents in these 2 years. If you guys go all out, you will definitely have a chance to win. Ching Chimo chuckled at this time and also chimed in. The corner of Ma Yong's mouth twitched. He had naturally heard of Li Zixuan's battle with Snake King, the annihilation of the 7 cultivators sect, and the battle with the great Grandmaster Wu Jie. It seemed that for Li Zixuan, challenging someone with a higher realm than him had become a common occurrence. But Li Zixuan was after all from a famous sect, how could he compare? Ching Chimo, this idiot, really didn't know what to say. Thank you for joining the army. This subordinate will definitely do his best and not embarrass the 5th Battalion. Chapter 2027. Huff. What kind of monster is this Yuchi boy? In the arena of the Wu Battalion, Xiang Peng wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. He and Yuchi Baolin had already fought dozens of rounds, but there was still no clear winner. The true qi in his energy center was already showing signs of depletion. But what about Yuchi Baolin? Other than some dust on his body and looking a little disheveled, he didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. His strength was still as great as before, and his reflexes were also as fast as before. After the 2 of them clashed again and knocked each other back, Xiang Peng panted and looked at Yuchi Baolin. He wasn't the only one who found it strange. Team 1 of the Wu Battalion also found it strange. Before the battle, they didn't think that Yuchi Baolin would win. They thought that it would be difficult for Yuchi Baolin to last more than 10 rounds against Xiang Peng. After all, the gap between the 2 of them was obvious. But they didn't expect Yuchi Baolin to last more than 30 rounds against Xiang Peng without showing any signs of defeat. Instead, it was Xiang Peng who was panting. It was obvious that he had overexerted himself. What the hell was going on? Next, it's my turn to attack. Be careful. Yuchi Baolin stood still, took a deep breath, and said to Xiang Peng. Xiang Peng was shocked when he heard that. Because when he thought about it carefully, in the previous 30 rounds against Yuchi Baolin, he was the one who took the initiative to attack, and Yuchi Baolin was the one who passively defended. At first, he thought that Yuchi Baolin was weak and could only defend passively under his attacks. But now, he realized how laughable his initial thinking was. It wasn't that Yuchi Baolin was weak and couldn't attack, but he was waiting for the right moment, waiting for his true qi to run out before launching a counterattack. After Yuchi Baolin finished speaking, he stomped his right foot on the ground and disappeared from where he stood. Then, he charged at Xiang Peng at an extremely fast speed. Actually, speed wasn't Yuchi Baolin's strong suit. His current speed wasn't slow, but it definitely wasn't fast either. If Xiang Peng was at his peak, he wouldn't even care about Yuchi Baolin's speed. But, the current Xiang Peng, huff. Just what kind of monster is this Yuchi family's brat? In the arena of the Wu Battalion, Xiang Peng was determined to end the battle as soon as possible. He and Yuchi Baolin had already fought for dozens of rounds, but there was still no clear winner. The genuine qi in his dantian was even showing signs of running out. But what about Yuchi Baolin? Other than a little dust on his body and a somewhat wretched appearance, he didn't seem to be injured. His strength was just as great as before, and his reactions were just as fast as before. After the two of them clashed again and knocked each other back, Xiang Peng panted twice. He looked at Yuchi Baolin and couldn't help but wonder in his heart. He wasn't the only one who found it strange. The other members of the 1st Unit of the 5th Battalion also found it strange. Before the battle, they didn't think much of Yuchi Baolin. They thought that it would be difficult for Yuchi Baolin to last more than 10 rounds against Xiang Peng. After all, there was a huge gap between the two of them. However, they never expected that Yuchi Baolin would be able to last more than 30 rounds against Xiang Peng without showing any signs of defeat. Instead, it was Xiang Peng who was panting. It was obvious that he had exhausted himself. Chapter 2028. Victory. Baolin actually won. Haha. 2 consecutive victories. Our team, one of the Wu Battalion, will definitely enter the knockout round this time. After the referee announced that Yuchi Baolin had obtained the victory of the 2nd round, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion immediately let out a burst of wild cheers. Shen Mu, Wang Rong, and Xiao Ming, the 3 members of the Wu Battalion, quickly came to Yuchi Baolin's side. They patted on Yuchi Baolin's shoulder and laughed loudly. Haha. Baolin. Good job. I couldn't tell that you were hiding your skills. Not bad, not bad. Baolin, your skills are not bad. Now that our team has won 2 consecutive rounds, it is almost certain that we will enter the next round of the knockout round. Yuchi Baolin was flattered by the crowd's attention. He scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I'm just lucky, The few of them laughed and joked for a while. Then Shenmu began to plan the candidates for the 3rd round. He said, after Xiang Peng was defeated, the remaining 3 members of Team 4 of the Wu Battalion are not very strong. Logically speaking, no matter who goes up, they will be able to win smoothly. However, if we want to win the next round with the least exhaustion, I feel that you, Xiao Ming, are the most suitable. Your attacking style is the sharpest among us. If you go up and end the battle quickly, we will have more energy to face stronger opponents in the following knockout rounds. What do you think? After saying that, Shenmu looked at the most burly soldier among the 4 of them. The reason why he sent Xiao Ming, other than the latter's attacking style, was that Xiao Ming was the youngest among the 3 of them and had the most stamina. Although Wang Rong was strong, he was after all over 30 years old. In terms of stamina and explosive power, he was naturally not as good as Xiao Ming. Therefore, unless it was the most crucial moment, Shenmu would not send Wang Rong, this trump card, to fight. The soldier nodded and said with a confident look, no problem. Brother Baolin can defeat Xiang Peng, there is no reason for me to lose to the other 3 in the next round. Old Shen, don't worry, I will definitely win within 10 moves. Hearing that, Shenmu patted Xiao Ming's shoulder and said, good. If we win the preliminary round with the least consumption, our chances of winning the knockout round will be even greater. In this fighting competition, our team's goal is to enter the finals. Otherwise, we'll disappoint Kanjun Li and Field Officer Sun. That's right. We must enter the finals of this fighting competition. Xiao Ming, Wang Rong, and Yuchi Baolin nodded in agreement. At this moment, the referee walked over, looked at Shenmu, and asked, Shenmu, who's on your team for this round? Shenmu naturally pushed Xiao Ming out, and said, Xiao Ming. The referee nodded and turned towards the direction of the 3rd Battalion. Xiangpeng, who's going to fight in the next round? Not long after, the same question was asked to Xiangpeng. Xiangpeng turned his head and exchanged glances with the other team members. Everyone nodded towards him. Then, Xiangpeng took a deep breath, looked towards the referee, and replied in a deep voice, 3rd Battalion 4th Battalion voluntarily admits defeat. There is no need to fight the 3rd round. Once these words came out, the referee's face instantly revealed a trace of astonishment. However, the few members of the 3rd Battalion 4th Battalion didn't have any expression of surprise on their faces. Evidently, before the referee arrived, they had already discussed and reached a consensus on this matter. The 3rd Battalion 4th Battalion and the 5th Battalion 1st Battalion 4th Battalion weren't far apart. Xiangpeng's words naturally fell into the ears of Shenmu, Wang Rong, and the rest. The 4 of them instantly cast their gazes towards Xiangpeng. At this moment, the referee finally recovered from his shock. He looked at Xiangpeng with a solemn face and said, "Are you sure?" Chapter 2029. 2nd Battalion of the Black Armored Army. Ma Yong of the 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion and Su Zhenan of the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Battalion were engaged in a battle that didn't seem that intense. The reason why it wasn't that intense was because one of them was attacking with all his might, while the other was defending with ease. It wasn't like the previous battle between Lu Ming and Yuan Deshang, where every punch hit the flesh and was extraordinarily intense. Su Zhenan's level of martial arts was much higher than Ma Yong's. Hence, with the advantage of the qi in his body, he was able to easily deal with Ma Yong's attacks. The 2 of them had exchanged more than 10 blows, but there wasn't any sign of a victor being decided. Actually, with Su Zhenan's strength, if he were to focus all his attacks on Ma Yong, it would be very difficult for Ma Yong to defend himself. However, he didn't do so. Instead, he was casually dealing with Ma Yong's attacks while secretly observing the situation outside the arena from the corner of his eye. More accurately, he was observing Li Zishuan and Qiu Xingong, who were standing by the side of the arena. As Qiu Xinggong's old subordinate, Su Zhenan subconsciously obeyed Qiu Xinggong's orders. However, the current situation didn't allow him to follow Qiu Xinggong's orders. This was because Li Zishuan had been staring at him and Ma Yong from the side. How would he have the guts to attack Ma Yong? It was true that Qiu Xinggong was his old superior, but he didn't dare to attack Ma Yong directly under Li Zishuan's nose. In that case, what awaited him would be severe military law, and it was even very likely that he would be executed directly. His loyalty to Qiu Xinggong wasn't to the extent that he would die for him. Hence, Su Zhenan had been waiting for an opportunity. He was waiting for Li Zishuan to shift his gaze elsewhere. When the time came, he would take the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Ma Yong. This way, he would be able to complete Qiu Xinggong's mission and not be discovered by Li Zishuan. As long as Li Zishuan didn't see him attacking Ma Yong, he wasn't worried that he would be punished. This was because the surrounding people were all from the 2nd Battalion. Even if the members of the 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion saw him attacking Ma Yong, they wouldn't be able to do anything. However, after waiting for a long time, Su Zhenan didn't wait for the opportunity that he had imagined. Li Zishuan's eyes didn't shift his gaze away from him. This made Su Zishuan's life was very difficult. Just like that, Su Zhenan dealt with Ma Yong's dozens of attacks by multitasking. Su Zhenan knew that things weren't going well, because he didn't have much true qi left in his body. On the other hand, Ma Yong lived up to his name. After attacking for dozens of times, not only did he not show any signs of exhaustion, he became more and more courageous. Of course, this was also due to the recent days of hard training and the increase in his physical strength. As he attacked for dozens of times, his blood was boiling, and he felt that every part of his body was much more flexible than usual. At this moment, Ma Yong saw Su Zhenan looking out of the corner of his eye. He took a deep breath, then concentrated his qi in his dantian. With a loud roar, he waved his fist and smashed it towards Su Zhenan's face. Hearing Ma Yong's loud roar, Su Zhenan was shocked. He quickly gathered his true qi and subconsciously dodged to the right, trying to dodge Ma Yong's heavy blow. But who knew that Ma Yong was more cautious this time? Although his roar was loud, it was just a bluff. The punch just now was just a feint. When he saw Su Jinan dodging to the right, he retracted his right fist and jumped up to do a roundhouse kick, which swept towards Su Jinan's lower body. Bam! Su Jinan had just stood up and had no time to change his direction. He was immediately tripped by Ma Yong's sweep. Due to the strong inertia, he fell to the ground in front of him in a dog-eating shit posture, splashing smoke and dust on the ground. Ma Yong didn't expect his attack to work, but at this moment, he didn't have time to think about it. He quickly followed up with another attack. In a flash, he came in front of Su Jinan, then he waved his right fist and smashed it towards Su Jinan's head. Of course, his fist stopped about 5 inches away from Su Jinan's head. Su Jinan felt a cold wind blowing towards the back of his head. He raised his head and saw Ma Yong's huge fist. Ma Yong said in a muffled voice, You lost. Indeed, if this was a battlefield, Ma Yong's last punch would have been smashed. At that time, even if Su Jinan didn't die, he would be seriously injured. I lost? Hearing this, Su Jinan's eyes flashed with disbelief. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something terrible, his expression changed. He quickly turned his head to look at Qiu Xingong, who was outside the arena. Qiu Xingong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. When he saw Su Jinan looking at him, Qiu Xingong glared at him fiercely. Su Jinan's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself that he was completely finished this time. Not only did he fail to complete the mission that Qiu Xingong secretly gave him, but he also lost a round of the competition and let the 4th team of the Wu battalion get a small point. When the fighting competition ended, wouldn't Qiu Xingong eat him alive? The second round of the preliminary round, Ma Yong of the 4th team of the Wu battalion wins. Seeing that Su Jinan had lost, the referee, Deng Kong, was stunned for a while before he came back to his senses and announced. Haha. Ma Yong, good job. Chapter 2030. Pooh. How could Su Jinan, who had already suffered some minor injuries from the battle, withstand the furious kick of Qiu Xingong, who was at the Grandmaster realm? After landing on the ground, Su Jinan instantly felt the blood in his body churning. He tasted something sweet in his throat and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Just one kick and Su Jinan was severely injured. It could be seen how furious Qiu Xingong was at this moment. The surrounding second camp soldiers instantly fell silent. As for the other 3 second camp soldiers who had yet to enter the arena, after seeing Qiu Xingong kick Su Jinan, all of them couldn't help but turn pale. Fear flashed across their eyes. Because when they entered the arena later, if they couldn't complete the mission given by Qiu Xingong, then they would have the same ending as Su Jinan. Thinking back to Li Zishuan's extremely protective behavior when he challenged Qiu Xingong to a one-on-one battle due to his soldiers being injured, and then looking at Qiu Xingong's kick, because Su Jinan didn't complete the mission he secretly gave to him, those second camp soldiers who had yet to enter the arena felt a chill in their hearts at the same time. Was it because they didn't want to complete the mission given by Qiu Xingong? They wanted to, but the conditions didn't allow it. They had all seen Su Jinan's previous performance on the field, and they could roughly guess Su Jinan's intentions. He wanted to wait for Li Zishuan's attention to shift away from the field before taking the opportunity to make a move. Unfortunately, Li Zishuan had been staring at the field the whole time. Let alone Su Jinan, if it were anyone else in their team, they wouldn't dare to make a move under such circumstances. Although most soldiers weren't afraid of death, but that was on the battlefield. Now, they were only on the training grounds and no one wanted to be executed for breaking military rules. Su Jinan was careless, please calm down. Second Camp Lieutenant Sun Tao, who was standing beside Qiu Xingong, couldn't help but change his expression when he saw the situation. After that, he hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed towards Qiu Xingong. Qiu Xingong's face was stern as he said angrily, "Humph. Careless? He couldn't even defeat someone weaker than him. If this was on the battlefield, wouldn't anyone be able to hack him to death? How can I have such a useless soldier under my command?" After saying that, Qiu Xingong was still angry. He looked at Su Jinan, who was kneeling on one knee and spitting out blood, and said coldly, "Humph. Go and receive 30 strokes of the rod. 30 strokes of the cane." If it was any other time, Su Jinan would not care about a mere 30 strokes. However, he had been severely injured by Qiu Xingong's kick. If he were to receive another 30 strokes, he would not be able to get out of bed for a few days. But in the face of Qiu Xingong, who was in a state of rage, how could Su Jinan dare to say no? Enduring the pain, he gritted his teeth and stood up. He cupped his fists towards Qiu Xingong and said, "This subordinate obeys." After he finished speaking, he bent his waist and staggered out of the drill grounds. Throughout the entire process, no one dared to step forward to support him. This was the power and prestige of Qiu Xingong in the 2nd Battalion. General Qiu is really angry. It's just that in this martial arts competition, victory and defeat are inevitable. Why must you be so harsh on your subordinates? At this moment, Li Zixuan walked to the front of Qiu Xingong and could not help but frown. The reason why he stood out now was not to pretend to be noble to win people's hearts. It was because he could not stand the actions of this old fellow Qiu Xingong. Although reasoning with this group of rough men in the barracks was not as effective as punching and kicking, even when Li Zixuan was in the 5th and 3rd battalions, he had also kicked some soldiers who had made mistakes. However, his kicks were more of a formality and he did not use much strength. His purpose was only to make the other party realize their mistakes. However, Qiu Xingong's kick was filled with anger and was completely aimed at killing or crippling the other party. His attitude was so arrogant and his actions were so vile that people could not stand it anymore. Others might be afraid of Qiu Xingong's power and dared not speak out. However, Li Zixuan was not afraid. After all, the two of them had already fallen out with each other. Li Zixuan did not mind that the relationship between the two of them would worsen. Humph. Isn't Li Zixuan's meddling too much? I remember that the 2nd Battalion is not under Li Zixuan's jurisdiction yet. Li Zixuan should worry more about whether the 5th Battalion can make it to the end of this year's martial arts competition. Young people just like to rush for quick success and quick benefits. They come up with new exercises and don't know that things like strength rely on the accumulation of years and years. Want to achieve it quickly? Impossible. Hearing this, Qiu Xingong's old face darkened. He then mercilessly mocked Li Zixuan. After saying this, he turned his head and said to the referee Deng Kong, who was not far away, "Deng Kong, the next round of the competition is about to begin." Deng Kong quickly nodded and said, "General Qiu is right. The 3rd round of the competition is about to begin. The 2nd Battalion will first choose their members." Not long after, the members of both sides were decided. The 2nd Battalion would send out a person called Zhao Xucheng, an expert who had just reached the middle stage of the Qi transformation stage. The 5th Battalion would send out Zhou Erfu, who was only half a step into the Qi transformation stage. The gap between the two could not be said to be small. Before entering the arena, Qiu Xingong's cold gaze swept across Zhao Xucheng. He only heard a soft humph and said, "If you lose this round again, then you..."